Act 2, Chapter 20. I believe that we can do T-hat, Lee. Can I get that list one more time to confirm I have everything correct? With one hand occupied by his cell phone, Lee has to flick his wrist to reopen the notebook held in his other hand. Yeah, I need 6 copies of Protect, 2 copies of Solar Beam, 2 copies of Energy Ball, 2 copies of Focus Energy, 1 Dig, 1 Iron Tail, 1 Synthesis, 1 Thunderwave, 1 Thunderbolt, 1 Psychic, 1 Swords Dance, 1 Payback, 1 Roost, 1 Light Screen, and 1 Hyperbeam. I'm willing to pay a premium if they come from quality donors. On the other end of the phone line, Aarons is quiet for a moment. Quite an impressive order. Why the sudden interest, if you don't mind me asking? Lee clicks his tongue. Aarons doesn't need to know. I'm just closing gaps in my team's coverage. I am a career competitor, after all. Aarons hums on the other side of the line. We can get the TMs to UW within the week, though T here is the matter of cost. I'm sure I can talk the boys upstairs down and kite a bit since your TMs were quite a hit, but even my conservative estimates are putting the bill at nearly 120,000 C Reddits. Your second TM run will cover a fair amount of it, but the Sylph County representative sighs melodramatically. Goodney SS, the remainder might hurt. I'll send you an email authorizing another run of Seed Sniper and Seed Blast when we're done talking, Lee interjects, trying to hold back his cringe at the expected but still painful number. Just get the TMs to me when you can. That would certainly help out. Aarons, being the asshat that he is, pauses dramatically. But consumer projections of grass TMs aren't as favorable as they were now that we're approaching the middle of the league year. The major players have theirs now, and AS second are as never as exciting as the first. The finance department might consider your tab to be a DBT if the new run do essent sell as quickly, and T-hay are rather aggressive when trying to collect an outstanding balance. A scowl mars Lee's face. That almost sounds like a threat. No, not a threat. The businessman backpedals. They would never. Sylph CO values the relationship it shares with the fine Pokemon trainers of the world, and T-hat is why so many trainers look to us to support their journeys and divorce. Why, I'll fly back out to Mauville and let you copy something new, Lee interrupts, already exhausted from the conversation. Give me 2-3 weeks. We'll have your TMs in the mail by the end of the day. Aarons is all radiant positivity, but he can't quite hide the greed-tinged eagerness in his voice. Where should we ship them? Finally, the Falarber Pokemart. I'll be there in a week, Lee supplies, reaching up to massage his brow. Oh, and Aarons? When I show up for the TM copying, skip all the posturing and pleasantries. My Ninetales temper is much shorter than it was back when she was a Vulpix. Have a good on E. Without waiting for an answer, Lee ends the call and leans back on the rickety park bench, relaxing. The dull throb of his migraine is slowly siphoned off, and he looks down to find out why. Standing at his feet is Ninetales, who is breathing in deeply with a slight shake to her limbs. The tuft of chest fur on her breast is shaved short, and if one looks at her at the proper angle, they'll see pink scar tissue on her chest, nearly touching her heart. It's been a week since Lee, Brendan, Zinnia, and their Pokemon left Laverage, making north towards the distant town of Falarber, all the way on the other side of Mount Chimney. It's also been a week since Ninetales was finally released from the Laverage Pokemon Center. Ellipsis. Not without complications. The Pokemon Center's surgeons worked some absolute magic to save Ninetales' life, and even ensured that any lasting damage would be minimal, but that was only the silver lining of a dark cloud. A portion of Ninetales' left lung was destroyed, and although only a small fraction of her lung tissue was twisted and burned beyond repair, the loss compounded with the rest of the damage was enough to cause physical setbacks. Until everything recovers, Lee's dear fox is going to be short of breath and easily fatigued. She's hissed and grumbled her discontent the entire way north so far with only Lee to hear her thoughts, as she spent the long days of walking off of her paws and cooped up in her ball. Only now that they've reached a small border town west of Mount Chimney has she been allowed to begin exercising again, much to her frustration. Done with your laps, love? Lee sends, patting the bench next to him, which Ninetales hops up onto. The fox lays her front half across Lee's lap, and Lee silently pours a bit of his stamina into her. His limbs grow a bit heavier, but the vixen's tremors fade. 7 laps around a parquet at trotting speed and I am already exhausted? Ninetales gnashes her teeth and tries to calm her rapid breaths. I hate this. I hate this feeling of weakness. Lee watches the various Pokemon and people in the park as he thinks of a Reply. His eyes roam to Zinnia, who is in a distant corner, letting her tyrant brutalize a challenging trainer's poor Pancham, to Brendan and Electrike, who are impressing a group of similarly aged children with Brendan's 4 badges. On the surface, everything seems normal. If Lee didn't know his friends well enough, he would have missed the lingering uncertainty, the guarded look in the eyes of his fellow trainers. Everyone is still recovering. Don't let it bother you. Lee silently soothes, combing his fingers through her silky pelt. Your trotting speed is a de-add sprint for most other Pokemon. Why you'll come out of this stronger than before. We all will. It's just a temporary setback. Ninetales sets her jaw like she's going to argue, but sighs and melts into his lap when Lee heads her off with a hug, one gentle enough to not squeeze her ribs. Very well. I suppose now is not the time or the place. How did your call with the slimeball go? I was not paying attention. I gave him the list, and he estimated 120 grand. I had to promise an AWTM to get him to shut up. I also told him not to mess around when we show up, lest he annoy you too much. I didn't get a reply from him before I hung up, but I imagine he's pissing high mself a little. Ninetales lets out a raspy, vulpine chortle. As he should. While Lee would have loved to take the time to teach all of his Pokemon new moves from scratch to better aid their long-term mastery and further his own understanding in the process, the incident upon the volcano left the zoologist with a painful idea of what sort of gaps his team possesses, and expedited the need to close them. TMs are not a perfect solution, not by a long shot. As miraculous as the discs are, they only impart the fundamentals needed to use a move and little else, like inserting a new line of code into a program. Any tricks, quirks, and hangups will have to be discovered manually through use and training, meaning true mastery takes time. Only TMs from truly exceptional donors have the donor's honed, instinctual understanding of the move woven within. Still, though, TMs provide an accelerated starting point, eliminating the initial hurdles of learning a new move. Time is money, which means TMs are expensive. To Lee, though, the cost is worth it. The first one Lee looked at when considering TMs was Octillery. He and the octopus have been slowly getting better at working together, but it's obvious that they lack synergy. Their effectiveness simply isn't up to par, at least not compared to the rest of the team. Lee is simply too used to having Pokemon with superior mobility, and the transition to a slower-paced fighting style has been a difficult one. The answer for that? Simply make Octillery the faster Pokemon in the match. Until Lee's skill as a trainer catches up with Octillery's full capabilities, this is the most straightforward solution. Easier said than done, but some new moves might make all the difference in the world, which is why Octillery is getting Thunder Wave, Psychic, Focus Energy, and Payback. Thunder Wave's near-guaranteed paralysis will slow down speedier opponents and give Octillery ample time to use Lock-On and Focus Energy. Psychic is going to be a bit trickier, as Lee wants Octillery to learn telekinesis not for attacking, but for mobility. Pokemon without an innate predisposition to levitation often have trouble moving themselves with telekinesis, as Lee and Ninetales found out shortly after Nine's evolution, but if any Pokemon can spare the brainpower to psychically levitate themselves, it's Octillery. Telekinesis also opens a lot of interesting doors for the cephalopod. Finally, Payback is to make other Pokemon think twice about getting too close. Octillery's rap is crushing, and his headbutt is painful, but he simply isn't a physical attacker at his core. Payback, which increases the user's physical strength after taking a hit, will even the odds for a close-range engagement. Grovile's greatest weakness is his fragility, which unfortunately is difficult to solve. The Sceptile line is not well predisposed for defensive moves in general. Lee is certain that, given enough time, he can work out something viable for Grovile, but for now, it seems more prudent to go with what's tried and true. Synthesis should aid the Wood G Echo in his battle longevity as the two of them continue to develop the still unnamed Drainblade technique, but in an ideal scenario, the battle wouldn't drag on long enough for Grovile to get that banged up. For that reason, Lee decided Swords Dance is a must-have. It's difficult to master, and borderline dangerous for the user if they can't control their own strength, but once the user has some expertise with it, the boost to the Pokemon's physical attributes is immense. Lee isn't terribly concerned about that, as Grovile is nothing if not a master of his own body. He researched the move, and was shocked with how huge a difference it makes. Grovile is also getting a copy of Focus Energy, because why not? The techniques pair well together. On the projectile side, Grovile is also getting Energy Ball and Solar Beam, just in case he faces a foe more susceptible to energy attacks than physical ones. Solar Beam also synergizes quite well with Ninetales' Drought, because as the name implies, solar beam is empowered by the sun's rays. In situations where solar beam isn't the best choice, say, a cloudy day or at night, energy ball will make for an excellent backup. Corvi might be the best balanced of Lee's team. The Great Raven has no outstanding weaknesses other than a susceptibility to fire and electric type. Nevertheless, Lee picked out TMs for him too. Roost was an obvious one. How do you make a flying tank even worse to fight? You give that tank the ability to heal itself. Roost also has some properties that might make for interesting research later. How does the Pokémon use Flying Tay for healing? Given how many fire and electric type moves are energy-based attacks, Light Screen was another gimme. With Light Screen cutting the potency of energy attacks, Corvi should be able to shrug off most projectiles and reduce the potency of his only two type disadvantages. Lee would have liked to get an offensive ground move for Corvi to defeat his sole pair of weaknesses, but most experts say that Ground Tay is beyond the Corviknight line, meaning that is going to have to be an independent project on his part. Thunderbolt is for Shinx once she grows a bit more. It should serve as an accelerated stepping stone once she masters Thundershock. Once the kitten has a few battles under her belt, Lee can more effectively build a move pool. For her, if Lee is being honest with himself, Shinx is probably ready to begin battling. She's fully transitioned to solid food, is finally in the healthy weight range for her species, and watches the rest of the team train with growing restlessness. And for Ninetales? His ace is getting Solar Beam, Energy Ball, Iron Tail, Hyper Beam, and Dig. Solar Beam was the most obvious choice for her. It hits hard, synergizing with the harsh sunlight brought by her drought, and is super effective against her three main weaknesses, those being ground, rock, and water. Like with Grovyle, Energy Ball is a backup for when Solar Beam isn't viable. Iron Tail is a move Lee tried to teach Nine himself, but something about the Steel Tay has been eluding her. They can get the fur of her tails to stiffen and shine, but they've always been too rigid to maneuver, sticking out like an awkward fan behind her. The fox is no slouch in melee, and turning her namesake tails into weapons would make her a terror at close range. But this pales to what Lee has in mind for long range. Hyper Beam is a ferocious technique spoken of in hushed whispers. Few Pokémon have what it takes to use the move in the first place, let alone master it. Even novices can reshape the landscape with it, and Ninetales could make fantastic use of a powerful, normal-type beam attack. The poorly understood C-opponents within Hyper Beam that allow a Pokémon to unleash such unearthly amounts of energy at once will arguably be more useful to Ninetales later, though. If she and Lee can reverse engineer that. Finally, Dig is almost exclusively to introduce Nine to Ground Tay. The move will be useful on its own merits, but the end goal of learning it is to use it as a stepping stone to other ground techniques. With ground at her disposal, Nine will be able to effectively counter other fire types with unfavorable secondary types, such as Fire Ground or Fire Dark. Lee can thank some poor guy in his BattleNet Megathread for this decision, as the poster proudly announced that he acquired a Houndoom with Flashfire, an ability that completely negates fire moves, to counter Ninetales. The Fire Dark Pokémon that's immune to Bot H Fire and Psychic type attacks might be the worst matchup Nine can face. Lee replied with the word, dig, and muted the thread for a few days, much to Ninetales' amusement. Then, almost as an afterthought, Lee decided that everyone, eventual 6th Pokémon included, will be getting Protect. Damn near every Pokémon can learn it, and it's too useful to not have. In the Pokémon games, Protect negates all incoming damage outside of a few rare circumstances, and it works much the same here. Only an attack of truly monstrous power can break Protect's barrier. According to Zinnia, the Draconid stronghold outside of Falarbor would provide an excellent place for some private training, meaning Lee will be free to teach his Pokémon 1 TM at a time and help them master each move before moving on to the next. By the time they're back on the road, every one of them should have a greatly expanded repertoire. Seems sound to me. Ninetales nods, following Lee's thoughts. Inside the fox is a twinge of excitement at the prospect of a handful of new moves, with Dig being the only exception. Already she can imagine her fur covered in filth. Even with a bite of dirt on You'd still be the most beautiful Pokémon in Hoenn, Lee insists. He presses a hand to Nine's chest, just to the side of her scar, and measures her heart rate. Your heart is calming down and plenty fast, and our breathing is settling. You'll be back to 100% in no time. The fox huffs, a smidgen of her foul mood returning. It cannot come soon enough. The pair remain there on the bench for a time, their silent chatter turning inconsequential, which Lee can't help but find to be a pleasant change of pace. I finished my last book last night. Ninetales begins, her troubles fading from the forefront of her mind. The Cerulean account is a fascinating read. To be certain, though I can't help but feel as if the author glossed over a number of important details. There was never a stated reason as to how Cinnabar Island and Tihi Pallet Outpost began to Poak HC Borne merchant traffic from the Cerulean port TS located on Route 24. One can certainly assume that they lowered their tariffs as low as Kanto would allow, but that does not explain why even ships coming from the north, like from the growing Isui, would be willing to circumvent Kanto's entire eastern flank and add weeks to their trip. Oh Arceus, she's talking about geopolitical history again. If he couldn't lift the knowledge directly from Ninetales' mind, Lee would be so lost. Even if he finds the subject dull, Lee listens dutifully. The topic drifts here and there, from Book S and history. I would like to take up calligraphy, if funds will allow it. 9 gives Lee a hopeful look. Other eyes mentioned that it was used as a meditative art form during the days of the shogunate and I found myself intrigued by the concept. Learning Old Cantonese along Tihi Way may also be useful later. Lee smiles and holds the fox a little tighter. Remind me, and we'll order a starter kit tonight. Ninetales nuzzles her face into the crook of Lee's neck, purring softly in her throat. To Lee's research, why I believe that the Cinnabar Laboratory might be onto something. Ancestral memory may be recorded within the DNA of Pokemon AC according to their research, and I can certainly see that being true. The amount of genetic variance between differing Pokémon species outside of key sequences is odd, and that data burned in the DNA may be what is causing such an unusual amount of genetic drift. Lee finishes, taking a breath even though he relayed everything with telepathy. And considering the level up method of learning MOVs, perhaps i.e. concentration within the body is what is responsible for activating these dormant genes. A typical learn set wouldn't account for all of the uncategorized junk DNA, though. For all we know, it might be possible for any Pokemon to learn every move. If not that, then the Unis-Ed genes must be for something. 9 seems a little dizzy from the dump of information and theory, and Lee can feel her mind prodding his to get a replay of what he just said. Indeed, beloved. I agree. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. To things much more inconsequential, like happenings online. Oh my god, they actually did it. Lee murmurs aloud, turning his phone to show Ninetales the screen. Junesoft, the gacha game makers who contacted Lee to see if they could use his likeness in their game, Pocket Masters Epic, weren't messing around and actually added him and Ninetales as attainable characters. They added Lee and Ninetales as a 4-star, epic, drop, and Lee and Grovyle as a 3-star, rare, drop. Junesoft sent him an email earlier this morning letting him know when to expect royalty deposits and informing him that they awarded his account with both characters. Lee has always felt that gacha games are a waste, but Brendan introduced him to this one, and so far it's a decent enough time waster. Naturally, the game is about collecting famous trainers and their signature Pokemon, then battling NPCs and other players with them, making it a vague mirror of another Pokemon mobile game that existed back on Lee's Earth. Never did he imagine that he would be in one of these games, though. 4 out of 5 stars. Ninetales is affronted. She frowns heavily. They should have made us a 5. 5 might be the official highest, but there are ones who are 6, 7, and other hidden rank I'm forgetting. B. Rendon W. as bouncing of F the walls when he got a 6-star from Sinnoh's Battle Frontier. Palmer, I think it was. Lee blinks at his phone and rotates the virtual models of him and Ninetales. He clicks his tongue at the exaggerated scars and scowl on his character's face. He opens his browser and logs into BattleNet, navigating over to the video game section. Surprise, surprise, the newest patch to Pocket Masters Epic and the release of new characters has kicked the hornet's nest. No one seems to be complaining about Lee and Ninetales, so they must be fairly balanced in the game, but there is a thread complaining about Tobias, the Sinnoh trainer who recently captured Latios, being added as a 5-star and upsetting the metagame. Apparently, Tobias and Latios have the highest initiative of any 5-star and a stellar attack rating, meaning the lucky few who have them can sweep anyone without an all-star lineup. No, wait, there is one post in the changelog megathread complaining that Lee and 9 are overtuned. Apparently, Junesoft made Lee's unique perk, Unsung Street Ratagem, synergize way 2WL with 9's unique perk, I will not be denied. According to the poster, anybody who uses Lee and Ninetales is definitely a sweaty tryhard too poor to roll a real frontliner. Lee then looks at the various chat groups he's in, realizing he hasn't checked them in weeks. Fox Friday has the usual chatter. Lee debates bombing them with a photo of Ninetales draped across his lap, and then decides against it. Firemasters is quieter. The latest post is from Flint in Sinnoh's Elite Four. He included a picture of his goofy, smiling face with a dour blonde man beside him. Behind the pair are a boardwalk and the open ocean. 9TT is a ghost town as usual, with only Lococo online as she always is. Finally, there are the myriad of other chat groups Lee is in, but doesn't really interact with. One for amateur academics, one for rare Pokemon hunters, one for rumors and gossip, and a number of others, none of which are of any real consequence. After a moment of indecisiveness, he taps on the one for the rare Pokemon hunters and skims through the recent conversations. Thinking on our sixth member, beloved? Ninetales asks, already knowing the answer. Yeah, I am. Lee continues scrolling. Now that I can fly on Sea Orvie, we can realistically get anywhere in the region within just a few days. Hell, if we feel like it, we could probably go to a DFF errant region altogether. With that kind of freedom available, I'm wondering hat sort of Pokemon might be a good fit for our sixth slot. Outside of Octi's Ice Beam, we don't have a good ans W for dragons, so an ICE type or a fairy type would be nice. Or a dragon type on our side, 9 supplies. Surely Meteor falls in the Draconid tribal land have no shortage of them. True, that would save a lot of logistical headaches. Besides Corvi, we're also lacking a Bull KY fighter. A Dragon C old fit both. 9 can sense his doubts, however. But you don't wish to deal with a typical Dragon S mentality. I don't Lee frowns. Zinnia's crash course in Dragon ticket makes me a bit leery of them. I have no PR problems with the song and donk of dominance displays, but I don't like using physical force when it comes to solving issues with inter-team relations. I didn't like it as a zookeeper, and I don't like it now. The golden fox yawns, putting her pearly whites on display for a moment. You still want an Eevee, I take it? Finding little of interest in the chat group, Lee scrolls a bit further. A little. I still want a Vaporeon because I think their hydrokinetic bodies are fascinating, but at the same time, doubling up on TYPES doesn't seem wise when Octi is already great at what he does. An Umbreon might be nice. They're outrageously tough and crappy for their size, so one could be a welcome addition as a tanky fighter. Ice was an RW Helming type in the games, but looking around on Battle.net has shown me that a little creativity goes a long way with Ice, so AG Glaceon W old also be a welcome addition. Ninetales nods along. UW Air considering OT hers as well, correct? I recall Audino, MIL Tank, and Hans EY were high on our list for their restorative abilities. A dedicated healer would be fantastic, Lee thinks with a sigh. In an ideal world, there would be a Pokemon that can heal, no cell dragons, fight, not overlap WITHR other types, and still be attainable. His thoughts go to Gardevoir and Galarian Rapidash, who fill all of the criteria except for the attainable part. No one finds a Ralts, as the timid Pokemon use their empathetic powers to pick out trainers on their own, and promptly teleport away when threatened. As for Rapidash's colorful cousin, not only are they difficult to find in the wild, the small number of ranches with the expertise to breed them are all the way in Galar and demand adoption fees that approach 6 figures. For that amount of money, he would prefer an Eevee. I suppose I'll just have to make a choice in Edel. Ninetales, apparently tired of sitting, shuffles off of Lee's legs and stands, giving herself a full body shake as she does. The shake aggravates some of her lingering aches, which Lee acutely feels in his own body, but it passes in only a second. I'm feeling rested. Let's go for a walk. Lee stands as well, giving both of his legs a shake to get his blood moving. Lead the way, he sends back, locking and ketting his phone. The town that the group stopped at along Route 109 is small. It's almost more of a village, really, considering the main street holds roughly 90% of everything there is to see. From what little Lee has gathered from looking around, it seems as though many of the residents sustain themselves by being a resting place for trainers going to and from Laverage, as evidenced by the many inns, bed and breakfasts, restaurants, and a disproportionately large Poke Mart. The other major industry in town is a large mining operation that set up shop in Mount Forina, an ore-rich mountain along the western side of the town. The valley town reminds Lee of beautiful Appalachia, deep in west. Virginia, where he spent more than one youthful summer with his grandparents. The sight of Ninetails strolling down north the street doesn't draw as many eyes as it did in Laverage. More than one person slows down to watch them pass. But it's not the pointing and grabbing for cell phone cameras that it was in the previous town. It's surprisingly refreshing. It still gets me how damn near everything in this world is so pleasant. Lee smiles to himself, looking around. Idly, he casts his mind to Ninetails, telepathically feeling up and down her body, taking stock of it with the same ease he would his own. The trainer finds himself pleased that the sedate pace they've set isn't aggravating any of her lingering aches and pains. I'm hardly an invalid, Nine snaps, irritation coloring her voice. If walking after weeks of bedrest tired me out, then I would hardly be fit to be your ace. I know. I just worry sometimes. Ninetails' annoyance melts away in an instant, replaced with regret. I apologize, beloved. It wasn't my intention to be snippy. I just can't stop dwelling on my failure on the volcano. I should have been able to do more, she says, one of her tails lashing in frustration. Do more? Lee shakes his head, incredulous. He stares down at Ninetails, who refuses to meet his eyes. Nine, you saved my life, nearly at the expense of your own. I'm the one at fault here. I'm the one who let us go up on that volcano without adequate backup, and look what happy Ned. You nearly died, we all nearly died. Your failures are my failures, too, she replies, her lips pulling back into a silent snarl. She quickly schools her expression and takes a calming breath, finally raising her ruby eyes to lock with his blues. I am not only your ace Pokemon, but your partner from now until grim death calls for us, and I would have it no ot her way. I arrogantly believed that nothing could hope to stand up to us, and did not catch the mistake either, so do not take all the blame for yourself. We are both equally at fault no matter what you think. Remember Mabel's words, and do not put yourself down over everything. Lee quickly formulates a reply, but stops himself short when Ninetails silently hushes him, wrapping her mind around his own in a hug of untold intimacy. You still don't agree with me, do I owe you? The fox asks quietly. Lee's silence is all the answer she needs. Nine physically sighs, and a twinge of regret jabs Lee for how he is exhausting her. Let us agree to disagree for now then, and promise that we will both do better for each other. After that, there is no point in dwelling on the past. Doing so is clearly taxing for us both. I can do hat, Lee finally sends back, reaching a hand down to rub the heart mark on her ear. I love you, in. The vixen leans into him, smiling faintly. And we'll do better, Lee silently promises himself. I'll do better. For you, and everyone else. That's such crap, Brendan cries, clawing at his hat in frustration. In his hand, his Poke Gear branded phone flashes with a mocking, defeat, screen. Gah, I hate pay to win Wailords. Beside him, Marsh Tom chortles. The afternoon finds Lee, Zinnia, Brendan, and their Pokemon back in the park. The inn where the trio is staying the night is rather cramped, as all three were forced into a cramped two-bedroom with little more furnishings than a pull-out couch, making anything other than sleeping in there unpleasant at best, and impossible at worst. Forget trying to let all of their Pokemon out. Rather than dealing with the squabbling that will surely result from dinner in such tight quarters, they had left and claimed a corner of the public park with an aged picnic table and a slightly crooked, rectangular charcoal grill jutting from the ground. Thoroughly tired of oppressive thoughts and the lingering malaise hovering around himself and his friends, Lee decided one final splurge was in order and hit up the town supermarket to get everything needed for a cookout. He had cleared out the small meat section of their steak and ground beef, grabbed a bag of potatoes, some whole ears of corn, several packages of buns, all the condiments and fixings he didn't have on hand, and a bag of charcoal. Before he left, Lee made another round and picked out some appropriate replacement ingredients for the herbivores like Grovyle and Breloom, and the ones not too fond of red meat, like Octillery and Marshtomp. Brendan, Zinnia, and their teams were equal parts surprised and elated when Lee and Ninetails returned trailing a train of telekinetically cradled bags. Damn thing, Lee grunts, looking down at the unevenly burning coals in the grill. Due to the supporting pole having probably been bent by a large Pokemon or an especially fat human tripping over it. 9. At his side, Ninetails sticks her muzzle between the grill grate and coalbed, breathing a stream of flames into the coals. The uneven side glows red, warming back up to match the tilted side. Above the coals and on the grate, 4 burgers and a steak sizzle with more intensity. Thank you. Lee smiles, getting one in turn from his fox as she pulls back. At the picnic table, Zinnia and her Pokémon are tearing into their food with all the manners of dragons. Zinnia is halfway through a rare, borderline raw steak, her corn cob is bare, and 2 of the 3 burgers she took are gone. How she can eat like she does and still maintain a slim figure is beyond Lee. At her feet, Tyrant mirrors his trainer to a disturbing degree. Huge bites of his meal disappear in his maw with little in the way of chewing. The little dino also took a baked pot auto. The ND didn't bother extracting it from the foil it was wrapped in, instead crunching Dao N on the aluminum as if he didn't even notice. All that is left is a few scraps of foil. Swablu and Gumi are a bit more clean. The bird opted for just grilled corn and somehow didn't cover herself in butter despite tearing it Dao N to the cob in record time. Gumi, meanwhile, swallowed his burger in a single bite and let it dissolve in his acidic mouth. Shelgon had a single bite of Zinnia's steak and called it quits, still in the middle of his evolutionary fast. Even knowing that a Shelgon's lack of appetite is normal, Lee still cringes a bit when he looks at Shelgon. All of the healed-over cracks in his shell would fade faster if the orb-like dragon would eat a bit more. At Lee's feet, Electrike, Mawile, and Shinx all sit patiently and wait for the next round of food to be done. Some are more patient with others, though, Lee thinks to himself, watching Mawile's crocodile-like jaws drool in the grass. He lets his gaze wander. Corvi is over beneath a tree, resting along with Octillery as they wait to be called for food. Either wants to be in the sun, one because he'll overheat in his armor, and the other because he'll dry out. It's good to see the Corvid and Cephalopod hattering quietly, as they didn't seem too fond of each other before Corvi's evolution. Grovyle, meanwhile, is lying in the grass along with Breloom. The grass types leisurely sun themselves, but Lee cringes when he lays eyes upon Grovyle. So many of his scales, especially on his chest, are deformed or pale from his burn scars, but it looks like a nightly application of Rost-infused cream. The same stuff that Lee uses to keep his own scars pliant, is helping minimize everything. It obviously chafes Grovyle, who is so used to training daily, that his body refuses to move how he wishes. The Wood G Echo has few tells that slip through his aloof attitude, but Lee can see the annoyed bow NCE of his chewing twig whenever Grovyle is reminded of his injuries. Every day, he's able to push his limbs a little farther, pulling at his scarred skin, but not as far as he could at the height of his health. It's going to be some time before he gets everything back, and it's heartening to Lee that Grovyle finally seems to be accepting that he can't work himself to the bone. For now, at least. Lee touches his spatula to one of the steaks on the grill, and judging it to be right at the halfway point between rare and medium rare, he scoops it up, plates it, and hands it Dao N to Mawile. The fairy looks at the slab of meat with glee, her eyes starry and bot H of her mouths watering. Her croc jaws begin to rise and drape over her shoulder, ready to snap up the meal in one bite. A canine whine interrupts her. Looking to the side, Mawile is treated to the sight of both Electrike and Shinx looking at her with large, despondent eyes. Shinx wavers slightly, letting her gaze fall to the steak for a moment before fixing her eyes forward again. Mawile grimaces, her shoulders tensing as if she were just stabbed. She looks between the steaming meat on her plate and the pair of younglings giving her big Growlithe eyes, indecision coloring every movement. Then with a pained hiss, she shakily holds the plate out to Electrike, trying, and mostly failing, to put a sincere smile on her face. Stubby tail wagging so fast that it's practically a blur, Brendan's giant, electric puppy takes the steak right off the plate and trots over to a shady spot, Shinx bounding along with him. He tears the meat in half, then promptly cedes the larger half to a loudly purring Shinx without a fuss. Mawile drops to her hands and knees dramatically, a mournful moan leaving her. Oh, don't be like that. Lee rolls his eyes and bends over, picking up the discarded plate. Taking a patty off the grill, he assembles a regular burger from the spread of ingredients laid out on the folding camp table next to him and hands it to Mawile. The fairy is back on her feet in an instant and shoves the sandwich into her rearward-facing jaws, shredding it between her teeth like a wild animal. Geez. Lee smiles awkwardly at the sight. He takes 2 more patties off the grill and puts more on to cook. With the 2 he took off, he makes a double burger, leaving out the onions, and holds it at hip height. What are you? Ninetails begins to question before her stomach growls. The inside of her ears turn pink in a blush, and as nonchalantly as she can, she bites into the offered sandwich. The taste of the burger and Ninetail's satisfaction both wash over Lee, and he smiles as both are equally pleasant. Looking over his shoulder, Lee finally focuses on Brendan. The boy is still occupied by his cell phone, seemingly disinterested in any of the food being prepared. Considering his appetite as a growing boy, it's unusual, to say the least. His usually smiling face is instead neutral, as though troubled. It seems as if the young trainer has been smiling less and less over the last week. Something must be troubling him. Brendan? Lee calls to the younger trainer. You alright? You look kind of down. Brendan jumps, apparently not expecting to be addressed. He puts his phone down and plasters a thin smile on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit bummed about a losing streak, he says, lifting his phone and giving it a shake. Beside the young Birch, Zinnia's eyes sharpen, and she slows her eating. For a brief moment, Zinnia and Lee lock eyes. She's noticed, too. Okay. Lee lets the word hang. When Brendan doesn't spill, he continues. If something was wrong, you'd say something, right? Brendan nods, though it looks rather unconvincing to Lee. Clicking his tongue, Lee returns his attention to cooking. What's eating you, Brendan? You're certain that this is needed? Courtney weakly asks, looking at her new quarters within the magma hideout. It's Spartan, even by her own pragmatic standards. A bed, a filled bookshelf, a desk with pens and stationery, a dresser with a mirror atop it, and a small door leading to an even smaller lavatory. Air circulates from somewhere, but Courtney can't see from where. Leader Maxie's orders, ma'am, the lieutenant escorting her says. Courtney can't tell who the lieutenant is on account of the bulky, psychic dampening helmet they wear, but they sound like a man beneath the polarized visor. Standard quarantine post-contact with hostile telepaths is 4 weeks. Your decontamination will start at 0700 hours tomorrow. If it is Leader Maxie who ordered it, then Courtney is in no place to argue. Stepping inside the rehabilitation quarters, Courtney looks around and realizes that she's never seen them from the inside. She's seen the schematics countless times in her dogmatic pursuits to ensure that everything within magma is up to par, but being inside one is completely different. There is a slam and a click, and the magma admin whirls around, seeing that the heavy steel door behind her has been shut and locked. Her first instinct is to reach for the Pokeballs on her belt, only to stop. Her Pokemon were separated from her. Safety concerns, said the medical officer who evaluated her. We don't want your Pokemon to be endangered by unwilling orders from you in the event you were implanted with time delay or conditional compulsions. We'll take care of them. With an anxious sigh, Courtney slowly trudges over to the bed and sits, staring down at her hands. Everything seemed to be going well enough when Leader Maxie rescued everyone, using Claydol to teleport them safely to a hidden clearing on the eastern part of Mount Chimney's flank. As per standard protocol, all of the members scattered and made their way back to the hideout at random times to throw off pursuers. Courtney was one of the last ones to arrive. She immediately made herself useful and began gathering the various lieutenants and low-ranking members of the volcano operation. She received reports and debriefs from each one, then forwarded everything to Leader Maxie in a secure email. Things would play out calmly for some time afterward, and Courtney was thankful for the return to normality. Leader Maxie was scarce, likely dealing with the fallout of the botched operation. Courtney began to shift her priorities, starkly remembering the words of Lee Henson on top of the volcano. Magma is up here on this volcano for one purpose. They intend to awaken Groudon and T-Rai to leash it like a rabid dog. How? How did he know? Who leaked the information to him? Magma must have some sort of information leak, and for ruining their plans so thoroughly, Courtney found herself determined to plug the leak permanently. She began sorting through all the member dossiers, trying to find who in the world would dare interfere with Leader Maxie's vision. Then everything began to change all at once. Countless magma assets were recalled, filling the hideout to capacity, and then some. Some were dismissed, and new blood was brought in to replace them. What struck Courtney as strange is that she wasn't consulted on any of those changes. She reached out to Bot H Tabitha and Leader Maxie, only to get no reply. Then out of the blue, Tabitha and a host of lieutenants barged into her office, with Tabitha declaring that Courtney had been compromised. She stood up and argued her case, only to be silenced when Tabitha spoke those damning words. The order comes from Leader Maxie. She wanted to ask why, but she set her jaw and allowed herself to be led off. Leader Maxie must have a reason. In the medical wing, a psychic specialist saw to her and declared her a risk within 30 seconds. Her Pokeballs were seized before her Pokemon could do anything rash. Then she was led to this room. Was I really compromised? Courtney's breath hitches in her throat, her usually placid face screwing itself up into horror. Did that Ninetales slip past my blocks? No, that's impossible. But how did Henson know? Her hands grip her head, and the room seems to spin. Was someone actually in her head without her knowing? What other secrets did they acquire? What else do they know? All of Magma, all the time, effort, and ambition might be in danger now. Henson might have everything. For all the damage she may have caused, though, something else hurts just as much now that the botched mission won't leave her mind. Should anybody have power like that? Are people even able to handle power like that? I don't know, and the more I think about it, the more fishy the plan to Aken Groudon becomes. If I'm being truthful, Courtney, then, I didn't want to join Magma for their goal anyway. I wanted to join to be around YOU. Brendan could have been an admin like her, he could have helped them change the world. Then at the last moment, he turned on Magma. Should anybody have power like that? Are people even able to handle power like that? She wants to say it. She wants to say that leader Maxi is the one, that he alone can lead them into a new era, a shining era, one where man is no longer subject to the whims of the world beneath their feet. But she hesitates. She hesitates. Courtney's eyes shoot wide open, and for the first time since her childhood, she wants to scream. She has been compromised. She's betrayed Magma without even meaning to. Act 2, Chapter 21. Falarbor isn't exactly what Lee expected it to be. In the Pokemon games, Falarbor is a small, barren town on account of the volcanic ash from Mount Chimney. Much of central Hoenn is subject to a north-blowing jet stream, so once Mount Chimney's ashes are free of the volcano's updraft, they should be blown onto Falarbor. That wouldn't make for a sustainable settlement in real life, though, constantly living in a downpour of soot. In the anime, Falarbor is just another town surrounded by lush green forests on all sides, as geography was never really accounted for. Why would it be? The mostly child audience wouldn't care one way or another. The reality is quite a bit more interesting. As Lee, Brendan, and Zinnia begin their final approach into town, Lee looks up, finding the sky clear and blue. High above, wisps of gray and black soot flit in the air, only to stop as though hitting a wall around Falarbor's southern perimeter. More ash builds up along the invisible wall, persisting against the unseen barrier for 15 minutes at a time, before it's suddenly pulled down to a distant place on the ground, hidden from view by the forestry. It's as if a giant vacuum cleaner has sucked all of the ash up. The Grumpig glassmakers on the southern side of town are the ones keeping the place clean, Zinnia says, answering the unspoken question on Lee's face. Whenever the volcano acts up, they use a big psychic net to catch all the ash that would fall into the town. Then they compress it, melt it, and make all sorts of stuff out of it. The place is regionally famous for its glass wind instruments. Ninetales perks up, though with her being in her ball, only Lee notices. Truly? She asks. That sounds as if it might make an interesting stop. We'll have to swing by. Then, Lee sends back. How far away is your tribe's land, Zinnia? Brendan asks, giving the dragon tamer a sidelong glance. Zinnia looks up at the wispy soot above. Not far. The main village is situated outside of Meteor Falls to the west of town, and it's a 3-hour walk. With a Pokemon mount, it's way shorter. The main village? Lee questions. You mentioned a while back that we were actually going to a stronghold. I take it that the stronghold is within Meteor Falls itself? Zinnia nods, her usual smile absent. It's been absent for the last several days. Yeah, it's only accessible by air. It'll be a good place for us to hang out and train in peace. And they'll be okay with outsiders like Brendan and I? Lee continues. A frown finds its way to Zinnia's face. If they aren't, then I'll invoke my powers as Lorekeeper and declare you guys are necessary for the continued survival of the Draconids. I know I told Lee that I had some things to share. She turns to Brendan, who stiffens under the intense stare, and if you want to hear it, Brendan, then you can too. Just be warned that, once you hear what I have to say about the Draconids and my mission as Lorekeeper, you're going to be involved in something big. Once we're safely in the stronghold, I'll tell you guys everything. Oh shit. Lee nearly forgot. He said he would tell Zinnia about his origins. Now the exchange is actually upon them, maybe less than a day away. What do I even say? Hey, this sounds crazy, but I'm from a parallel universe where Pokemon are just children's entertainment. I'm sure that will go over well. You have Grovyle, Corviknight, and I to vouch for you, beloved, Ninetales silently soothes. If Brendan and Zinnia require proof, then I can give them whatever you wish me to. Ah, right. Lee did forget that Ninetales can actually use telepathy with other people if she cares to. He sighs in relief. That makes things so much easier. It's good to see that the secret dump is still on, Lee weakly jokes. I'm still thinking about the best way to explain my life before I became a Pokemon trainer. Ninetales might need to join in with some telepathic assistance. A couple of the things I have to say might be hard to swallow, he says, looking between Brendan and Zinnia. Zinnia accepts the warning with a cool nod. Brendan looks away, his face twisting into guilt at the mention of a secret dump. Neither Zinnia nor Lee miss it. Brendan? Lee begins gently. Something has been bothering you ever since we left Laveridge. I know you said it was nothing, but now we're all starting to get worried. What's going on? The young trainer doesn't meet Lee's eyes. Biting his lip and nervously fingering his belt right next to his Pokeballs, Brendan doesn't answer right away, forcing Lee to hold up a hand and forestall an interrogation from a disgruntled Zinnia. After a long minute, Brendan finally begins to speak. So, he gulps, still unable to look at Lee or Zinnia's faces. Back up on the volcano, when I went with Courtney, you all remember that, right? Duh, Zinnia answers, her face losing its annoyed edge in the wake of Brendan's uncertainty. That was a slick move you pulled, getting in close to wreck that machine. Brendan nods weakly. Yeah, about that. He finally looks up. I wasn't going to double cross magma. What? Lee's eyes widen, wondering what in the world the kid is talking about. He shares a glance with Zinnia, but she seems equally clueless. 9? I haven't any idea what he's speaking of, either, the vixen sends. You weren't going to double cross them? Lee questions, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Brendan nods again, his voice growing weak. I was going to join them for real. I was this close. He raises a hand, his thumb and pointer finger a centimeter apart, to actually doing it. I tried to get Courtney to say that she wasn't in on it, or that you were wrong, but... He lowers his hand and trails off, distraught. After all we've done together, I was about to throw it all away because I'm gullible, and it came down to a split-second decision. I can't keep it to myself anymore, he cries. I don't want to hear what either of you have to say, or whatever secrets you have. Someone might trick me into giving it all away. All at once, it strikes Lee just how critical a mistake it was not trying harder to discern Courtney's motives. It never occurred to him that Brendan might have been her ultimate goal all along. Stop. Don't pin all the blame upon ourself. Ninetales is quick to jump in, her mental tone biting. I did not see it, either. We know better now. Magma and Aqua will not be allowed to work such schemes around us anymore, she says, audibly bitter about the failure. It takes a moment for Brendan's words to sink in for Zinnia. When they do, her face twists itself into fury, and her hands clench into white-knuckled fists. She marches forward towards the guilt-racked boy, practically stomping on the ground. 3 of the 4 Pokeballs on Brendan's belt wiggle in warning, a very clear message to the approaching Zinnia. Zinnia cares none, and keeps walking forward to pull shocked Brendan into a hug. That bitch. Zinnia's growl is downright animalistic, but her snarl is mostly hidden by Brendan's hat, thanks to how close she holds the boy. That bitch. Kid. Why are you apologizing when she is the one who manipulated you? The dragon tamer demands, pulling her head back to stare at a speechless Brendan. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you think I was going to be mad? Lee finally finds his own words and clears his throat. I have to agree here, Brendan, he begins, drawing an incredulous look from the boy. Stepping closer, Lee puts a comforting hand on the young trainer's shoulder. We're the adults here, and some of the blame is on us. We were the ones who let Courtney even get close enough to you to pull her stunts, and it was all just to try and get her to slip and reveal some of Magma's secrets. That cunt didn't lie about the part where we were on to her from the get-go. Zinnia mumbles into Brendan's scalp. You're a real honest kid, Brendan, so Lee and I didn't want to let you in on everything and potentially have you slip up, spooking her into doing something unpredictable. Brendan seems beyond stunned, at this point. He shakes his head slowly, as if he can't believe what he's hearing. You guys aren't mad? He asks, the words weak, fragile, and hopeful above all else. Am I mad that a 12-year-old got manipulated by a high-ranking member of a cult who probably had infiltration training? Lee almost shakes his head. No. Lee's reply is as quick as it is firm. It takes a big man to own up to his mistakes. You could have said nothing and we would have been none the wiser, so I think I can speak for both Zinnia and I when I say the sentiment is appreciated. Damn straight. Zinnia smiles and finally releases Brendan. Just, don't be offended if Doolittle and I keep an eye on you for a while, okay? For the first time in weeks, the gloom around Brendan lifts, and his bright smile returns. He looks between Lee and Zinnia, as if seeing them in a new light. Thank why. Besides, Zinnia interrupts, a smirk forming on her lips. I heard the verbal ass whooping your old man gave you over the phone. Sheesh, I knew a broad-chested guy like that probably had some lungs on him, but I could practically hear the speakers on your phone blowing out. You don't need any from us. Brendan visibly cringes, his cheerful smile straining to remain on his face. Thanks. Let it never be said that Zinnia does not have a talent for ruining a moment. Ninetails dryly observes with only Lee to hear her. And do you think, love? About how Zinnia and I handle this? Lee asks. He can already feel the vague disapproval in Ninetails' emotions, but he wants to hear her put them into words. Ninetails is silent for a moment, long enough for Lee, Zinnia, and Brendan, who is now chattering away, making up for 2 weeks of silence, to get back on the road towards Fallarbor. I think, Nine begins, the minor turmoil within her settling, that, given the circumstances, forgiveness is the correct course, even if part of me is frustrated to admiral at it. Even if part of me is frustrated to admiral at it. Is that the predisposition for grudges that Ninetails as a species seems to have, perhaps? It's heartening to see that Ninetails can work past such emotions. Hopefully, things will go the way Lococo said they would, and Nine's control of her instincts will tighten. So, boy s. Zinnia crosses her arms behind her head as she walks. Anything that needs to be done while we're in Fallarbor? The Draconid village outside of Meteor Falls has a general store and a clinic, but anything more specialized than that, and you'll have to come back to town. I'm going to have to come back regardless, Lee muses. I've cancelled on Mabel far too much over the last month, and I need to meet the psychic specialist Nigel wants for that study. Who knows, maybe the specialist will have some insight on the deeper parts of what is bothering Ninetails. Lee apparently didn't bother to keep his thoughts private, as Ninetails radiates a wave of displeasure as he thinks that. The displeasure dissipates as Lee wraps her in the telepathic equivalent of a hug. I'm going to visit the Pokemart for some supplies, Brendan answers. Zinnia's question. My potion bottle is about empty, and I need to get a Pokeball to replace the one I broke while catching Mawile. Another Pokeball? Zinnia seems surprised, then her surprise transforms into a grin. Thinking about getting a dragon in the falls? Brendan makes an undecided noise in his throat. Maybe. I think Marshtomp is on the home stretch to evolution, and once he's there, I'm really gonna consider who I want for my 5th and 6th slots. Well, if you decide on getting a dragon, Meteor Falls is the place to do it. Zinnia smiles. I can show you the little lagoon where I got Gumi. If the breeding cycles of the falls are still synced up, then there might even be Dratini there. Damn, Dratini? The precursor to Dragonite? Lee silently feels his reservations about acquiring a dragon type begin to waver. Zinnia turns to Lee. What about you, Doolittle? Got anything to do in town? And since Little Hero here brought it up, any ideas on who your 6th Pokemon will be? I need to pick up a bunch of TMs I ordered from the Pokemart, and probably audit all of my current gear just to be safe, Lee muses aloud. As for a 6th Pokemon, that's still up in the air. I've been looking at various breeders while we've been on the road. Zinnia seems both amused and exasperated as Lee mentions breeders. Brendan simply nods along as if he was expecting the answer. And I've got a few promising ones picked out that I want to visit, Lee continues. If I can't get my hands on either a bulky fighter or a healer, then I might have to ask you to help me hunt a dragon, Zinnia. Zinnia grins in reply, and it's positively feral. What kinds of TMs did you get? Brendan asks, looking at Lee with a raised eyebrow. Since you know how to make moves, I figured you wouldn't need TMs. Lee hesitates and looks to the side of the road, watching a dustox flit and flutter in the shade of a distant tree. After all the unpleasantries back on Mount Chimney, I decided that there were some gaps that need to be closed immediately in my team's repertoire. On a more long-term side, this also introduces them to new forms of Tay, which makes learning more moves later on easier. Brendan nods slowly. Makes sense. Heck, I might see what TMs the Fallarbor Pokemart has on hand now that you mention it. So, what did you get? When Lee recites the shopping list, Brendan's eyes are wide long before the last TM is named. Geez, how much did that run you? When Lee remains silent, Brendan's face twists into pity. That bad, huh? Arm and a fucking leg, Lee mutters. I'm going to have to fly back to Mauville and give Sylph another new move to cover the tab. Before long, the trio enters Fallarbor proper, and the well-trod north dirt road transitions into asphalt and sidewalks. The town is on the smaller side, without much in the way of distinguishing features, so the trio hurry along down the main street, swiftly finding the Pokemart. Upon entering the shop, everyone scatters to grab what they need. Lee himself sticks close to the front of the building and finds a wall to lean against. Pulling his backpack off and placing it on the ground, he unzips it and peers at the disorganized mess within with a critical eye. Ninetales apparently takes the stop as her cue to release herself. On Lee's belt, her ball shakes, then pops open in a flash of light, depositing the fox at his side. I won't hear any protest. Ninetales heads Lee off before he can turn his head towards her. The air is not filled with soot or anything that may bother my lungs, and I have spent most of the last week within my ball. 2 weeks of recovery is enough. Lee grumbles. He sucks in a deep breath himself, and Nine, already knowing his intentions, synchronizes her breathing with his, letting him compare his own breath with hers. The disembodied feeling of Nine's sternum expanding and contracting is as easy as can be expected. She's not yet back to where she was before the volcano, but she's in a better place, certainly. With a mental sigh, Lee gives in to Nine's demand. Okay, tell me if you get winded, though, all right? Beloved, you can tell when I am hunger why before I do these days, the vixen says with a roll of her eyes. But yes, if it makes you feel better, I promise to speak up. That's all I ask. After spending a few minutes taking stock of his supplies, Lee, with Ninetales in tow, explores the Pokemart for a bit. After grabbing a mart basket, Lee stops by the flying aisle and grabs some goggles along with a face scarf, which will make flying on Corviknight that much better. After that, they move to the electric aisle and get a new multimeter for Shinx, who has outgrown her current one. The little kitten is now pushing over 50,000 volts at 40 milliamps, enough that a multimeter rated for weak electric types is topping out. My baby is growing too fast. Lee gives the cartoonish Raichu on the multimeter packaging a bittersweet smile and drops it into the basket. Maybe I should see if I can find a bat TLE for Shinx before we leave for the Draconid village. After gathering a few other things of a more mundane variety, Lee and Ninetales walk over to the front of the store, where all of the locked displays are. Behind the glass displays are the usual expensive things, like Pokeballs, high-end medicine, a few middling-grade evolution stones, and a handful of the things that Lee is really interested in. Held items. The various leagues around the world all have their own rules on special equipment that Pokemon can take into battle with them, but many of the general guidelines are the same. Typically, a Pokemon can only enter an official match with a single item, be it a berry, a tool, or a weapon. The rule is good to have, and was implemented after some Goob R gave his Beware a whole sack of citrus berries in an official tournament back in the day, but the rule is less important than most think. Many items that passively enhance the performance of Pokemon, like Grovile's Miracle Seed, do air mysterious work by radiating type energy in sync with their wielders. If two items are in too close proximity to each other, then the Te radiated by each item will conflict with the other, causing a greatly diminished effect. This isn't the case with all items, but it affects enough that most trainers don't see the point in experimenting. Lee learned all that from a recent delve into the world of held items, and he also learned that a number of the more outlandish held items simply don't exist here. Leftovers, something Lee abused rather egregiously in the video games, isn't a real item here much to his chagrin. Same with the shell bell, the eject button, lucky punch, ring target, rocky helmet, and a number of others also have no analogs. Falarber's Pokemart doesn't really have much in the way of desirable held items. Some cellophane-wrapped power herbs, white herbs, and mental herbs, a few smoke balls, and an empty display where there was apparently a flame orb. Looks like I'm going to have to suffer through ONL in bidding WRs if I want anything from my team. Lee sighs. Making a mental note to start watching auctions, he makes his way over to the Pokemart checkout. Must be quite the order. The elderly lady manning the cash register comments as she rings Lee's items up and produces a cardboard road box labeled Sylph Company. From behind the counter, the deliveryman had me sign for your package in triplicate. Lee offers the grandmotherly woman a smile as he hands over his debit card. Pokemon training supplies just seem to get more and more expensive, don't they? For certain. The cashier clicks her tongue. As she finishes ringing Lee up, she reaches into a transparent tub of bone-shaped biscuits by her cash register. Taking one, she leans over the counter and offers one to Ninetales. For you, dear. The fox screws her face up into a mixed expression, like she's not sure if she should be offended at the pet-like treatment or impressed with the elderly woman's bravery. Regardless, 9 takes the offered treat so as to not appear rude. She croons a low, half-hearted thanks as she crunches into the morsel. That biscuit tastes better than I would have expected, Lee thinks to himself, looking at the brand name on the tub before bidding the cashier farewell. Better than W hat the work dogs back at the zoo W air trained with. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. I still don't understand why you felt the need to try your animal's food, Lee. Ninetails rolls her eyes and licks her lips, cleaning up any errant crumbs. I wouldn't feed anyone or anything in my care any food I wouldn't eat myself. Outside the mart, both Zinnia and Brendan stand, having finished their shopping before Lee and Ninetails have. As the man and fox approach, they pick up what the other two trainers are talking about. It doesn't really matter to me. Brendan shrugs. It would be nice to rest since we've been walking all day, but a few more hours won't kill me. Zinnia withdraws her phone from her pocket, unlocks it, and opens up her browser. Let's rest and finish off the trip tomorrow then. Hanging with the Draconids can be pretty exhausting for outsiders, and the last thing you want to do is appear vulnerable around a bunch of dragons. She looks up, finally noticing Lee and Ninetails. There you guys are. Little Hero and I were just discussing getting a hotel for the night. Like I was saying, you might want to be rested up. It will also give me some time to give you guys an idea of what to expect. Lee nods easily. Sure. I was hoping to try and scrounge up a battle or two for Shinx, anyway. With Falarbor being on the small side for a town and in a part of Hoenn without a gym, the town isn't well equipped for accommodating traveling trainers, forcing Lee, Zinnia, and Brendan into a 2-bedroom in an older inn. A grumbling Brendan loses the 3-way rock-paper-scissors game for the beds, and is forced to take up residence on the pull-out couch. Once their things are situated in the room, they venture out to a nearby park with several packed dirt battlegrounds scattered around. Claiming a corner of the park to themselves, Lee, Zinnia, and Brendan release their Pokémon for a late lunch. Once all the various food bowls are passed out, the trio of trainers all sit down at a nearby picnic table and dig into their own lunches. By the time they've sat down, Ninetails and Shelgon have both finished their food. EACH Pokémon returns to the side of their respective trainers to better listen in on the coming conversation. Alright, let me give you boys the rundown of how things work in the Draconid tribe, Zinnia exclaims, twiddling the last bit of a sandwich between her fingers. After wolfing down the last bite, she continues. First and foremost, don't take shit from anybody. There are a few exceptions to this rule, but I'll point out who to avoid as we encounter them. Don't take shit from anyone, huh? Lee asks, raising an eyebrow. Zinnia, if we're guests in the tribe, shouldn't we not rock the boat? He asks, Brendan nodding along next to him. Starting fights seems counterproductive. Zinnia shakes her head, making her dark locks bounce. No, that's where you're wrong. Most of my tribesmen won't bother you, but it'll reflect poorly on you if you don't rise to a challenge, or at least call them out. If someone wants to get in your face and be rude, challenge them to a Pokémon battle, and don't pull your punches. Fuck their whole day up, she insists. Perhaps this visit will be more fun than he expected if that is the first rule. Ninetails' eyes shine. Zinnia's voice then shifts, and it sounds as if she's chewing on rocks. Go ma rock ya gon, ts2k gans ha. Y or skol, vaz belkin gon, harush, she recites in a tongue that sounds as if a human mouth shouldn't be able to speak it. Most everyone in the tribe speaks Galarian, but if they don't, or if they're being a jerk, hit 'em with that and they have to agree to a battle to save face. I'll write it down later, along with a couple of other phrases for you guys to practice. Your tribe's first language isn't Galarian? Lee corrects his slip-up at the last second. He goes to reach for his notebook, but when he reaches into the backpack leaning against the picnic table, the cardboard road box of TMs gets in the way. Already, the foreign words he's heard only once are a chore to recall, but he can feel Ninetails snatching up the info into her steel trap of a mind for later. Zinnia shrugs and makes a so-so gesture with her hand. Spoken Draconid has a ton of loanwords at this point, so it really depends on how you look at it. Back to the topic at hand, though, don't let anyone push you around, otherwise everyone will think they can push you around. A Draconid tribesman can smack down a regular trainer without any issues, but you boys shouldn't have to worry about much. Like I said, I'll point out the exceptions when we come across them. What's the phrase you told us mean? Brendan asks, leaning forward in open interest. Zinnia thinks to herself for a moment. If you're going literally, it means, by my right as a warrior, I challenge you to a duel. Raise your head, or be known as a coward, she recites with a dramatic flare of her cloak. Kinda lengthy and corny, but that's how the Draconids have told each other to nut up or shut up for generations. A guffaw escapes Brendan's mouth, and Lee can't help the amused smile that plants itself on his face. Nut up or shut up, by TCH, said a dragon tamer to another once upon a time. What a thought. Next up, if someone decides they have a problem with me, don't step in. Just let me handle it, Zinnia continues, a frown finding its way to her face. It's the right of the Draconid lorekeeper to pick their successor, but it really ruffled a lot of feathers that Aster picked me over anyone else, so it's entirely possible that someone might decide that they have a problem with me, she admits, rubbing a fray in her cloak with her fingers. She looks at the fray with eyes that are suddenly wistful, then returns her attention to Lee and Brendan. Since the lorekeeper is supposed to be the most resilient member of the tribe, it will look really bad if I have someone jump to my aid. No matter what gets said or what you want to do, let me handle it. What? Lee furrows his brows. He shares a glance with Ninetails, then with a deeply frowning Brendan. He then sends a look to Shelgon, who stares back with narrow, serious eyes. I can understand Teehee reasoning, but are you sure? Brendan asks, dragging out his words as if Zinnia will reconsider. 100% sure. Zinnia crosses her arms. I'm a big girl, Brendan. I'm not going to get upset if someone says something mean to me. If they really get out of line, I'll trash them in a battle and they lose their right to complain. Brendan looks none too happy, but doesn't complain further. Once she receives no more protest, Zinnia clears her throat and continues on. Okay. Next on the list are our laws. Zinnia leads Brendan and Lee through a number of other rules and things worth knowing, like how the tribal land has its own sovereignty and that many of Hoenn's laws don't apply, how fully evolved dragons should be verbally referred to as a superior regardless if they are around to hear it or not, how the handful of tribe elders should be addressed, some spoken Draconid phrases, and a smattering of other things, all delivered with such enthusiasm that Brendan begins to nod of F. After Zinnia promises to give them a refresher before they leave in the morning, Brendan gets up and makes himself scarce, off to scrounge up a battle. Before Lee can rise and leave, however, Zinnia stops him. Hey, Lee? Zinnia begins, slowly grinning. How about a battle? Swablu needs just one more solid push to evolve, and I don't think any of the local trainers are going to cut it, she says, throwing a look over her shoulder. Lee follows her gaze, taking in the sight of a young boy and his Makuhita, who are embroiled in a clumsy match against a teenager and his Zigzagoon. It's not really fair to compare one of Zinnia's Pokemon to Pokemon raised by casual trainers, but yeah, I get where she's coming from. Swablu, huh? Lee rubs his chin. I wanted to see if I could find a Aruki to use as a first challenge for Shinx. Boot, it has been Kite a while since Zinnia and I had a bat TLE. He looks down at the box of TMs within his bag. It would also be a good excuse to get started with our new moves. After a moment of thought, Lee slowly nods. Sure, I'm down. Zinnia's reply is a feral grin. She turns on her heel and calls to her Pokemon. Swablu. The little cotton-winged bird looks up from her lunch bowl, which she is just polishing off. Get ready for a battle. We're evolving you today. Swablu's eyes light up, and she takes to the air, quickly finding her way to Zinnia's shoulder with an excited trill. As Zinnia and Swablu go to secure a battleground, Lee looks over his Pokemon, who are all either finishing their food or are already done. Humor me and get another few days of rest before you return to battling, okay Nine? Lee says aloud, stroking Ninetails behind her ear. For me? The fox huffs, visibly displeased even as she leans into Lee's touch. Very well. Lee looks over Corviknight, and the giant crow stares back without bothering to step forward, likely already knowing Lee's decision. Yeah, C or V is a really bad matchup F for Swablu. That wouldn't be a very fair match. Grovyle pretends to not care as Lee's eyes skip over him, but the Dow N ward turn of his lips is obvious to anyone who looks. Sorry, Grovyle. I really want you to recover a little more, and walking into AMH with a type disadvantage like that is counterintuitive to that goal. Shinx, who is sleepily basking in the sun after her meal, is also discounted. She might have a type advantage, but Swablu is simply too experienced. That just leaves. Octillery slithers forward on his tentacles, standing ready. Already figured it out, huh? The zoologist gives Octillery a smile. Swablu is going to be a pretty harsh fight, but if anyone can figure out a new move on the fly, it would be you, wouldn't it, bud? Octillery's eyes widen as Lee reaches into his backpack and withdraws the Sylph County box. While all of Lee's Pokemon were excited by the news of new moves on the horizon, Octillery was by far the most fascinated. The very concept of TMs seemed to amaze him, and he's been the most impatient of them all, waiting for the group to finally make it to Philarbor. All at once, Octillery's carefree self is replaced with a laser-focused machine, one locked onto the box of TMs. He breaks his staring contest with the Cardboa Road to give Lee an irritated glare, as if asking what he's waiting for. Geez, I can feel the daggers coming out of your eyes, Lee jokes, holding the box out and letting Ninetails hook a claw into the tape sealing the Cardboa Road shut. Once the top pops open, he stares Dao-en at the neatly packaged discs within, each one devoid of its cringy outer box and secured in labeled plastic cases. Let's see. Lee leafs through the TMs with his fingers, stopping on a case of translucent purple. Picking it up, the label reads, Psychic. Here we are. Okay, let's get this show on the road, he says, taking Octillery's Pokeball from his belt and pointing it at the narrow-eyed octopus. Return. In a flash, Octillery is sucked back into his ball. Opening the TM case, Lee slots the center hole of the disc on the Pokeball button, gives the button a tap, and holds his hand clear as the disc spins up on a thin cushion of Tay. After a few seconds, the disc whines, then cracks and crumbles away, turning to dust before it hits the ground. Some of the dust finds its way onto Ninetail's head tuft, and the vixen shakes herself vigorously to be rid of the filth. A grin rising to his face, Lee brushes the TM dust off his shirt, opens the Pokeball, and lets Octillery back out in the grass. When the light of the Pokeball fades, the octopus eyes are as wide and disbelieving as can be. He looks Dao-en at his primary pair of tentacles, as if seeing them for the first time. Octillery lets out a mystified breath and shakes his head. Do you feel any different? Ninetails questions aloud, her words coming out as a foxy croon. If you do not, envision Psychic as a limb you cannot see. Octillery blinks, then focuses on the empty TM case lying on the picnic table. With a hesitant gurgle, he raises a tentacle. The case lifts up in a corona of violet and floats into his grasp without so much as a dip. Lee can feel his wallet suddenly hurt, as Octillery's eyes take on a positively voracious light. Ready? Zinnia calls from the other side of the battleground. Around the battleground are a handful of spectators, no more than 5 excluding Brendan. The locals took a single look at Zinnia and backed off, unwilling to act as the referee, which left Brendan with the duty. On Zinnia's side of the field, Swablu is already hovering and lets out an eager trill. Ready. Lee calls back, staring at Octillery's back. In a quieter voice he says, Remember, bud. If you can't manage to use telekinetic locomotion safely, then save it for some calmer training. Octillery waves him off with a tentacle. Great. Didn't listen to AW Ord, I said. Looking between Lee and Zinnia, Brendan grins and raises a hand. If both battlers are ready, he chops his hand Dao-en. Begin. Octazuka. Lee immediately starts on the offensive. Octillery's ink is heavy and stains like a motherfucker. If we soak her wings with it, Swablu. Will be a sitting duck K for a follow-up. Or a sitting Farfetch'd? CTTING. Ducklet? Aw. Missed. Zinnia orders a split second later. Octillery sucks in a breath, puckers his lips, and then, with a sonic crack, fires a screaming bolt of ink at Swablu. The blue bird tweets in alarm and ducks out of the way with inches to spare. At the same time, she rapidly flaps her wings, which produce a thick, white mist. In no time at all, a dense cloud begins to overtake Zinnia's side of the field. No, you don't. Lee narrows his eyes, already knowing how effective this particular strategy is. Lock on. Octillery goes still, his eyes shining a bright blue. If one were to look close enough, they would see red rings in the blue glow that rapidly flit across Octillery's field of vision. Take down. Octillery's sudden lack of movement isn't lost on Zinnia, who grins and orders a rush Dao-en. Swablu bursts out of the mist with a snapping cloak of white energy enveloping her. Like a vengeful meteor, she shoots Dao-en towards Octillery, intent on hitting him with the force of a cannon shot. Please let this work. Lee says a prayer in hopes Octillery is as much a genius as he seems. Strafe right. Octillery's entire body suddenly shoots to the right, as if the ground beneath him has turned to slick ice, letting Swablu's takedown miss by a mile. At least, that's how it would look to an outside observer. No one but Lee and Octillery know about the cushion of telekinesis that the octopus is sitting on, letting him maneuver with a magnitude of freedom his tentacles alone would never afford him. What the fuck? Zinnia's grin falters, and Swablu aborts her failed take. Down to stare at Octillery in befuddlement. Octillery, meanwhile, drags a pair of tentacles along the packed dirt of the arena, slowing his rapid slide to a stop. He look he gives Swablu is almost diabolically smug. Definitely have some work we need to put into it. Lee looks at the skid marks left behind by Octillery's tentacles. Particularly the stopping part. But I'll be damn Ned if that wasn't an amazing first attempt. He shakes his thoughts away and gets his head back in the battle. Octazooka. Another bolt of supersonic ink blasts from Octillery's maw, aimed squarely at the wide-eyed Swablu. Cotton guard. Zinnia doesn't bother ordering a dodge E after Octillery's. Lock on. Swablu crosses her wings in front of herself as they puff up to twice their size, providing a Dow NY layer of armor. When Octazooka smashes into her, drenching her wings as Lee planned, Swablu is thrown spinning through the air with a pained cry. She spreads her wings and struggles to right herself, but even flapping as hard as she can, it's all she can do to maintain altitude with her sullied wings. Back into the mist, then use refresh. Zinnia is leaning forward now, her face hardening into focus. Refresh? That heals status conditions like poisoning, Burr NS, and W Hatnot. Can it clear off contaminants like ink as well? Charge beam, Don T let her go. Lee pushes the offensive. Dragon pulse, counter. Octillery narrows his eyes and, with minimal flourish, throws his head forward, shooting a crackling stream of electricity as thick as a man's arm at the retreating bird. Flying backwards as best she can with her ruined wings, Swablu opens her beak and, with a furious screech, expels a whirling beam of blue. Charge beam and dragon pulse meet at the halfway point in the field, pushing against each other for only a moment before both destabilize and explode with a bone-rattling bang. In the wake of the explosion is a rain of sparks and hissing wisps of dragon tay, OBS curing Swablu from sight. When the aftermath fades away, Swablu is nowhere to be seen. Lee's eyes shoot to Octillery, and he's pleased to see that the water type is already recasting lock-on. Octillery looks over his shoulder towards Lee, waiting for a signal. Zinnia has to realize that Octillery is locked on Agai N, so she's going to counter with a not her attack, likely Dragon Pulse, and Probably try to close the distance. Ice Beam would beat Dragon Pulse in a stalemate, but is Octillery's slowest beam attack, so with that in mind, Aurora Beam, Lee orders. Swablu, Dragon Pulse. Octillery's eyes track something in the dense mist that Lee cannot see and, fast as can be, the octopus spits a flashing beam of rainbow-colored light into the wall of white. A raging Dragon Pulse flies out to meet Octillery's attack, but unlike with Charge Beam, Aurora Beam plows through the Dragon-type attack, dissipating it with some difficulty to lance through the mist. Cray boom. Aurora Beam hits home, and Swablu's shrill shrieks draw winces from both Lee and Zinnia. The mist rapidly clears without Swablu consciously holding it together. As it does, it reveals Zinnia's little bird panting harshly, barely able to stay aloft. Refresh cleaned off Swablu's wings, but she now sports several spots of cracked, frostbitten skin from Aurora Beam. Swablu looks down at Octillery, who stares back up dismissively. A furious trill building in her throat, Swablu spreads her wings and shrieks in anger. Just as she does so, however, a bright light begins to envelop her. This is it. Lee smiles and pulls out his Pokédex to record everything. Swablu's Dow NY cloud-like wings grow, expanding across her body until she practically has a full body covering. Her egg-like body morphs, her neck lengthening into something long and graceful, and her tail feathers lengthening with new feathers forming a regal-looking fan. As the light fades, Swablu is no more, and in her place is a glowering Altaria. The newly evolved Altaria puffs up her chest and releases a nails-on chalkboard screech. Lee cringes at the sound. Ah, she's not even using an attack, and the sound is deafening. Yes, Zinnia's feral grin is back in full force. Altaria, baby, I knew you could do it. Let's rock. Altaria, fresh once more, trills in agreement. Unlike her prior form, the trill is practically musical in nature, as though the sky-blue bird might break out into song at any moment. She turns her beady black eyes to Octillery, and within those eyes is an aggression that Swablu never had. Take down. Zinnia orders, her manic grin growing ever wider. Where Swablu was fast, Altaria is fast. The bird-shaped dragon closes the distance between herself and Octillery in a split second, and Octillery can do nothing before he's struck and thrown end over end. Shit. Lee grimaces. Octillery, back on your feet. She's swooping again. Altaria's cloud wings flare out, slowing her damn near instantly and allowing her to turn towards Octillery, who is shaking the stars from his vision. With a borderline sadistic hiss, she shoots forward like a missile. Thwack. Octillery tries to strafe on his telekinetic cushion, but is slammed with another takedown. This time, he grips the ground with his tentacles and remains upright as Altaria surges past. Octillery lets out a watery groan, his side already beginning to turn into a giant bruise. Come on, think. Lee frowns, watching Altaria take to the sky again. How did we? He pauses, eyes drawn to the most vulnerable part of Altaria's anatomy, her long neck. In both his studies and in nature, Lee has seen what happens to long-necked avians who let something get at their most defining characteristic, and it's never good. I feel a little bit scummy gunning for the obvious weakness, but I owe it to Octillery to try and in this. Lee grunts. He's yet to net a substantial win with the red cephalopod, Huff not for a lack of trying. As Altaria again stops on a dime and turns to re-engage, Lee puts his plan in motion. Octillery, wait until she gets close, then grapple her. Her neck is her weak point. Octillery's eyes narrow, and he holds his main tentacles ready. Zinnia, however, is having none of that. Altaria, pull back. The dragon tamer barks. Altaria doesn't seem to hear Zinnia and keeps charging forward, eyes burning with the desire to harm. She slams into Octillery with another brutal takedown, rocking the water type with a painful impact. Narrowing his eyes vindictively, Octillery doesn't give Altaria any chance to escape and wraps two of his tentacles around her windpipe, squeezing as hard as he can. Altaria immediately gags and chokes, desperately flailing to free herself. Altaria, listen to me, damn it. Zinnia bellows at max volume, frustration plain in her voice. Fury attack. Free yourself. Altaria continues to struggle, heedless of the words of her trainer. What in the world is with this Suddy and Agar Eshin? Lee wonders. Something with her evolution? Then it hits him. Oh shit. Altaria Guy Ned. Dragon Typingwith her evolution. Did it mess something up in her head? Off to the side of the arena, Ninetails subtly flinches. Altaria hisses as best she can and snaps her beak almost mindlessly at Octillery, who is visibly straining to keep her from overpowering him. Let's not drag this out. Lee looks away for a moment. Ice beam, point blank. Octillery takes a deep breath, and then from his nozzle-like mouth comes a beam of pale blue cryo-energy that strikes Altaria directly in the face. Frost crawls over the body of the bird dragon, who screams and thrashes harder in Octillery's grip. Since she's both flying and dragon type, and bot H types are weak to ice, Ice Beam is hitting her 4 times harder than usual. The newly evolved dragon wavers in Octillery's hold, shivering like a leaf in a windstorm from the brutal cold. Finally, she goes limp and Octillery cuts off Ice Beam, dropping the frostbitten and unconscious Altaria to the ground. Brendan, still playing the part of the referee, raises a hand and makes the call after a long 5 seconds. Altaria is unable to battle. Lee and Octillery are the winners. Zinnia sighs and raises her Pokeball. Looks like this is my loss. Altaria, return, she mutters, recalling her nearly frozen Pokemon in a flash of light. Excellent work, Octillery, Lee praises his Pokemon, rubbing a hand on an unbruised bit of Octillery's head. Damn fine job with your telekinesis. You've only had it for 20 minutes and it's already combat viable. We'll work on fine-tuning it later. Octillery nods tiredly, raising a tentacle to lay over Lee's hand. Get some rest, bud. Lee smiles, raising Octillery's ball and getting a grateful look in return. Like Altaria, Octillery vanishes in a flash. His Pokemon secured, Lee walks over to Zinnia, who is staring down at Altaria's ball with a frown. As he walks, Ninetails retakes her usual place at his side. Great battle, guys. Brendan interjects, skidding to a stop before Lee and Zinnia. The boy conspicuously looks at Altaria's ball, but doesn't comment on the blatant disobedience he saw. I'm going to guess suddenly becoming a dragon, DD something too. Altaria? Lee gently asks, slipping his hands into his pockets. Zinnia nods and shrinks the Pokeball into its travel form, clipping it to her belt. Yeah, I knew that she was going to be really testy after evolving, but I didn't expect her dragon aspect to be that strong. Zinnia's smile returns. Sucks that we lost, but evolving and immediately getting knocked off her high horsey probably did Altaria a lot of good in the long run, so thanks for not throwing the match or something because you wanted to spare her feelings. Zinnia smirks. Knowing you probably considered it, didn't you? I didn't, actually, Lee admits, getting a surprised look from the tanned woman beside him. I thought surrendering or sandbagging would upset you, and I hadn't had a solid win with Octillery yet, so I pulled out all the stops. Well, I hope one of you is up for another battle. Brendan interjects with a wide grin. Breloom and I managed to get a battle in before you guys started, but it was against a rookie that we had to take it easy on. After watching Octillery and Altaria duke it out, we're all raring for a good on E. Marshtomp's ball suddenly snaps open on Brendan's belt, materializing the mudfish next to his trainer. As if to punctuate Brendan's statement, Marshtomp lets out a rumbling croak and punches a fist in the air. This is what I signed up for when I agreed to travel with Bat TLE junkies, I guess. Lee rolls his eyes and shares a glance with a rather amused Ninetales. Sure. Do you want to pick your poison, or should it be a surprise? Brendan and Marshtomp's identical smiles only grow when Corviknight's ball rumbles, then pops open of its own accord. They would all later be chased out of the park by a groundskeeper, furious about one of the battlegrounds being rendered unusable. Act 2, Chapter 22. Of all the reminders that Lee now calls an alien world home, the most eerie is certainly the lack of crickets in the early morning. Zinnia, in her excitement to return to her tribe, woke everyone up not so bright, but definitely early, as the sun was only just now beginning its journey over the horizon. Lee was the first to get packed up, leaving him ample time to watch the sunrise, nurse a steaming paper cup of coffee, and muse about how strange a food sea hane without insects is. Indeed, Pokémon outclass animals so thoroughly when it comes to survival that not even insects can compete. Mosquitoes, crickets, bees, cicadas, and every other noisy invertebrate that existed as background noise on Earth are wholly supplanted by their Pokémon counterparts here, leaving the morning peaceful. So peaceful, in fact, it nearly feels unnatural. I'll have to dig into the subject of botany, sometime, Lee thinks to himself while taking a sip of his coffee. With no insects actively pollinating place ants, the plants themselves have to have become more aggressive when it comes to reproduction. Even with bug and GRS types assisting in pollination, there must still be some slack that the plants themselves are picking up. As he thinks that, he looks to his side. Joining him in watching the sun outside the hotel is Grovyle, who needed even less time to prepare than Lee. All Grovyle had to do was apply a softening ointment to the slowly healing burn scars around his body, eat his breakfast, and then he was ready. What is everyone else up to? The zoologist wonders. He can vaguely hear what's going on around Ninetales in the hotel room and feel a faint annoyance that is not his own. It certainly sounds like Brendan and Zinnia are still tidying up. They sure are taking their sweet time, especially when Zinnia's the one who wanted us to wake up so early. Concentrating, Lee taps deeper into Ninetales' senses, letting his own become muted. Through Ninetales' eyes, he sees the disgruntled vixen with the scruff of Shinx's neck held in her teeth. Together, the fox and Pooting kitten wait outside the bathroom for Brendan to finish his shower. What happy Ned? Lee asks. Shinx, Gumi, and Electrike decided it was a an idea to play beneath the beds despite being told that it's filthy down in there. Lee is sure that if Ninetales' mouth was free, she would click her tongue. Or at least try. Making such a sound is tricky with a muzzle. Nine then turns her head, letting Lee see a frowning Mawile tongue bathing Electrike, who shivers with each lick from Mawile's croc-like mouth. Behind them, Zinnia is wiping down a sheepish Gumi with some wet wipes on a bed. In the background of it all, Lee spies Marshtomp and Octillery washing out the breakfast dishes in the kitchenette sink. Naturally, Octillery is flexing his new telekinesis for the job, picking up dishes and drying them off with a rag without so much as raising his tentacles. The ease with which the cephalopod is taken to the skill draws an envious pang from Ninetales. I'm going to bat he Shinx, pack KR dishes, and pay our forma he ad count, then we should all be ready. I'll return our room keys to the innkeeper and be in your bag out shortly, Ninetales concludes. Do you want any help? A warm wave of gratitude flows from the fox into Lee's psyche, but she refuses. I can manage, beloved, but thank you. Enjoy the morning all from the helm for once. Lee is sure he's physically smiling. You're the best. Don't you forget it. Returning to reality, Lee is just in time to see Grovyle giving him a strange look. Oh, whoops, Lee thinks to himself, somewhat embarrassed. I was standing there staring at him while talking to Ninetales. That probable looked a little creepy. Tilting his head just a bit, Grovyle lets out a short, inquiring warble in his throat. Something you nay, Ed? The sound seems to say. Sorry about that. I was talking with Ninetales, Lee says in reply. Nodding easily, Grovyle turns back to the sun, watching it rise with crossed arms. Arms covered in a smattering of burn scars. Unbidden, Lee reaches up and touches his own burns, feeling the stretched, dry skin. Grovyle is dealing with the same taut skin. Beot scattered across much of his body. How are you doing, Grovyle? Lee asks, sending a gentle look to the mobility-impairing scars on Grovile's limbs. Less stiff now? I talked to Falarber's nurse Joy after we left the Pokemon Center last night. After pulling up the records from Laveridge, she said she's surprised with how far you've already come in your recovery. Try as he might to remain stoic, Grovile's yellow eyes take on a disgruntled light. The expression is so subtle that anyone else would have missed it. Grovile doesn't give a verbal reply, but the rigid jaw-clamping Dowen on his signature chewing twig says more than words could. He's frustrated. With Nine's evolution, C. Orvie's return and evolution, High-S injuries, and now Octillery learning a NAW move in one go, G. Rovile is probable why feeling left behind, Lee realizes with a hidden frown. Or maybe even useless. Grovile, I can already see what you're thinking, so stop those thoughts about your worth compared to everyone else immediately, Lee orders, reaching out and giving Grovile's shoulder a short squeeze. The grass-type's eyes shoot to Lee's, and Grovile can't entirely hide his surprise. I've seen that look on my own face in the mirror more than once. Are you really so surprised? Lee looks up at the sun, creeping its way over the trees. I meant what I said when I swore I would help you get to the very top. Don't sweat things when this journey is nowhere near over. Grovile slowly turns away and looks back down at the ground, crossing his arms in thought. His twig bounces in his lips, giving away the conflict still playing out within his skull. Platitudes aren't going to do anything. Lee blows a breath out of the side of his mouth and takes another sip of his coffee. Withdrawing his hand from Grovile's shoulder, Lee slips it into his pocket and drums his fingers on his leg, considering what to say next. While fishing for an idea, Lee looks back down at Grovile, his eyes gravitating to the leaves on the Pokemon's wrist. It's quite amazing how Grovile's combat style has evolved towards using his leaves for blade attacks. Mastering Night Slash has been a long road for Grovile, and X-Scissor is as devastating as ever, but both pale in comparison to Leaf Blade. At this point, Leaf Blade is as instinctual as breathing to Grovile. Even without any focus on maintaining the move, Leaf Blade is razor sharp and always bites deep into any foe unlucky enough to face him. Even against fire types and other grass types, Leaf Blade will leave unforgiving cuts that bleed profusely. Anything that would help Leaf Blade be more effective is sure to raise Grovile to even greater heights. Lee's mind suddenly goes back to the night prior, as he was getting ready for bed. Ninetales borrowed his phone to enjoy an e-book before lights out, and she was naturally reading about her favorite subject, history. The fact that she was reading isn't important, but the particulars of what she was reading is. She was engrossed in feudal military accounts, back when samurai still served in Kanto and Johto. The Fox Pokemon's reading cited a number of actual manuscripts that the samurai used, on of which was on swordsmanship. According to the manuscript, a properly trained samurai could hold their own against hostile Pokemon with nothing but their sword and martial skill in the event that their own Pokemon were defeated. If humans armed with steel swords can do T-Hat, Lee suddenly sees Grovile's leaves in a new light. Gifted in the art of battle he may be, but Grovile has nothing in the way of formal technique. Then what is stopping Grovile from learning those skills and T-acting them to the next level? With a new path suddenly open before him and his second Pokémon, Lee smiles and gives Grovile a nudge. Say, I think I have a new avenue of training that you might enjoy. It's technical stuff, light enough for you to do while the last of your injuries heal up, but groundbreaking enough that you might use it for the rest of your life. Grovile's head turns so fast that a human would have gotten whiplash. Yellow eyes bore into Lee, unable to hide how eager they are. I was doing a bit of talking with Ninetales last night, and she was telling me about the warriors in the olden days of Kanto, the samurai and their skills as swordsmen, Lee continues. If the manuscript she was reading is correct, then regular humans could hold off Pokemon who were trying to tear them up with swords and technique alone. What if we learned those same techniques and applied them to you? Lee smiles, then looks at Grovile's wrist leaves. How good are you at changing the shape of your leaf blade? Rather than verbally reply, the grass Pokemon holds a hand out, one of the leaves hardening into his standard reverse scythe blade. The blade flattens out into a thick, imposing cleaver that runs down his whole arm. A moment later, the cleaver transforms into a long, rail-like blade with a gentle curve. Right there. That's what we're looking for. Lee smiles. Can you invert the curve and bend it forward, so you can hold it and manipulate it with your hand? Grovile tilts his head and looks at the thin leaf blade. With a sound like warping sheet metal, the curve inverts, and the base of the blade bends forward, running along Grovile's forearm and extending past his claws. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, Grovile rolls the edges of the razor-sharp blade nearest to his claws into a rudimentary handle, then bends it one last time, making the handle slap into his waiting palm. It leaves him holding a green glowing katana of roughly 4 feet. Lifting his newly styled leaf blade, Grovile gives it a few test swings, and the thin weapon slices through the air with a quiet hum. Like the combat savant he is, his eyes widen as he realizes how much easier it is to manipulate his weapon when he's gripping it in his hand. All it takes is experiencing it firsthand. Combine some tried and true techniques with your new sword, and throw in the absorbing attack we're still working on, and you should be able to slice competitor after competitor to ribbon S and still be fresh as when you first stepped into the ring, Lee says, watching Grovile slowly rotate his wrist, pulling Leafblade along. Does that sound like something you would be interested in? The look Grovile gives his trainer is almost offended. With a chuckle, Lee turns back to the sunrise. I'll get copies of those manuscripts, and we can get started on the basics tonight. For the first time in weeks, Grovile smiles. Once the rest of the crew have finished packing up, they join Lee outside. Ninetails, carrying Lee's Pokeballs and bag in her telekinetic grip, paws over to Lee upon arriving, letting him don the bag and return Grovile, holstering the Pokeballs on his belt. Once all is said and done, Zinnia takes point and they begin the trek to the west towards the Draconid village through the valley. As they walk, they begin to leave the range of the psychics guarding Falarbor from the effects of the falling volcanic ash, halfway into their trip, and after a turn leading them southwest along the mountain range, the landscape around them has transformed into a dry, rocky, and, above all else, sooty environment, much to the dismay of Ninetails, whose coat attracts filth like a magnet. The trees are small and gray, with harsh shrubs and other short foliage making up most of the plant life. They pass few wild Pokémon during the trek, and the ones they do pass are those of notable hardiness, such as Sandshrew, Skarmory, and a trio of Coughing, to name a few. It's only a short time later that they come upon a fork in the road without a sign, and Zinnia leads them along the right-hand path, making a sharp turn towards the northwest and through a dirt path much less trodden than the one they were on. Upon the 3rd hour of walking, Zinnia speaks up during a lull in the idle chatter of the group. Not much longer now, she murmurs. The edge of the Draconid sovereign land is coming up, so remember what I told you guys. Most of Hoenn's laws don't apply. Don't let people walk all over you, and just play it cool around fully grown dragons. We might run into a sentry, and if we do, let me do the talking. How does the law thing work? Brendan asks, sending a distrustful look toward the snaking path ahead. Like, how did your tribe get exempt from the law? I've never heard of such a thing, and you'd figure that something as unusual as a whole village with self-sovereignty would be common knowledge. Lee, already seeing the parallels from Earth, has a few guesses as to why. Seems eerily like a Native American reservation, Ninetails observes, mirroring his thoughts. And considering the phobia of death that the Pokemon League has, Zinnia shoots Brendan a sardonic smirk. The Draconids and the growing central government of foreign settlers got into it hundreds of years ago. Called it. Both Lee and Nine think at once. The fighting got pretty nasty near the end. But ended in a ceasefire before someone got the upper hand, Zinnia continues. The Draconids got perpetual ownership of their ancestral land, monuments, and strongholds, no questions asked, and the rest of Hoenn got to expand into previously uninhabited areas. She fingers a Pokeball on her hip, and the ball wiggles in reply. I'm not surprised you've never heard about it. The League probably doesn't want to dredge up unpleasant history, and the Draconids don't believe in taking credit for the victories of others, even those of our own ancestors. A ceasefire? That's a better ending than I could have hoped for, Lee thinks and nods. Interesting stuff. Do the Draconids keep historical accounts written in Galarian? I'd love to take a look, if they are. Zinnia sends him a smile as if she was expecting the question. There's a handful of translated books that the elders keep. I'll ask for you. The winding path eventually straightens out, leading up to a hill and under a wooden arch with a signpost upon the top. In scratchy lettering, the sign reads, Frexarin. Hanging on the underside of the sign like an insect is a Vibrava, who eyeballs the group warily as they approach. Just a few feet away from Vibrava and leaning against one of the sign supports with his arms crossed is a man roughly Lee's size, with tan skin and dark hair similar to Zinnia. As they approach, the unknown man gives them a warning look and stands straight. His sharp red eyes lock onto Zinnia. Thelbin, 2yul Tarek? Frax say 2yulk Tuck. He says, each word rough and accusing. Above him, the Vibrava flutters its wings. Ah, 2yul, Vaz Suf Bellin, Zinnia replies in kind, taking a challenging step forward. Behind her back, she gestures for Lee, Ninetails, and Brendan to stay still. It's rude to speak such around non-speakers, you know this. The Draconid tribesman doesn't seem impressed by Zinnia's words. Paysan, Vaz fo rayan jur tu ma se? Ya Thelbin, 2yul vri k inki, Vaz tu nara jur fo 2yul frax k parsa. He aims a hard gaze at Lee and Brendan. Frax lat k se yul shud, vo, ganrus, zuk ma sifra vaz bel ya 2yul giv fan ma geld. Zinnia actually growls. The noise sounds like a human throat should be unable to create it. They are neither dishonest nor weak, she grinds out. I wouldn't have brought them here if they were. Perhaps you would like to test one of them yourself? Ninetails takes that as her cue to step forward, barring her teeth in a bow-el loosening snarl with her tails whipping behind her. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. The sentry's face hardens and for a moment Lee fears that a battle is the only way they'll be able to pass. After a long second, the tribesman sighs, easing his stance and raising a hand to his Vibrava who also calms down. Very well. Enter, if you must, he says gruffly. Mind yourselves, outsiders. Visitors have been too common a sight recently, and each more a nuisance than the last. Take care not to follow a similar path. Visitors have been a common sight? Zinnia questions, her eyes narrowing. Who's been snooping around? The sentry clicks his tongue. Who hasn't is a better question. We expelled a tall woman with dark hair a week ago who claimed she merely wished to rest here. She began to put her nose where it did not belong, asking questions she has no right knowing the answers to. Questions that she should not even have the idea to ask. A tall woman with dark hair? Lee frowns, his mind going to the female admin of Team Aqua. What are they looking around here for? Can Archie not use Mega Evolution yet? Zinnia's eyes narrow further. I see. We'll keep that in mind, she says, offering the guard a shallow incline of her head. Beelan Guz Yara. The Draconid man nods. Beelan Guz Yara, Thelbin. With that, Zinnia beckons Lee, Ninetails, and Brendan along, and all four pass beneath the gate. Can we expect confrontations like that to be common? Lee asks once they are a distance away from the gate. Battling is fun and all, but, with a tired sigh, Zinnia shakes her head. No. The sentries are specifically told to be hardasses. Not everybody is going to be like him. In fact, we shouldn't be bothered for a while. I'm going to need to do some sweet talking to convince the elders to let you guys into the Meteor Falls stronghold. My grandmother is one of the elders and should be the easiest to convince, so we will start with her. After that, I'll show you guys to my place so we can relax a bit. We might be here for a few days. Brendan audibly hums. Is there any special reason we need to go to the stronghold? If it's going to be a pain to get in, why don't we train here? The dragon tamer opens her mouth to answer, then stops, apparently reconsidering her words. The village is secure, but the stronghold is extremely secure. I don't want anything we say to be heard by anyone who doesn't need to. Plus, there are some, she hesitates, other reasons why we should train there. I'll talk about it more when we actually get there. The young birch frowns at the non-answer, but doesn't pester Zinnia further. As they descend the hill, Lee looks down at the village nestled below, taking everything in with a critical eye. Village is a generous term, as the hamlet can't possibly be home to more than a few hundred people. The humble buildings and houses, though relatively modern, bear signs of age and hand-work upkeep. Around the edges of the village, there are a number of houses where the sparse electrical lines don't reach, and around those houses are what look like unpainted gazebos of impressive size. Only after squinting at one with a flygon occupant beneath does Lee realize the gazebos are, in fact, covered dragon nests. The village has 4 main streets, which intersect in the middle at a large plaza. Up and down the streets and around the plaza are various businesses, though more rustic than anywhere else in Hoenn to his knowledge. The most prominent and easily recognizable thing on display is a great stone monument in the central square of the village. Even so far away, Lee can make out most of the individual dragon Pokemon of the monument, who are all nesting in a circle around a massive stone salamence, whose head is raised high and defiant. The monument must be at least 3 stories tall, as it stands taller than any building. The symbolism isn't lost on Lee. Here we go, Lee whispers as they make their way into the village proper. Lee keeps his eyes forward and his face schooled so as to not look nosy, but Ninetails has no such reservations and looks around for him, wordlessly offering her sense of sight. It only takes a minute to confirm that Zinnia's tan skin, dark hair, and to a lesser extent, her red eyes must be genetic, for nearly all the people they pass on the road share the same traits. Exceptions pop up here and there, mostly with eye color, as a number of curious draconids have non-red eyes, and there is even a teen girl with the draconid tan, but possessing vibrant red hair and yellow eyes. The only person that doesn't match is a blonde, fair-skinned man holding hands with a draconid tribeswoman. Probable why married into the tribe, Lee muses. The sheer abundance of young dragon Pokemon is also mind-boggling. It seems as if for every person, there is a dragon with them. Dratini wrapped around a man's shoulders like a scarf, a Bagon having his steel-like head polished with a rag by an elderly man, a Drutagon walking by holding the handles of a wicker bassinet gingerly in his teeth, with the sleeping infant within undisturbed. Countless rare Pokemon the average trainer may go their entire life without seeing in person or out and about. Zinnia leads them all past everything towards the northern border of the village into a humble 2-story home. Nothing about the residence strikes Lee as out of the ordinary. Granny's place looks the exact same as it did 3 years ago, Zinnia muses aloud. Stepping forward, she gives the door of the home 3 firm knocks, then takes a step back. After a moment of waiting, the lock shifts, the doorknob twists, and the door is pulled open, revealing a diminutive elderly woman who can't be any taller than Brendan. Her gray hair is pulled back into a low ponytail, and her dark skin is weather-beaten, but her eyes shine a red surpassing even Zinnia's, rivaling the likes of Ninetales. Said eyes take on a fond light when they rest upon Zinnia. "Ah, too welcome, my dear," the elderly woman exclaims, stepping out to embrace Zinnia, who returns the hug with a wide smile. "You return. The year's number 3, nearly 4, and such change they have brought upon you. Timid girl no longer, I see before me a proud woman." Timid? Lee tries to imagine Zinnia acting in such a way, but the image simply won't come to him. "Thank you, Granny. It's good to be back home." Zinnia's smile only widens as she and her grandmother release their embrace. "I wish I could say this was only a social visit, but my friends and I actually came here with some business in mind." Zinnia's grandmother turns her eyes to Ninetales first, then to Lee, before finally finishing with Brendan. Where her eyes were warm before, now they are deadly sharp. How curious. To catch the eye of the Draconid Lorekeeper is an action that brings either ruination or glory. Which will befall you lot, I wonder. The way she says that makes a shiver run down Lee's spine. She then stepped back inside her house, beckoning everyone to follow with a hand. "We shan't waggle tongues upon the stoop. See come inside and be welcome." Zinnia follows without a second thought. Brendan and Lee share a look, then step inside, following after Zinnia and her grandmother. The inside of the home is just as humble as the outside, and quite a bit warmer than the moderate weather out in the village. The door leads directly into the living room, which has its walls decorated with handwoven tapestries and paintings upon stretched skin canvases. In the corner of the room sits a dusty television that looks like it came straight from the 80s, VCR, rabbit ear antennas and all. The furniture, a pair of couches and a lounger of dated appearance, all bear hand-stitched rips. "Please, rest and relax, oh guests," Zinnia's grandmother insists. "I shall return shortly." As the woman shuffles away into the nearby kitchen, Lee and company all sit down and make themselves comfortable, with Brendan opting to take Lee's side on one couch while Zinnia sits alone on the other. When a great snore suddenly shatters the peace, Lee's head shoots to the side. "Oh, I can see why it's so warm in here." Curled up on a rug by the fireplace, over on the opposite side of the room, a fully grown Dragonite sleeps. The great beast's orange scales are marred by crisscrossing scars that sag with age. While not marked up as horrifically as Moore's tie, the Dragonite certainly bears its own long-standing epic upon his body. Maybe he's less fucked up because he won more often. Don't mind him. Zinnia seems rather nonchalant about the dragon only a dozen feet away. Granny's Dragonite sleeps like the dead. The house would have to come down on top of him for him to wake up. "If you say so," Brendan says unsurely, and Lee is glad he's not the only one concerned with the pseudo-legend's presence. The sound of glassware moving in the kitchen breaks up the silence, and, a few moments later, Zinnia's grandmother re-emerges with a tray, upon which are 4 steaming cups of tea. Setting the tray down on a low coffee table, she sits by her granddaughter and offers everyone a smile. "There, now we may proceed to the pleasantries." She smiles and takes one of the cups, prompting everyone else to also take one. Lee takes a probing sip of his cup and struggles not to make a face. Whatever is in his cup is strong. The old woman takes a deep sip of her own without so much as a twitch. Smiling, she sets it back down and begins speaking. My greetings to you boys. I am Juniper, an elder of the Draconid tribe. Who might you be, to have followed our lorekeeper to her home? Brendan, boisterous as ever, takes the lead with a wide grin. I'm Brendan. Birch, ma'am, it's nice to meet you. Juniper's eyes flash in recognition. Birch, you say? Are you the son of Nigel? Birch? At Brendan's confirming nod, the elder continues. Ah, the prowess of Nigel Birch is known far and wide, including here in our lonely corner of Hoenn. Do you pursue the title of champion? Yes, ma'am, the boy replies and nods. I'm halfway there with 4 badges, and I intend to get the other 4 and go all the way to the Evergrande Conference. 4 badges? Juniper raises an eyebrow. Are you on your first journey? Yes, ma'am. Now the elderly woman seems genuinely impressed. In a story repeated time and time again, it seems as if the son will surpass the father. How interesting, she says, clapping her hands together once. Perhaps I will have to have my old television repaired if a fine young man like yourself will be in the conference. Brendan blushes and looks away, taking a sip of his tea. Juniper then turns her attention to Lee, looking at his scars, then to his eyes, then to Ninetails before settling back on his face. And you, young man, who might you be? Lee Henson, ma'am. Lee inclines his head. I'm a lab trainer under Professor Birch. The elderly woman takes much longer to consider Lee than she does. Brendan, do you compete within the gym circuit as well? I do, Lee confirms with a nod. And the badges you've acquired? 4. All the same as Brendan. Yet, Juniper gives him a piercing look. The title is not why you compete, is it? Lee, having halfway expected some sort of clairvoyant nonsense, smiles awkwardly. Not really. He stops, remembering what he vowed to himself in the Laverage Pokemon Center. I want to live a peaceful life with my Pokemon. As he speaks, he reaches a hand down and, rubbing his thumb on the heart-shaped patch behind Ninetails' ear. The kitsune smiles and leans into the touch, and the best way to do so is to be so strong that no one can ever challenge us, he says, voice resolute. The gym circuit and the championship is the grindstone we need to make it happen. Beside him, Brendan looks at Lee with a measure of shock. Zinnia seems to have been caught flat-footed by the declaration as well. Juniper, however, nods slowly. I see, she murmurs. It has been many years since I've seen such a look in the eyes of a trainer, she says severely. Rather than elaborate, she then turns to Zinnia. My dear, what is the business that you mentioned earlier? What do you require of me? Zinnia schools her face and takes a deep breath before settling her hands in her lap. Granny, I want to take Lee and Brendan to Meteor Falls. The old woman raises an eyebrow. Then do so. One hardly requires permission from me to traverse the luminescent caves. Why? The beauty is something all should behold at least once in their lifetime, for Granny, don't play coy. Zinnia scowls. I mean the crater. There's a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Where things were warm and homey a moment ago, suddenly it's as if the air is thick with prickling needles of ice. Juniper's eyes narrow. Lorekeeper, you know as well as I do that such a thing is out of the question. I wouldn't ask if I didn't think it was necessary. Zinnia crosses her arms. I know I'm asking for a lot, but I need you to work with me here, Granny. Please? She asks, her tone softening into something uncharacteristically gentle. I genuinely believe that I need help, and Lee and Brendan are the best for the job. Zinnia's words ward away the cold atmosphere. Somewhat. From the corner of his eye, Lee can see Brendan's face growing firm, even if he doesn't know what he's required for yet. The elder falters slightly, but shakes her head. I cannot allow it. Now a scowl finds its way to Zinnia's face. I can't do it alone. The crater is the best place to get them informed and for us to train. Elder Juniper, I need this. Juniper shakes her head. What you ask cannot be done. Can't, or won't. Zinnia counters instantly. You are the eldest and most esteemed of the elders, and you're telling me that you can't sway the others? You know what's coming, and what is at stake. I'm not asking anymore. I am telling you as the lorekeeper what I require to do my job. Thelbin. Juniper suddenly switches to spoken Draconid. Her wrinkled face is twisted in conflict. Considar fo tu Jurn von Ma. Sifra mest archa vaz sockerd liven inwen du inrik rokum von metronfall crate. Friendy vaz nai, frax bel phobid, she exclaims, standing with her fists clenched, throwing her teacup off of her lap to spill on the floor. Foolish girl. Such things are guarded to protect our people. Zinnia's entire face twists into a snarl. A lot of fucking good tea hat did for Aster. If the air was frigid before, it dropped to absolute zero at the uttering of those words. Juniper stumbles, stricken. All at once, every single year she's lived seems to physically weigh down upon her, and she falls back to the couch heavily. The secret is already out, elder Juniper. Zinnia's anger drains away, leaving her visibly exhausted. Her shoulders slump, and her tattered cloak suddenly seems too large for her. We fought someone several weeks ago, someone who could use Mega Evolution, and he was using it for all the wrong reasons. There's no point in trying to stubbornly pretend that it's sacred or exclusive anymore. The elder says nothing, merely staring down at her hands. Then, she draws in a shuddering breath. I see, she sighs. For several minutes, all is silent as she thinks. Just as the lull stretches into its 5th minute, Juniper speaks. Very well, you will have my support. I will convene the Council of Elders and we will speak. Zinnia inclines her head. Thank you, Grandma. Go. Juniper points towards the door, her voice weak. Go, now. I am weary, and you all disturb me. I wish to rest. As one, Zinnia, Lee, and Brendan all rise, filing out the door and leaving. Come on, guys, Zinnia mumbles. My place is just a few doors down. I'm sure you can have the guest room, Brendan, Lee insists, leaning against said bedroom's doorsill and watching Brendan unpack his necessities. I'll be fine on the couch. Brendan levels Lee with a raised eyebrow, but doesn't protest further. Zinnia's home is a small, rustic, one-story affair perfectly suited to a single person, but with 3 people and their Pokémon, it's a bit cramped. With 2 bedrooms, 1 small bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room, it has all the very basics required for the house. Unfortunately, that means that someone is going to be sleeping on the couch until they can go to the crater, which should be the tribal stronghold only accessible by flight that Zinnia mentioned. Didn't take Zinnia to be the home-owner type, Lee thinks, pushing off of the door sill and walking over to the other bedroom. The door is open, so he peers inside, finding Zinnia lying face down on her bed, unmoving. Lee gives the Spartan room a once-over. Other than a framed picture of a young, grinning Zinnia standing next to a gently smiling Draconid woman on the nightstand, the room has little in the way of personal effects. Is that woman Aster? The zoologist wonders, noting how the woman is wearing the brown, scale-collared cloak that Zinnia is rarely seen without. He puts the thought out of his mind for now, and instead clears his throat to announce himself. You okay? Zinnia groans into the bedcovers. I'm fine, just exhausted. With Herculean effort, she grunts and pushes herself over onto her back so she can stare at Lee. I knew that Granny was going to fight at first, but I had no idea she was going to take that much convincing. You know what they say about plans and first contact and all that. Lee shrugs. Do you want to talk about it? His question earns him a smile. You already know all about Mega Evolution, don't you? Lee considers his answer, then nods. I know the basics, like how you need a Keystone, Mega Stone, and a bond between the trainer and Pokémon to make it all work. Zinnia sits up and crosses her legs. That's the gist of it, but did you know that the stones are just training wheels? That Mega Evolution is possible. Without them? That throws Lee for a loop. And no. I had no idea. He shakes his head. I thought that the stones were a hard requirement. They aren't, and Aster figured that out too. Zinnia looks up at the ceiling, her face set into a wistful smile. Like I told you before, she was the lorekeeper before me, and she was the best one in generations. She was a dragon tamer of unmatched skill. It was like she was a dragon herself, able to just understand Pokémon on a level no one has ever seen before, kind of like you, Doolittle. It was a wonder just watching her talk to a Pokémon. If anyone was worthy of Mega Evolution, it was her and her Salamence. The only time I've ever seen a Pokémon and trainer that close was with you and Ninetales. Truly? Lee looks down to his side, where Ninetales now stands. So engrossed in Zinnia's words was he that he barely noticed the fox approaching. Ninetales must have projected her mental voice outward and touched Zinnia, because the lorekeeper levels Ninetales with a grin. You better believe it, sister. They were thick as thieves, and could practically read each other's minds without any fancy telepathy. They were so in sync that, when Aster and Salamence battled together, Aster barely needed to say a word. Zinnia's grin begins to fall. But despite being the best damn lorekeeper in hundreds of years, the elders still denied her access to the stones needed for Mega Evolution. That seems rather foolish, Ninetales says, blunt as can be. For what purpose? Sycamore? Zinnia hisses distastefully. He's the regional professor over in Kalos. I think he knew the best way to get the right answer was to give a blatantly wrong one and wait for a correction. If what I heard is correct from some contacts of mine, then Mega Evolution's origin is a subject the really hush-hush upper parts of the regional leagues like to debate about. Then, Sycamore began to get nosy about it over in his home of Kalos, and when no one wanted to share, he made his own theory and touted it as fact. Naturally, someone with more pride than brain cells corrected him and put the Draconid tribe on his radar. Once the elders got wind of it, they got spook-ed and put everything under lock and key, not even allowing Aster access. Lee frowns, once more reminded of the amount of cloak and dagger the Pokemon League gets up to. Well, not so much the dagger part, but there is certainly a lot of cloak. Ancient Draconid texts never mention the use of the stones in the first instance of Mega Evolution, though, and Aster noticed. Zinnia's grin is all but gone now, replaced with a grim face. She and Salamence puzzled over how to Mega Evolve without the stones for weeks before finally figuring it out, and, hen they tried, they. Zinnia halts, unable to continue past the lump in her throat. It could have all been prevented. A shiver runs down Lee's spine, and he shares a look with Ninetales. Despite her fur, Lee knows the fox's face is pale. I see. Lee finds his voice after a long minute, his mind in a million different places. I'm sorry if I dredged up any unpleasant memories, Zinnia. She waves him off. It's okay, Doolittle. It feels good talking to someone about it, she says, a thin smile finding its way to her face. I'm going to take a short nap and sleep this off, so you make yourself at home, okay? Once I get up, I'll take you guys to Yukani's for dinner. The village doesn't have much in the way of restaurants, but I'll be damned if Yukani's isn't top-notch. Smiling in return, Lee nods. Sounds like a good ime. Enjoy your nap. Lee closes the door behind him, leaving Zinnia alone, and walks back to the small living room with Ninetales on his heels. Seating himself heavily on the dusty couch, Lee sighs and idly pets Ninetales when she drapes herself across his legs. Okay, Miss Political Intrigue, Lee mutters. I need you to become a master of dragon politics overnight so I don't have to deal with all of this shit, okay? Ninetales looks at him with an unamused face. Pray tell, what do I receive in return? Lee pulls her into a tight hug, resting his head on top of hers. The fox sighs. That will have to do, I guess. Act 2, Chapter 23. Grass clippings and fallen leaves whip wildly around in the gale. Corviknight's wings kick up as the mammoth bird touches Dow-N just outside of Slateport's Pokemon Center. Around the landing site, several people let out startled exclamations and raise their arms, shielding their eyes from the dust. Astride the raven's back, Lee takes off his flight goggles, pulls Dow-N the scarf around his face, and rubs his arms to help chase away the high-altitude chill. It gets damn cold several thousand feet up in the air, regardless of how tropical Hoenn is. Once some feeling has returned to his limbs, Lee looks Dow-N at the clock in the instrument panel of Corvy's saddle, raising a brow. We made good ime. Corviknight croaks deep in his throat and looks over his shoulder as Lee dismounts as if to say, was there ever any doubt? You're right. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, Lee easily agrees, smirking. Aaron's was, though. I don't think he expected us to show up only a few hours after calling, and he certainly didn't expect to see you. Corvy haughtily chortles. With deliberations between the Draconid elders on whether or not Lee and Brendan would be allowed to accompany Zinnia into the crater, expected to take several days, Lee decided to take the liberty of clearing up his outstanding obligations. After informing his friends that he would be leaving for a day or two, Lee saddled Corviknight up and flew to Mauville, stopping at the Sylph Company office to speak with Alec Aarons, his account manager. Since Corvy can leisurely cruise well over 100 miles an hour, the Raven swiftly got them to Mauville before midday. After demonstrating and letting Sylph County copy an unnamed Ember shotgun blast technique from Ninetales, and signing an agreement for another run of Seed Blast and Seed Sniper, Lee left the Sylph co-office and came to the realization that, in only a few hours, his errands were finished. Flight really opens up the world, just like in the GAM-S, Lee muses. Only flying is much more fun, With so much time and freedom suddenly in his hands, the zoologist wondered for a moment if there was anything else he had to do before returning to the Draconid village. Then, his eyes fell on the empty 6th Pokeball on his belt. With both time and spare credits available, why not tour around and see if any Pokemon breeders in the area have a Pokemon who would fit the team? Naturally, his mind went to Leo, the breeder who he had adopted Shinx from, and who had a pair of Eevee brothers. Raising your team limit to 7 is easy enough, Nigel had said on a call earlier that morning. The limit of 6 is actually just a traditional safeguard. Did you know that? It's so young T Rainers don't T collapse und R. The strain of a large team. Distinguished trainers can have their limit increased by the league or whoever is offering ranch services to them, though SX is still the maximum you can SE in competitions. Hang T-ite, and ILL adjust your account. If the pair of EV don't want to be separated, then that's just fine to Lee. He'll get them both. If I'm being Hone Street, I don't want 7 Pak Emin, Lee thinks to himself, returning Corviknight to his ball for a rest. Shinx is more or less recovered from all the side effects of her premature birth, but she's really gunning for the position of biggest handful out of all of the cubs I've raised. More Pokemon to split my attention between has some definite Dow sides. The Eevee duo, as summing they wish to be adopted, could function as more eyes to keep watch of Shinx, Ninetales offers from within her ball. They seemed fully mature last time we met. That relies on the assumption that the brothers themselves aren't troublemakers, Lee sends back. True, Ninetales concedes. Perhaps you should have Shinx walk with you today. Both as an exercise in discipline, and to surprise Leo when you arrive at his market plot. Not feeling up to walking with me today? The click of the fox's tongue is mental, but Lee still hears it within his ears. I stayed up L8 into the night reading up on Teehee lore and LA of the Draconids. If it is all the same to you, be loved, I would rest for now and enjoy a midday siesta. The hand hovering over Nine's Pokeball instead grasped Shinx's. You know I was joking Hen I asked you to become an expert on Dragon Politics overnight, right? Joke or not, it's valid in worthwhile preparation, Ninetales replies, her thoughts slowly growing lethargic as she settles for her nap. Wake me if you need me. I will, love. Have a nice nap. Ninetales sends back a warm, slow flow of love, before nodding off. Taking Shinx's ball from his belt, Lee taps the Pokeball button and lets it pop open. In a flash of light, a blinking Shinx takes form at Lee's feet. After the kitten looks around and gets her bearings, she turns her bright yellow eyes up to Lee with a tilt of her head. We're back in Slateport, baby girl, Lee says, kneeling down closer to her height. I'm going to go visit the market and see Leo, the man I adopted you from. Do you remember him? It takes a moment for the name to click, but when it finally does, Shinx's face lights up with a smile. Behind her, her star-tipped tail flicks back and forth eagerly. Come on. Lee offers an arm. Let's make tracks. Needing no other encouragement, Shinx leaps up and drapes herself across her trainer's shoulders like Ninetales used to do before her evolution, purring all the while. Together, man and kitten begin the trek to Slateport's famous outdoor market. As they walk, Shinx's head is on a constant swivel, turning all around to take in all of the unusual sights, sounds, and smells. More than once, she tenses as if to leap off of Lee's shoulders and go investigate things that pique her interest, like a group of wild talo chirping back and forth on a public bench, but each time Lee gives her a firm look and she reluctantly settles back down. Once they pass the outer boundaries of the Slateport market, Lee glances around and finds it much the same as the last time he visited. There are a few new vendors here and there, but it seems like most have retained their places. He even spies the phony TM merchant from before, who gives Lee a sour look as he and Shinx pass. Once they walk past all of the common wares and back into the corner where all of the breeders have set up shop, it doesn't take long for Lee and Shinx to find Leo, the breeder who raised Shinx for the first few weeks of her life. The man is leaning on his truck next to his pen of young Pokemon, humming a tune as he jots something down on a small clip boa road. Hey, Leo? Lee smiles and raises a hand in greeting as he approaches. Long time, no see. The Pokemon breeder looks up briefly, then back down to his clip boa road. A second later, his eyes widen and his head shoots back up in a prodigious double take, looking at Lee with barefaced surprise. Mr. Henson? He asks, his eyes then falling to Shinx. Leo gasps. Oh my stars, is that? Shinx leaps from Lee's shoulder into Leo's arms in one deft motion, forcing the overall-clad breeder to drop his clip boa road with a clack. Is this her? Is this little Shinx? Leo asks again, looking down at the kitten nuzzling her face into his chest with disbelief. She's so big. Big? She's only now hitting a regular size and W8. Regardless, Lee smiles in pride. Yeah, she's certainly grown like a weed, the last few weeks especially. A laugh bubbles out of Leo's mouth. A weed? Ain't no weed that can hope to match this, he exclaims, stroking Shinx's head and earning himself a purr. And here I thought today was gonna be a boring one. How did you bring her back from such a state, Lee? I thought for sure little Shinx was going to spend the rest of her life small and sickly. Lee rubs his chin, organizing his thoughts. Nightly physical therapy, a diet rich in protein and calcium, plenty of playtime around other Pokemon, and her own willingness to go through with it. The last one is the most important, I think. You can't force someone, human or Pokemon, to recover from an atrophied condition if they themselves aren't willing to work at it. I get the feeling that you're oversimplifying things, Leo replies, smiling. What brings you back to Slateport? You said you were going to Mauville last time you were here, right? Indeed, Lee confirms. We've been through both Mauville and Laverage, and now the rest of my group is back in Philarbor. He hesitates slightly, unsure if he should talk about the Draconid village. I flew back here with the help of my Corviknight so you could see Shinx's progress, and because I wanted to see about adopting that pair of Eevee you have. Leo winces. Oh, the boys? About that shit. Lee turns and looks in the pen of young Pokemon all playing about. There is a Poochyena and a Houndour roughhousing, a Meowth dozing in the corner, a Silcoon hanging in a faux tree near the back, and several others, but not a single Eevee in sight. A gruff but nice kid all the way in Ore contacted me a few weeks ago, saying he's been looking for a pair of good Pokémon who work well together, Leo explains as Lee turns back to him. When I told him about the brothers, he was interested and wanted to adopt. The boys liked him after a little video meeting and agreed to go with him. Either the kid or his parents have some deep POC kets, because he put up the money without any trouble. Lee blows out an exasperated breath. That's what I get for not calling ahead, I suppose. The breeder looks down at Shinx, who is still in his arms. The kitten blinks sadly back, mirroring Lee's attitude. If it's an Eevee you want, I can give you a referral. Leo looks back up towards Lee. A friend of mine runs a mighty professional operation in Verdanturf. Evelyn is her name. Sweet gal, and a whiz when it comes to working with rare or difficult Pokemon. Heck, she advised me through the first couple of days after Shinx was born. She's usually got a few Eevee on hand. Lee's smile is restored almost instantly. That would be fantastic. After passing Shinx back to Lee, Leo bends down and picks up his Drop D clip Boa Road. He takes a blank paper from the pocket of his overalls and jots a quick something down, before folding it and handing it to Lee. There ya go. Evelyn doesn't really like parting with her rare ones unless she's sure a trainer can actually care for him. That should convince her to let you adopt. Lee shifts Shinx up to his shoulders and takes the note, tucking it away into one of his pockets. Thanks, Leo. I've got a couple of other breeders on my short list, but it's nice to know that one of them is guaranteed quality. Marrow. Shinx agrees. Leo snorts. Think nothing of it, pal. You two take care now, you hear? The flight to Verdanturf doesn't take too long, as Corvi flies low and fast. When they touch down outside of a spacious rural residence with a fenced backyard on the edge of town, it's only 2:30 in the afternoon. This should be it, Lee says, looking at the house number on the mailbox. It matches what Leo gave. Let's go say hi. After dismounting Corviknight, Lee recalls the Great Raven to his ball for a rest, then walks up to the large home. Stepping onto the raised porch, Lee reads the sign in one of the windows. Greener Pastures Boarding and Breeding Services? Lee reads with a raised eyebrow. Sounds premium. The door bears a sign saying, "Please come in." So Lee does just that and steps inside, closing the heavy wood end door behind him. Turning back around, he's greeted with a startling sight. Sitting a little ways away in the entrance to the foyer of the house is a Sylveon, one who stares back up at Lee with a neutral, practically dead expression. Lee, despite trying not to, tenses slightly. Sylveon is the rarest of the evolutions by a wide margin, and arguably the most dangerous. The strange ways that pure fairy Pokemon look at the world are at odds with the mindset of most others, both human and Pokémon, making a Sylveon unpredictable at best. The amount of reliable information about them is only slightly greater than what is available for a Ninetales. Which is to say, very little. The expression on this Sylveon's face and the disheveled, sickly look of its coat do nothing to inspire confidence, either. Hello, there. Lee smiles, steadying his nerves. Is Evelyn in? I was given a referral by another breeder, and I was hoping to speak to her. When the Sylveon tilts its head, Lee reaches into his pocket and presents the note given to him by Leo. He steps closer to give it to the fairy, but one of the Sylveon's ribbon extends out, stretching across the distance and taking the offered note. Reeling its ribbon back in, the Sylveon opens the note and reads the contents with a raised eyebrow. Upon finishing the note, the Sylveon folds the paper back up, then turns and begins to walk, looking over its shoulder with a beckoning expression. Coming. Lee hurries along. The Sylveon leads Lee through the spacious, if a bit rustic, home. On the way, they pass several bedrooms furnished for Pokémon, with appropriately sized beds, toys, and food bowls as well as decorations that simulate a natural environment, among other luxurious accoutrements. Past those doors are several closed ones. On one of the closed doors hangs a sign saying, "Mother and newborns inside. Please be quiet." Past all of that, Sylveon leads the way to a double set of doors leading to the backyard. Reaching up with her ribbon S, Sylveon pulls both doors open and steps outside, letting Lee follow. Stepping out into the sunlight, Lee looks over the huge backyard and feels his jaw drop. Outside in the huge backyard is a medley of rare and unusual Pokémon. Near the edge of the fence, one Eevee leads a game of tag followed closely by another Eevee, a furious Fennekin, and a green, cat-like Pokémon with pink eyes that Lee can't readily name. Under the shade of a small tree, a leopard grooms a fussy purloin. It takes a moment for Lee to realize that the tree the parent and child are relaxing under is no tree at all. Rather, a sleeping trevenant, a ghost type resembling a haunted tree. In a corner, a self-satisfied Houndoom lies cuddled with a serene Arcanine, one that is decidedly large even by most accounts of their species. Together, the pair watch three Growlithe pups wrestle and play. In the center of the yard, a shiny Vaporeon and a normally colored Floatzel both lounge in a small pond, floating without a care. Wow, Lee says with a smile. Look at all of these Pokémon. No wonder this Evelyn character is so picky with trainers. A tiny part of Lee is still a little uncomfortable with the breeding sapient creatures thing, but I guess if you look at it from the perspective of a Pokémon, they get a secure home with free food, free healthcare, resources for offspring, and a dedicated vetting process to ensure their offspring can be successful, comfortable, or both. Lee looks at the fence around the yard, noting how short it is, and how no adult Pokémon would struggle to leap it. And there's nothing really stopping them from leaving, either. Maybe it's not a bad Dowl at all? The Houndoom beside his Arcanine mate catches Lee staring, and gives the man a smug look, nosing his mate's shoulder as if to say, "Yeah, I'm pretty much the best. What do you think?" Lee gives the Houndoom a subtle thumbs up and the Pokémon grins back. Behind Lee, the rear door of the house opens and closes, followed by the sound of someone stepping over a squeaky floorboard on the patio. "Excuse me, sir? Can I help you?" Lee turns to the voice, seeing a small, green-haired boy looking up at him nervously. The boy seems familiar for some reason. Oh, Lee suddenly remembers. This kid is Wally. He was a throwaway character back in Pokémon Emerald, but became a rival in the remakes. What's he doing here? This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Do you work here? Lee asks, getting a nod from Wally. I'm here to see Evelyn on referral from another breeder. Is she in at the moment? I think she's in the newborn ward, Wally answers, seemingly unsure. Miss Lopunny gave birth a few days ago, and she's a new mom, so Miss Evelyn has been watching her and the babies closely. Lee nods. Perfectly understandable. Do you know when she might be available? Wally looks away, watching several of the Pokémon play in the yard. I'm not too sure. I would go check for you, but I'm not allowed in the newborn ward yet. He looks down at Sylveon, who has been watching the conversation with a blank mask. Miss Sylveon, can you check for me please? Without a word, Sylveon rises and steps back inside, closing the door behind her with a click. Is she always so dour? Lee asks, watching Sylveon walk deeper into the house through the glass door. Wally's sigh says everything Lee needs to know. Before the silence can stretch into something awkward, Lee clears his throat and addresses Wally again. You seem awfully young to be working here, bud. Hat brought you here? The young boy puffs himself up. I want to be a real Pokémon trainer, one who can help the people he loves when they need it. I'm working here with Miss Evelyn to save up some money and get started. Surprised, it takes a moment for Lee to formulate a reply. He begins, slipping his hands into his pockets. That's a lot of resolve for a kid your age. What started you down that path? Wally grimaces slightly. A friend tried to help me in my Kirlia a while ago, going so far as to steal for us. He was a good person, but he was hurting real bad and not making good decisions at the time. It felt bad that we couldn't do a NY thing for him, or stop him from making those bad decisions. Wally looks up, and there is fire in his icy blue eyes. We're going to be strong for the people who can't be strong themselves. One of Lee's Pokeballs wiggles, but when he looks down at his belt, the wiggling has already stopped. That's heavy stuff, kid, Lee says, meaning every word. He looks up at the afternoon sun. Being strong F or the people who can't be strong T themselves, huh? Not a bad goal, Hone Streetly. He shakes his head. I realize I never asked your name. I'm Lee Henson. A pleasure, Lee says, holding out a hand. Wally's resolve wavers, replaced with a nervous child once more. Oh, I'm Wally, sir. It's nice to meet you too. He takes Lee's hand and gives it a shake. Lee smiles and releases the kid's hand. Say, Wally, you said you have a Kirlia? Are they a male or female? Male, Mr. Henson, Wally answers, brow wrinkling in confusion. I'm hoping that we can get a Dawnstone and evolve him into Gallade in a few years. In that case, Lee shrugs off his backpack and unzips it, digging a case. Disc out. I have something for you. I don't know if Gallade can learn it, but take this. Eyes so wide that they almost pop out of his head, Wally gingerly takes the disc case labeled, Focus Energy. Of course, Octillery would learn Focus Energy the night after I placed the order. Lee's smile is just a touch sour. And then Grovile learns it from Octillery in AS Ingle afternoon, acting the TM useless. Gaw. Mr. Lee. Wally breathes, clutching the present. Are you sure? TMs are really expensive. Positive, Lee replies and nods, zipping up his bag and putting it back on his back as he does so. I don't need that one. I'll consider the favor repaid if you do good on your promise to be a great trainer, okay? The fire returns to Wally's eyes, and he nods. You can count on me. Just as they finish their conversation, the back door of the house opens once more and out steps Sylveon, followed by a smiling, mature woman of perhaps 50 years of age, who Lee inspects with a critical eye. So this is Evelyn? You must be Lee, the woman exclaims with a wide grin. I'm Evelyn, and let me welcome you to our little slice of heaven, she says, her curly locks bouncing with each word. I understand that you're looking to adopt. Lee gives the woman a smile in return. That I am. It's nice to meet you. Ha. Evelyn laughs. Honey, the pleasure is all mine, she says with a flirty wink. I'm so glad that Ninetails is still asleep. Now, let's see who we can add to your family, Evelyn continues, reaching out and lightly taking Lee's arm. Let's get ourselves sat down and talk. The Pokemon breeder, with Sylveon on her heels, leads Lee over to a patio table surrounded by wicker chairs. After everyone is sat down and relaxed, Evelyn addresses Wally. Wally, can you run inside and bring some drinks out? Our visitor looks thirsty. Wally nods and heads off. Yes, Miss Evelyn. As the back door shuts, Evelyn shakes her head flippantly. If only there were more courteous young men like that. What a doll, that Wally, she sighs. Okay, honey, what kind of trainer are you? And why are you looking to adopt? She asks, visage growing serious. I'm first and foremost a lab trainer and researcher under Professor Birch. Lee says, resting his elbows on the table and his chin on his intertwined hands. I'm competing in the gym circuit for independent funding and exposure, and occasionally take on law enforcement duties as dictated by necessity. As for why I'm looking to adopt, I want to add on last Pokemon to my roster, and I would prefer having one that is both capable in a fight and potentially help with my research on the nature of type energy. I would like an Eevee if any of the ones in your care find me agreeable. Evelyn nods slowly, digesting the words with care. I see. If it's an Eevee you want, then you've put thought into what you want them to evolve into, haven't you? Umbreon and Vaporeon are my top two picks, Lee answers. I wouldn't be upset if my hypothetical Eevee changed their mind later, but one of those two is who I really want. Yet, you wouldn't be entirely satisfied with that, the breeder says matter-of-factly, leaning forward. Is there another quality you're looking for? Lee has to hand it to the woman sitting across from him. She is damn good at reading people. With a sigh, he nods in confirmation. Yeah, you're right. In an ideal world, I would like a decent fighter, someone to help with research, and someone who has some healing capabilities. Me and my team have been in some nasty situations before, where immediate medical attention beyond what I myself can provide would have been appreciated. Evelyn narrows her eyes and crosses her arms, thinking to herself. For a minute, the only sounds are the Pokemon playing in the yard, then Evelyn turns her eyes to Sylveon, who is sitting on the ground and watching the exchange. Sylvie, can you go see what's taking Wally so long, please? Sylveon raises an eyebrow, but stands and goes back inside the house as requested, looking for the boy. Once the door shuts, Evelyn returns her attention to Lee. Leo said that you fixed up his poor little preemie Shinx. Can I see her? Where is this going? Lee wonders. He takes Shinx's ball from his belt and lets it pop open, depositing a Shinx-shaped mass of light on the table. When the light fades, a confused Shinx is left behind. Evelyn's gasp is quiet. Goodness gracious, she murmurs. She reaches a hand out gently, and Shinx gladly pads forward, nuzzling her head into the offered palm. It's like nothing was ever wrong with her. When Shinx grows bored of the half-hearted petting she receives, she pads back across the table and drops herself into Lee's lap, sitting and setting her chin on the table to watch. Rubbing the fingers that were just caressing Shinx, Evelyn nods firmly, seemingly more for herself than anyone else. Lee, I have a proposition for you. A proposition? Lee narrows his eyes. I'm listening. I want you to take my Sylveon. Of all the words that could have come out of the woman's mouth, those were not what Lee was expecting to hear. What? He asks, narrowing his eyes even further and tilting his head. Are you serious? Why? The Pokémon breeder's mouth is drawn into a thin line, and she takes a deep, calming breath. Trust me, this ain't something I'm asking because I want to. I'm asking because I have to. Sylveon is dying here, Lee. Don't act like you haven't seen it, how unkempt and unhappy she looks. Lee frowns. I suppose she did seem a bit out of sorts, but I'm no expert on fairies. A humorless laugh finds its way from Evelyn's mouth. Who is? I know I'm not. There are maybe 2 DOZN fairy masters alive. But I'm getting off topic here. She looks down at the table and clenches her hands, telling Lee just how much she doesn't wish to continue. Honey, Sylveon used to be one of my breeding mamas before she evolved. She's been part of this ranch since the beginning 30 years ago, and she ruled the place as the Queen Beedrill. Then she evolved. How did her evolution cause this? Lee asks, leaning back and gently stroking Shinx across the back. Evelyn reaches her hand up and runs it through her curly hair. Sylvie got sweet on some hired help a year back. He was a nice young man, and so good with the young ones. Poor Sylvie was smitten, and followed him around everywhere. He didn't know any better, and pampered her, paying special attention to her, just treating her like a princess, really. To him, it was all innocent. Evelyn's face takes on a tired look. I can't blame him no matter how hard I want to. No one knew just how seriously Sylvie was treating it until she evolved for him, turning into a Sylveon. Lee gets a cold feeling in his stomach, already suspecting where the story is going to go. That ranch hand, he knew what that meant. He had a fiancé, and he didn't want an obsessive fairy in his life mucking that up, Evelyn continues. He came to me saying that he's got to quit, and that's the last I saw of him. When Sylveon found out, she didn't take it well. Shit, Lee mutters, leaning back and pinching the bridge of his nose, trying to stem the coming migraine. Sylveon is one of the handful of Pokémon that would not exist without human interference, considering an Eevee can only really evolve into one by reciprocating human affection. Because of that, they have a depressing tendency to die of a broken heart if a trainer can't properly provide for their emotional needs. Researchers and breeders have all tried to figure out why, but the completely illogical nature of fairies only yields muddled results in the face of conventional science. The only thing anyone can agree upon is that a fairy's emotions must be directly tied to their physical health. The reason Sylveons are so rare is not from lack of trying. For Sylveon to have lasted a full year. Lee thinks, rubbing his forehead. Evelyn, Lee slowly begins, lowering the hand rubbing his brow. I really appreciate the vote of confidence in my abilities as a trainer, but I don't think I'm the best pick for Sylveon. Remember, I did say that I'm an active battler, and sometimes face mortal danger. I sympathize with the plight Sylveon is going through, but I can't risk the rest of my team with a potentially unstable ally. Surprise flashes across Evelyn's face, as if she didn't expect pushback. My Sylvie isn't a pushover, and she even knows Wish, so she can do first aid like you're wanting. If that's not enough, her ability is Pixelate, she shoots back. You know the one? It makes all normal moves into fairy type. Lee narrows his eyes. That is a bit more tempting, but ultimately he's forced to shake his head. She sounds wonderful from a purely statistical view, but my point on the potential instability still stands. I have serious concerns about Sylveon butting heads with my Ninetales. Like many Ninetales, she has. Lee hesitates, trying to think of a better phrase. She has possessiveness issues, he finally admits. Out of curiosity, Lee silently probes Ninetales' mind, on the lead to find the vixen still asleep. Evelyn is quick to respond. Smiling mirthlessly, she says, Honey, I don't think you need to worry about that. After such heartbreak, Sylvie's refused to look at any male, human or Pokémon, the same way again. I talked to a fairy expert after weeks of false starts, and you know what I was told? Sylvie is going to pine after her first love until the grave. A shiver runs down Lee's spine. That doesn't mean that she has to be miserable, though. The breeder leans forward, reaching across the table and taking one of Lee's hands in her own. Her grip is shaky and weak. Please, Lee, she can't stay here, not with so many bad memories tainting the place. The woman begs, her composure beginning to break down. My baby needs to go out and find a new reason to live. I wish I could make it all better for her, but I can't. I've been sitting here, biding my time and hoping she would work her way past it so I didn't have to let her go. But I've waited far too long. Every morning, it's a little harder for her to get out of bed, and it's all I can do to get her to choke down one meal a day. Lee's face screws itself up into a grimace as guilt gnaws at him. Evelyn, damn it, there really is no good wi to answer. Lee stops himself short again. I want to help, I really do, but me? Am I really the best choice? I don't know. The answer is immediate, with the woman reaching up to wipe at her moist eyes. I can't afford to wait any longer, though. I want her to go to a good, talented trainer who will treat her kindly, one who will give her a rich life, and you're the first trainer that happened by that I feel confident about. Lee sits back and looks down at Shinx. The kitten stares back with wide, yellow eyes, unnerved by the tense atmosphere. A Sylveon W old shut down dragons, which is useful considering W here I will be for the next few weeks. Lee closes his eyes and tries to see the pros and cons from a neutral place. A fairy also provides resistance to dark and fighting. W-ish works a bit differently than F-Rom the Gam S, and IS more. Along Teehee lines of a GE Narek healing Abby Liddy, so that would be nice. Pixelate would also be one RFUL to study. That might reveal some interesting relationships between the different types of Tay. If I remember correctly, Sylveon is also deceptively bulky when it comes to defense, especially when it comes to taking energy attacks. On the flip side, he frowns. On the flip side, there is a whole lot going on here. Sylveon has a lot of baggage which, I guess isn't Unis UAL for my Pokemon. GEs, that's a bit of an UNPL isn't realization. Is Octillery really the only normal one around here? I also don't have much personality-wise to gauge from. Sylveon. I really don't want to take her in ONLY for her and N and Ninetales to maul each other. If she behaves, then I will as well. The telepathic words are groggy as Ninetales slowly returns to awareness in her Pokeball. Lee sighs in relief. Did you have a nice nap? I was just about to wake you to ask your opinion. The vixen grumbles slightly. My sleep was pleasant, yes, though why our introspection wok me? No matter, I suppose if you are about to wake me anyway. Pausing for a moment, Ninetales scans through Lee's most recent memories, and the man can practically feel the frown on her face. Let it never be said that the dilemmas this team faces are not interesting. What's your take on the matter? As the fox thinks over Sylveon's plight, Lee is silently surprised to feel a pang of sympathy from her. The irritation at potential competition for his time is far more mild. Perhaps it would be best to bring Sylveon into the conversation. ASU told Leo regarding she and X, one cannot become better if they themselves do not wish to be better. Lee smiles. Sounds like a good idea. I would like to be present as well. Easily done. Lee reaches for his belt, unclipping both Shinx's ball and Nine's ball, before pointing one at the tense kitten in his lap. Why don't you take a rest, baby girl? Sorry for stressing you out with all the adult talk. Shinx doesn't protest, so Lee returns her to her ball and puts it back on its magnetic clip. With his other hand, Lee releases Ninetales, setting her next to him with a flash. Once the light fades, Lee turns back to Evelyn, who is sending Ninetales a wary look. Since this is such a big decision, I want Ninetales to sit in on it. Is that okay? No problem, honey, Evelyn replies, looking between Lee and Ninetales with a calculating eye. A sudden realization seems to hit her, as it's visible on her face. Oh, telepathy? Well, I certainly get your concerns now. How did she? Ninetales shakes her head. Lee smiles thinly. We both moved our eyes in sync, and as he noticed. The fox Pokemon huffs. Anyway, Lee continues, at Ninetales' suggestion, I want to include Sylveon in this conversation. I don't think it would be a good idea to suddenly spring it on her. It could just make her resentful of both of us. Evelyn nods and laces her fingers, leaning back tiredly in her chair. That's a good idea. After a moment of waiting, both Wally and Sylveon re-emerge from the house, with Wally carrying a pair of tall glasses filled with a yellow liquid and ice cubes. I'm so sorry about how long it took. The boy apologizes, sheepishly setting the drinks down before Lee and Evelyn. We were out of aspirod, so I juiced a few aspir berries and made a fresh batch. Don't you worry your cute head about it, Wally, she replies, a smile returning to her face. Could you go check on the big laundry machine in the basement? We need a few minutes to talk, and those bed covers are probably due to be dried. Yes, Miss Evelyn. Wally dutifully turns back around and walks back inside. In the meantime, Lee lifts his glass of aspirod and gives it a sip, finding the refreshment pleasant. The fresh-made kind is definitely better than the canned stuff in corner stores. Across the table, the Pokémon breeder takes a swig of her own drink, wetting her throat for the unpleasant conversation to come. Setting the glass down, she gives her Sylveon a smile. Sylvie, my baby, I've been talking with Lee. Here, and he's quite the trainer. Traveling around, taking on the gyms, seeing all sorts of new things. She pauses and gauges her Pokémon for a reaction. She gets nothing in return. Sylveon's blue eyes stare blankly back. And I think, Sylvie, Evelyn continues, picking each word carefully, that this would be a really good opportunity for you. You're hurting. Here, so I'd really like it if you went with Lee and his Pokémon. What do you say? Can you do that for me? That elicits a reaction. Sylveon's face twists into hurt, and a growl begins to build in her throat. Her ribbons, which were placidly limp, bend themselves into zigzags. Do not mistake this as me kicking you out because I don't want you. Don't you dare ever think that. Evelyn's eyes grow misty again, and despite how quiet her words are, the commotion in the yard stops as all of the Pokémon watch pensively. Look at yourself, Sylvie. You're letting yourself waste away. If I could keep you in my arms forever and fix what hurts you, I would, but every day you stay here you die a little more. Sylveon flinches, but despite being told in plain English, she still doesn't seem to understand. Her ribbons pull themselves into more rigid zigzags, and her growl turns into a snarl, one unfitting for a cutesy, pink creature. You need to go, Sylveon. Evelyn insists, standing from her chair and growing more emotional. I won't let you sit here and torture yourself. Please, I want you to live and be happy. The breeder gets a hiss in reply. This doesn't seem to be working. Lee watches the back and forth with some frustration. Ninetales is silent, but Lee can feel her brain working, watching both the Pokémon breeder and her Pokémon argue. Perhaps you should step in, Lee. I don't foresee this ending on its own. Both of them are too emotionally charged. Emotionally charged. Lee blinks as an idea comes to him. 9. Be ready to help if need be. I have a bit of an idea. Typically one should approach Dang-Ru's situations with a whole idea. 9 quips, but nonetheless, she stands and takes a protective step closer to him. Just like your pyrokinesis was a little tidbit from the GAM-E Pokédex that no one knew. Lee begins, standing out of his chair and crouching down. How well known is a Elveon's touch-based empathy? Did this Sylveon ever get the opportunity to use that empathy before she was heartbroken? Both Evelyn and Sylveon watch Lee kneel down to Sylveon's level, and Sylveon growls when Lee slowly reaches out, stopping halfway to her. I really believe that Evelyn means what she says, Sylveon, Lee begins, keeping his voice low and gentle. She cares so much about you, and it's tearing her apart. Can you take my hand? Maybe I can put it in a way you understand. The fairy looks at the extended hand distrustfully. Instead, she looks over Lee's shoulder to Ninetales. The fox replies with a warm purr deep in her throat. With great reluctance, Sylveon extends one ribbon out and wraps it around Lee's hand with a featherlight touch. Taking a deep breath, Lee exhales and prepares to muster everything he has for the coming conversation. Evelyn loves you like you wouldn't believe. As he speaks, Lee closes his eyes and imagines the face of each of his Pokémon, each one smiling at him. Warmth and meaning blooms within him, and the ribbon around his hand flutters. If you died, the pain of your death would never go away, he continues, his veins growing cold when he remembers the sleepless nights after the disaster on Mount Chimney, and how Ninetales' life hung in the balance. She just wants to do what is right for you, even if it hurts her. Love is strange like that. Lee hazards a look through his eyelids, and Sylveon is intently focused on him. My Pokémon and I, most of us relate to the loss of something precious like you do, he says, his memory cycling. Grovyle losing High-S home. Corviknight losing High-S trainer. Lee losing everything. Some of us never even knew the precious thing we lost. Shinx living without her mother. Ninetales living without an identity. But, Lee smiles and closes his hand around the ribbon in his grasp. One by one, the struggles he and his Pokémon have faced flashed before his closed eyes, and each time, they came out of it stronger and closer than ever. That doesn't mean you can't find something new to live for, you get what I mean? He opens his eyes and looks at Sylveon. Wide blue eyes leaking tears stare back in disbelief. Taking deep, shuddering breaths, Sylveon breaks her stare and looks down at her other 3 ribbons. Slowly, almost unsurely, she reaches one out to a watery-eyed Evelyn. Without hesitation, the Pokémon breeder takes the ribbon in her hand, and the instant she does Sylveon stiffens, fresh tears springing into her eyes. Lee can scarcely imagine what Sylveon must be feeling from the woman. If you want to try the new lease on life thing, Lee finishes with a smile. We're willing to help. Friend in need, friend indeed, and all that, right? The fairy sniffles and shudders, tearing her eyes away from her trainer of 30 long years to stare back at Lee. With a shaking breath, she nods, the ribbon around Lee's hand tightening. Lee squeezes back, sealing the deal and securing his 6th Pokémon. Act 2. Lee's logs 2. Stretching his arms over his head with a jaw-cracking yawn, Nigel Birch settles into his office chair and mentally reviews what he needs to get done today. Mr. Nelson's Dustox has been looking a little under the weather, so he probable Y needs to be add D to the checkup roster. Need to finish up my article from the Verdantorf Citrus Grove study. The fire extinguisher in exam room B needs to be replaced after the mishap WITH that Torchic. As he writes his mental list, Nigel jiggles the mouse of his computer, waking the old device. As per usual, he goes to check for any emails that came in during the night. Yawning once more, he goes down the line. Not important. Not important. That one can W8. Spam. Why am I still getting this one? I need to have the IT guy adjust the mail list. Nothing seems urgent, and then Nigel spots 2 that came in a few hours after he went home the night prior. New mail from Ranch_Monitor at Honernpike MNLAB, RG. Subject. Lenson NEU capture. New mail from Lenson at HOENNPKMNLAB, RG. Subject. Logs and RE search. Nigel's eyebrows rise to his hairline. A new capture and updated research logs? Lee hasn't sent in any logs recently, though with the debacle on the volcano still fresh in the mind, the professor can't say that he minds much. Well, let's see who your 6th is, Lee, Nigel murmurs, opening the email. Acquisition details. Pokémon Spe size. #0700 Psi Lvion. Gender. Female. Method of acquisition. Adoption. Location. Verdantorf, greener pastures breeding and beording. Services. Research value index. 0.89. Attachment number 1. Adoption forms. Nigel sighs, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. A Sylveon. An adopt ed Sylveon. Why am I even surprised? I shouldn't be. I said it before, and I'll say it again, for a man deathly afraid of drama, Lee sure finds himself mixed up in a lot of it. Already resigned to the fact that today is going to be a long one, Nigel leans toward the screen and continues. Opening the adoption forms, he scans them with a critical eye and finds nothing out of place. Upon finishing, his mind immediately goes to Lee's Ninetales. The professor can only imagine how in the world Lee is going to manage with not 1, but 2 emotional time bomb BS on his team. Well, if there is anyone who can get a Ninetales and a Sylveon of the same gender to get along, it would be Lee, Nigel muses. He resolves to check BattleNet after this and to remind the lab's PR team to be vigilant for a week or 2. The internet is going to have a heyday with this one. Moving on to the next email, there are fewer audio logs than expected, but there are a few research papers attached. Again, likely a consequence of Lee being so busy after the volcano incident. After standing to close his office door, Nigel opens the first log and sits back, listening. Log 24, Day 100 Ed 21. It was narrow, but we took the win from the Laverage gym yesterday. I had no idea that Leader Moore was going to blindside us like that, but looking at silver linings, he was an excellent test for me and MY team. I didn't expect Grovile to actually take Dow and Moore's Rapidash, and I admit I feel a little scummy for doubting high M. The plan originally was to have Grovile essentially be a sacrificial buffer to weaken the first Oponi NT for Octillery. I can't overstate how continually I'm amazed by him. Grovile, that is. He's something else. Taking Dow NA fully evolved. Near elite fire type as a middle stage grass type? It's crazy. His air control using QUICK attack is also advancing faster than Evir, And he showed that off yesterday with how he continually outran Rapidash's flamethrower while avoiding the burning GR round. His fight also highlighted his predisposition for cutting attacks more than Evir. The Sceptile line has very little natural inclination for dark moves, yet Grovile's Night Slash cut into Rapidash easily. Leaf Blade, X Scissor, and now Night Slash. Not a bad repertoire of slashing attacks, if I say so myself. I'm thinking we're going to lean into this strength and see where it takes us. I'm still rather frustrated with my poor synergy with Octillery. I'm so used to having the fastest Pokemon on Teehee field that trying to transition into Octillery's preferred fighting style is a pain. He has power in Spade S, and Teehee accuracy to Nihil bounce ing Joltik at 100 yards, but none of that matters if I can't effectively work with him. His performance in the gym match was stellar despite me choking WITHR defensive measures. Gunk Shot is a truly heinous technique, and if not for landing it right in Arcanine's mouth, I'm thinking that the fight would have been a complete blowout. Octillery is one intelligent, Mon, so I'm sure between bot H of us, we can figure something out. Ninetales. Well, I'm sure that you saw the fight. Ninetales and I are as in tune as we can possibly be, so I don't have much to comment on there. This did show me how higher level Pokemon can resist more esoteric forms of attack, like Confuse Ray, Baby Doll Eyes, or being he LD aloft with telekinesis. I can say with no exaggeration that Ninetales Confuse Ray is officially too dang ruse to use on Eker Pokemon at full power. We haven't tested it much considering the UNPL easant effects it has on targets, but Nine's Confuse Ray has gone from being discombobulating to sending weaker targets into full-blown seizures. Sour CES and RE Search Pape RSI Read say Confuse Ray can't cause permanent harm, but I think it's better to err on the side of caution until I can study the effects to confirm that it's not causing irregularities to the autonomous IC nervous system of targets. We're saving full power Confuse Rays for emergencies. Like with Ty. Arceus damn N, what a monster. He barely even flinched. Baby Doll Eyes is a really weird one. I thought that the attack induct ed muscle weakness via involuntary relaxation, but I'm getting inconsistent results with tests. Some times the targets relax Agai NST their will, other times their muscles stay tensed, but they simply aren't able to bring all of their strength to bear for a reason I don't readily understand. UGH. F Airy type. It's times like these that I'm glad Ninetales is a Cantonese Ninetales, and not an Alolan one. A fox that double S as a poor table air conditioner would be great, but not if it means dealing WITH fairy nonsense all the time. Alolan Ninetales, huh? Nigel blinks and pauses the recording. Turning to his other monitor, he types the species name into a search engine and digs for several minutes. Alola does have its own species of Ninetales. Lee mentioned it in another log, but Nigel didn't have time to look. There is even less about them than the already mysterious Cantonese Ninetales, and only a handful of Alolan Vulpix have been confirmed to be owned by trainers. There are even fewer confirmed Ninetales captures. If Nigel is reading right, then the white fox species is even more elusive and temperamental than their Kanto cousins. Sometimes I forget that Lee is filled to the brim with secrets and trivia you'd never find anywhere else. Nigel shakes his head. Oh, how he'd love to study Alolan Pokemon habitats to see what causes so many regional mutations. I need to go to Alola at some point, Nigel resolves to himself. Maybe I'll drag Lee along. He already has a knack for troublesome foxes, so maybe he can nab an Alolan Vulpix to study, he says, resuming the playback. Brendan and Inya have been sticking close to me, apparently worried since all three of my active battlers are recuperating in the Pokemon Center. I never really considered the cultural angle of having no BAT-TLE ready Pokemon on hand. I guess it's kind of like Conceal carrying a gun back home Some people do it for so long they feel a bit nervous when they do without, wondering about, what if, scenarios. I myself owned a pistol, but I rarely took it with me anywhere, and Hank fully never needed to use it in self-defense, so I guess I don't really know what that feeling is like. Also, I've still got Shinx, and although he is now here near the level of the rest of the team, I don't feel unsafe having just her. Thundar Shock has to herd like hell. Not too much more to say for this one. Lee, out. Nigel plays the next one. Log 25, Day 100 ed 34. Corvi came back. There is a short pause broken up by a joyful, disbelieving laugh. Corvi actually came back. On his own. I can hardly believe it. The worry over him has lessened over the last few weeks, but never totally gone away. I came back to our hotel room to find Hi M and N and Nitales talking. He's like a changed Deepak Eman. He actually let me touch him, something he never allowed before. Oh man. The FTER letting Hi M inside and getting Hi M some dinner. I had N and Nitales act as a translator so I could understand Hi M word for word as he explained what he was up to. It's, well, Corvy's story is a personal one, and not really mine to tell. I'll just say that my theories about him having AT Rainer before me were correct and I'll leave it at that. His tale does explain why he acted the way he did, though. It was enough to satisfy Ninetales, so I think just about anyone would understand why he did what he did. Okay, I'm getting a little too excited here. Let me back up and try this again, or I'm just going to end up ambling. What was I saying again? A scratchy caw fills the lull in the recording. Right. Anyway, I gave Corvusquire a check over, and I am happy to say that he is still in great health. He's rough ly at the same level of combat ability he was before he left, so he probable has a bit of catching up to do with Grovile and Nitales, but that's nothing he can't handle. I admiral it. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't evolve while he was away. He was on the cusp back in Mauville, and he still is today. Curious. Regardless, I'll be revising his diet and adding Hi M back into our training routines soon. Regarding the rest of the team, I'm currently brainstorming an AW technique for Grovile. Grass is a type of somewhat poor defensive capabilities, so to counteract that, I've been wanting to create an energy draining technique similar to Absorb or Drain Punch for Grovile, one that he can SE with his Leaf Blade. I figure that rather than try to Bull K up a Pokemon not known for being Bull KY, it would be better to play to Grovile's strengths, nam Ely his speed and PR efficiency with cutting attacks. With this hypothetical Drain Blade in his repertoire, Grovile should be able to endlessly donk around high S opponent NTS as he cuts them to ribbons. Our initial tests have product some results, but it's going to need a lot of refinement before it's ready for live combat. I'm hoping that we can see Grovile's understanding of Absorb as a starting point for this technique, and to facilitate that, I've been having Hi M drive a Leaf Blade into newly felled lumber, then using Absorb on same piece of lumber. My hope is that he can begin associating the two attacks together, and focal point of Absorb will migrate to the edge of the Leaf Blade. Not much to report with She and X. She is steadily outputting M or voltage each day, and he's certainly cemented herself as the leader of the group's young Lings, despite being the young street of them all. She is making a sea of different cries for different instances in scenarios, so if you're comparing her to a human baby, she's in the toddler stage where speech starts emerging. I might be mother henning a little, but I still want to hold off for another week or two before I begin to actively look for battles for her. She's done well in spars with Grovile, who can shrug of her electricity and affily divert her physical attacks, but I still want her to firm up a bit more before throwing her into a real fight. I should have taken a picture of her face when I pulled her aside one afternoon and told her she doesn't need to be a fighter if she doesn't want to. I've never seen her look insulted before. I guess that also confirms that her grasp of human speech is maturing as well. Octillery, I'm still trying to make plans for. He has such a wide array of techniques with the Capac ITY to learn more, but I am still not good enough to command lower Pokemon effectively Agai NST trainers of equal or greater skill than myself. I initially thought, well, why even bot her? Let's get him a technique to facilitate faster movement, like Aqua J then dismissed the thought. I don't know if a shortcut like that will do us any favors in the long run. Otherwise, it's business as usual for Octillery. He is still as voracious and intellectual as ever, and hung RS for stimulation. I'll admit, I broke BattleNet's rules on Pokemon Sock Pup T accounts and let Octillery make his own so he can ruse the site without using MN. Thankfully, he's very OPSEC conscious and ends to keep to himself. He learned Kite quickly that it's useless to argue with morons online, even if he's right about whatever he's talking about. He certainly learned faster than I did as a teenager. He's not the only one who has been doing some reading. The FTER win at the Laverage Gym, a number of groups reached out to us, and one of them was a cabal of trainers who end their own Ninetales. I got the invitation from Kaboo, a GYM leader all the way over in Galar, and Tihi place is run by a Pokemon master called Lococo. I swear I've heard that Nami somewhere before, but for the life of me, I can't remember it. There is the sound of an exasperated sigh over the recording. Anyway, Ninetales' temper has been especially short here recently, so I reached out to Lococo for advice. We had a very enlightening discussion, and I can certainly see why Lococo is referred to as a Pokemon master, as she had S own unique insight on the ghost, psychic, fairy, and D archetypes. A large part of our discussion revolved around Teehee psychology of Ninetales as a species, however. She had a few interesting things to say. Nigel leans in slightly, listening carefully. According to Lococo, trainer fixation is just something that Ninetales is going to experience, and constant telepathy is only making things worse. She advised that we don't use our telepathy any more than they did, or we face a serious risk of becoming a Gestalt entity. Pausing the recording for a second, Nigel narrows his eyes in thought. A Gestalt? He wonders to himself. Like a Dugtrio or an Executor. The concept of a Gestalt entity is not something completely unknown to Pokemon academics, but neither is it well understood. Teehee hows and whys of things such as identity or consciousness are still purely theoretical. For all the resources and advancements in the fields of medicine and science, the inner workings of the conscious mind for both man and Pokémon alike remain largely a mystery. Even with the aid of expert psychics, it all rapidly hits a dead end that traditional science simply isn't equipped to handle. After a certain point, things simply become indescribable to any who haven't experienced it firsthand. Feeling a touch uneasy, Nigel resumes the recording, hoping that Lee provides his own insights. The thought of breaking W-9 and I have is unthinkable, Nigel. Even if we don't speak a single word to each other, just knowing that she's there is reassuring in a I can't put into words. It's an affirmation that I'm not alone, that someone else out there is real. There are still some days where I think I'm back on Earth, and his is all just a wonderful hallucination before I die, and hen I feel Ninetales and I know this is the real world. A long pause, then Lee begins speaking again. I'm not a philosopher, or psychologist, or anything like that, so take the following with of salt. You know, we rely on our hands, our eyes, and our ears to perceive the world around us, and we simply have to trust that they are correct. What if they aren't? What if what we see and we hear is not the same thing her people see and he are? What if we're missing something entirely? What if we're missing everything? In AWI, the only thing we can ever know is true is our own existence. The telepathy between Ninetales and I, though, is proof that more exists beyond the sanctity of my mind. It takes away a weight, knowing for certain and on all levels that I'm not alone. It's a kind of weight I don't think people even realize they're carrying, at least until it's pointed out to them. Neither of us can go back to living without each other. Nigel, I'm really hoping that your psychic expert can have some kind of alternative, otherwise Ninetales and I might have to figure this out on our own. Jumping backwards a little bit, I had Tio sit and Hink on the Gestalt bit. Lococo mentioned, I know the definition, that a Gestalt is something that is somehow more or different from the sum of its parts. It's a loose definition with a lot of room for interpretation, and that's probable why I've seen so many people attribute the word to so many different things, or even use it wrong during some independent research. By some definitions, Ninetales and I are already a Gestalt, if you count the telepathic bond as an integral part of our beings. I get the feeling that Lococo was referring to something different when she used the word, however. It seemed to have a more dire meaning. I know that fanciful fictional stories of the Lovecraftian sort. Wait, Lovecraftian isn't a genre here, is it? Stories about cosmic and existential horror sometimes deal with the concept of fusions and Gestalts. They often depict it in the worst way possible, where the components that make up the resulting entity are miserable and devoid of individuality. That can't possibly be what Lococo was talking about, was it? This turned kind of grim and gloomy, didn't it? Well, Lococo also mentioned that a hobby is a good to ease a Ninetales out of a fixation, so we went out and found a bookstore that piqued Nine's interest. She's got the mind for history and political intrigue, so a book retelling the fall of the Johto shogunate caught her eye. I'm already saving up for a house with a full library in it, because I know I'm going to need it. She's turned into a bibliophile overnight. I think that's everything relevant for this one, so, Lee, out. As the recording ends, Nigel can't help being left disturbed, the talk of new Pokemon techniques overshadowed by Lee's musing about the mind. There is a slight crawling to his skin as he thinks over Lee's words and admissions, questioning about how anyone can be certain of the world around them. Such a line of thought never occurred to Nigel, and after having it thrust upon him, he finds that he doesn't care for it. Something about Lee and Ninetail's relationship still seems unhealthy, but now doubts gnaw at the professor. He notes Dao and the recording, resolving to get the relevant parts to his lone psychic, Annabelle. Nigel's thoughts then turn to Annabelle, master of the battle tower, natural-born empath, and the young woman who is going to be meeting Lee and Ninetails. In just one more week, the teen girl is famous the world over not only for her team of elite Pokémon, but for the empathic powers she possesses. With her amazing psychic gift, she can telepathically communicate with all of her Pokémon, making battling her a daunting prospect to say the least. If anyone can understand what Lee and Ninetails are experiencing and offer them appropriate help, it would be her. Took her long no to get ready. But I suppose I can't complain, considering Scott is letting me borrow a Nabi L for free. Nigel sighs as he thinks of his old frenemy. Not wanting to DWL upon Scott or Lee's disquieting words anymore, he moves to the next recording. Log 26, Day 100 Ed 65. It's been 2 weeks since the volcano. I am sorry for not recording recently, Nigel, but I just haven't had my head on trait for what feels like weeks now. I'll try to keep this one brief and relevant. I know you probably don't want any extra shit. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. We left Laverage a week ago, and we're stopping at a small border town to rest for a day or two before we continue on to Philarbor. We're planning on eating Zinnia's tribe near there, then taking a bite of a Sabbat Ikal to train for a while. By the time we get there, all of our Pokémon should be back in decent shape. Octillery is mostly recovered from the confrontation with Magma, but Ninetails and Grovyle are different stories. Poor Grovyle. Camerup's flamethrower burned all large patches of his skin across parts of his body, and Teehee resulting scar tissue and misshapen scales are leaving High stiff. The scars are fading with time and treatment, but they won't fully clear up until he evolves. This has left him with diminished maneuverability, and by Arceus, it's frustrating High something fierce. I'm working with him every day and viding Phi Sakal therapy to speed up Teehee recovery, but I know that he's not going to be satisfied with the pace. He should be back to 100% in a few weeks. Ninetails. She took a fully powered eruption from Camerupt, lodging a spear of superheated rock into her chest. If I ever meet who created the modern Pokeball, I need to thank them, because without the stasis-like effect Pokeballs have on a Pokemon's physical body, she would have died within minutes. There is a weak shudder, barely audible in the recording. If she had dead, I think the shock would have killed me. Professor Birch's blood runs cold. Thankfully, the rock missed her heart, but it irreparably destroyed about 10% of her left lung, and Teehee temporary damage that she's still healing from has left her with diminished lung CAPAC ity all around. She's getting over it, but it's going to take her 2 or 3 weeks before she stops being short of breath. As with last time, there's not much to report with she and X. She hasn't been sleeping very well recently, and I think the gloomy atmosphere is what's causing it. Thankfully, she didn't seem to be having any GHT mares, and I am fairly certain that she is ignorant of what Happy Ned on Teehee Volcano. According to Ninetails, Pokémon have to actively try to see outside of their ball, and I don't think Shinx is quite capable of that level of focus yet. I'm quite glad for it, because she frankly didn't need to see what went on up there. I'm also going to try looking for actual battles for her. I can only hope I don't intimidate the kinds of rookie trainers who would be a fitting match for Shinx. Moving on to lighter things, I guess if you haven't seen it already, Corvi evolved. Hey, he's really something else now. 9'10", and over 700 ed and 70 pounds. He's enormous. I think one of the things that Appy aled to kids back home about Pokemon W is the idea of being friends with big monsters, and C or V scratches that itch perfectly. Also, I had no idea that flying on Pokémon back was so fun. His is going to open a lot of doors for us. On the not so bright side is the food cost. Corvi is taking in over 25,000 calories per day, and hat's on days where he's mostly idle. On days where he's battling or training, he's eating 30 to 35,000 calories without overfilling. His trainer business is getting expensive. Nigel cracks a smile at the levity. Lee, you have no idea. On the topic of my aching wallet, I also placed an order of TMs for my team to the tune of over 100 ed grand. My last TM deal with Sylph CO was lucrative enough they want to do a not her run, and ant something nay to copy. I'll be heading back to Marvel in a week or two for that, and I was thinking I might also visit a few breeders to see about getting my6th team member. If all the stars line up, I can get bull KY fighter who also has some utility use, like heal pulse or something. I think that's the biggest gap in my team currently. That's all for this one. Lee, out. The next log is dated for yesterday, several hours after Lee acquired his Sylveon. Nigel clicks it, curious to find out why on earth Lee would adopt a Sylveon. Log 27, Day 100 Ed 76. The log opens rather quietly as Lee is practically whispering, so Nigel has to turn up the volume for the rest. 6th member acquired. Sore Rye for whispering, but I'm currently in a hot L room in Verdanturf and my Pokemon Are asleep around me after a meet and greet. I didn't get the Pokemon I expected, but it could have turned out worse, I suppose. Like I said in my last recording, I took the time after visiting Oval to go down my shortlist of Pokemon BR Eaters. After I missed a potential deal on a PR of Eevee Brothers in Slateport, I got a referral for a place in Verdanturf, where I met one Evelyn McGarden. Her ranch had a selection of Pokemon, but after all was said and done, I left with her Sylveon. Apparently, Evelyn had been looking for someone to take Sylveon for a while, and begged me to take her away from the ranch. It's a bit of a sad story, and I am only mentioning it because I think it might be relevant to future notes on Sylveon. Apparently, she was a breeder at the ranch for over 30 years, and fell in love with a ranch hand who treated her especially well. When she evolved for him, that ranch hand made the decision to get out of Dodge. Nigel does a full body flinch. Oh, Evelyn wasn't really sure how to handle things from there. She a fantastic Pokemon BR Eater and CA Regiver, but having to deal with a BR Okayan-hearted fairy was a tall order. I admiral it. I didn't want to take Sylveon at first. I said that I didn't want to risk my team with a potential weak link, and she revealed that Sylveon knows Wish, and has Pixelate as her ability. A long sigh comes from the computer speakers. Damn it all. Her story had me hook Ed and it hurt saying no, but I wasn't at all prepared for Sylveon to be everything I was wanting with the exception of her baggage. I ended up GREing. Already. I can tell this is going to be a challenging one. I've made a few notes that I'll take photos of and send along with this log. I would scan and digitize the notes, but I don't want the noise of the scan to wake everyone up. I'll give a brief summary of my findings so far. I'm sure that I'll have more to report. Firstly, Sylveon either has no faith in her ability to read commands, or is literally incapable. I'm not sure which, yet, but I'm leaning towards the former. While we settled in and began to relax in the hotel room, she seemed ward and unsure of where she should be. I told her that she can relax on the bed with myself, 9, and she and X, but the point didn't seem to get across to her. I tried N, this time being more literal with my words, and T-hat seemed to help, but only so much. Initially, I likened her apparent non-understanding to autism, as she displayed several key symptoms in the communications area, but when I reached a hand out and let her touch it with one of her ribbons to activate her touch-based empathy, everything I said came across just fine. This problem doesn't exist with Pokémon, as she was able to converse with the rest of the team without issue. If this is the worst of her problems, I'll count myself lucky. What am I saying? It's never that easy. In regards to her physical state, Sylveon is going to need a fair amount of TLC to turn herself around. Currently, she's underweight and malnourished from self-deprivation, as according to Evelyn, Sylveon refused to eat full meals for over a year. I'm already in the process of devising a PROper menu for her, and it's going to be a tricky one. Nutrition for a fairy type seems to place just as much emphasis on emotional stimulus and state of mind as it does physical need, so to that end, I'm going to devise a meal plan that is especially tasty, as nutritious as I can make it without sacrificing flavor, and on a rotating schedule to prevent palate fatigue. For now, the grain and eat omnivore mix that I use for Ninetales seems to be fine, as Sylveon got most of a bow L Dow with some encouragement. Trying to keep the peculiarities of fairy types in mind, I didn't want to jump straight into a Physical, and decided to groom her first. Sylveon allowed me to give her a thorough grooming, but held my wrist with a ribbon the entire time. She seemed uncomfortable at first, but the discomfort eased after the first several minutes. Afterward, I think she was a touch embarrassed that someone 10 years her junior was nurturing her. Oh, I suppose I forgot to mention. Sai Elvion is 36 years old, making her the oldest member of our whole traveling group. It feels a bit strange that one of my Pokemon is older than I am. Nigel's memory goes back to his father's Ludicolo, who was actually his grandfather's starter. When Granddad settled at home to be a family man, he asked his Ludicolo to keep an eye on his son, and Ludicolo interpreted that as go on his journey with him. Dad always lamented that having Uncle Ludi with him on the road made things weird. Anyway, after a good grooming, he let me poke, prod, and easure her. She turned and asked Ninetails if I'm always like this, and in locked D in reply. Ninetails. She's been surprisingly on board D with Sylveon joining. I really expected a lot of conflict to arise, but Nine's been keeping a tight leash on her jealousy recently. That's not to say that she wasn't a little jealous tonight, but she kept to herself. I asked, and in had his to say. Quote, our situations are not the same, but that does not mean I cannot sympathize. If you, ran all from me out of fear, I do not think I would have held up Kite as well, it was. I don't have a good wi to describe it. I don't want to say I'm surprised with a level-headed response because that implies that Nine is more hot-tempered than he actually is. I'm not going to jinx it by talking about it more, I'm just going to enjoy the peace while it lasts. Tomorrow, I'll be flying back to the Draconid territory, and I imagine that my hosts aren't going to be pleased that I brought a Pokémon known for hunting Dr. Agons back with me. There hasn't been much in the way of significant training break-throughs with the rest of my team sans Grovyle and Octillery. Grovyle once more blew me away with his mastery of Leafblade a day ago. The FTER thinking about some half-remembered book that Ninetails was reading, I realized that Grovyle could really refine his technique with some formal, technique. I asked him to bend High-S Leafblade forward so that he could grip the actual blade and manipulate it by rolling High-S wrist, and he immediately grasped just how much of an improvement doing such a thing provides to his control. I would like to scrounge up time-tested swordfighter Manu's crypts and SEE if anything could be adapted for Grovyle's use. Octillery, meanwhile, got the honor of being the first member of the team to try out one of his TMs. I taught him Psychic, and WE put our heads together and aim up WITHAS Elution to his mobility problem. His tentacles don't allow him to move 2 key CKLY on land, but what if he wasn't using his tentacles? Instead, WE decided to go WITHAC Ushin of telekinesis that he can sit on and manipulate, letting High-M skate around Tihi battlefield. He used this trick to great effect in a Bat TLE with Zinnia's Swablu turned. Altaria, taking the win. He doesn't have the earth-shattering PSY chic power that Nine does, but Octillery's telekinesis started off with some rather fine control, and I can only imagine that both his control and power are going to get better. Telekinesis is practically his new favorite toy. I didn't want to alter how he fights naturally at first, but Octillery doesn't seem to share that sentiment. I do think I awakened some kind of demon in him, though. He's really been eager for his next TM. Did I mention that this Pokemon training stuff is expensive? That's it for this one. Lee, out. As the final recording ends, Nigel rubs his face with a sigh. You really can't resist attracting trouble, can you, Lee? He mutters. He leaves the research notes attached to the email alone for now, instead navigating over to BattleNet to see if anyone has discovered who Lee's sixth team member is yet. The internet never sleeps, so who knows? Welcome to BattleNet, the Pokemon Battle Authority. UARE currently logged in, n_Birch. UARE viewing all threads. And threads that have new replies. OR private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. 10 POS TS per page. In boards filled right pointing pointer Hoenn. Sorting threads by newest reply. Please wait. Newest reply is displayed for each thread. See link to reply. In boards filled right pointing pointer Hoenn filled right pointing pointer Indiv trainers filled right pointing pointer Ash Ketchum. Filled right pointing pointer flying Magi carpet. Replied on September 14, 20XX, at O_Parker, verified trainer, for real. Ketchum's Pikachu glassed the whole arena so Flannery's Torkoal couldn't step anywhere without shredding his feet. They turned a weakness into an even bigger weakness. Not even Torkoal's new Flame Burst move could help. Pikachu was too fast and the fight was over after that. In boards filled right pointing pointer Hoenn filled right pointing pointer contest circuit general filled right pointing pointer top picks. Filled right pointing pointer Borscht 11. Replied on September 14, 20XX. At Orbulon, that shit was so pretentious it just gave me a film school degree. In. Boards filled right pointing pointer Hohen filled right pointing pointer rumors and hearsay filled right pointing pointer eco-terrorists? Filled right pointing pointer K underscore Cole, verified trainer, replied on September 14, 20XX. The Magma and Aqua gangs were reclassified this morning by the PLDOJ. No idea what happened, but it's suspicious that there was a total lockdown in Laverage just weeks before this suddenly drops. In. Boards filled right pointing pointer Hoenn filled right pointing pointer Pokemon hunting filled right pointing pointer Aaron, Lyron, Agron. Filled right pointing pointer J underscore Abdi, Pokemon Ranger, replied on September 14, 20XX. It looks like whatever was preying on the Aaron in the granite cave has moved out and has been gone for a while. It should be safe again, or at least as safe as can be expected. In. Boards filled right pointing pointer Hoenn filled right pointing pointer Indiv trainers filled right pointing pointer Lee Henson. Filled right pointing pointer NoyRPG. Replied on September 14, 20XX. At U underscore no underscore gud fake and gay. Go take a bath with a magnemite you pinhead. Ah, there it is. Nigel can already see that this is going to be a fun one. Opening Lee's thread. The professor grimaces at the number of pages and realizes that he's got a lot of backlog to get through. Resolving to do T-hat. Later, he looks at the posts that arrived just this morning, because there are a lot of them. I guess the Meowth is out of the bag. Or the Sylveon is. Nigel clicks his tongue and begins reading. Topic. Official Lee Henson Megathread. Threadmark number 4. Lee's 6th Pokemon. In. Boards filled right pointing pointer Hoenn filled right pointing pointer Indiv trainers filled right pointing pointer Lee Henson. Filled right pointing pointer Janky Frankie underscore X. Replied on September 14, 20XX. I can put the 6th Pokemon debate to rest. I live in Verdanturf and I saw the same humongous Corviknight the other guys saw with Lee in Slateport and Mauville. He flew to the outskirts of town towards a pretty high-end breeding ranch called Greener Pastures. I followed as best I could, but by the time I was getting there he was taking off. I managed to pull my phone out just in time to see Lee returning a Sylveon to a ball before leaving. Evelyn McGarden, the lady who runs the place, has a Sylveon. Or I guess she had one, not anymore. Picture attached. Edit. First ever thread mark nice. 91420XX0302.png, showing page 239 of 245, filled right pointing pointer Kazuo Candy. Replied on September 14, 20XX. At Janky Frankie, that picture is really grainy. Are you sure that's him? Filled right pointing pointer Jock E. Replied on September 14, 20XX. At Kazuo Candy, I've got a pretty clear picture of them in Slateport that you can compare Jankies to. Looks like a pretty close match to me. CL in sp.png, filled right pointing pointer Underman. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Fuck you, this loser is a ringer and you can't deny it now. The entire Hoenn League is a sham because they pull stunts like this. Filled right pointing pointer P underscore Trundale, verified trainer, replied on September 14, 20XX. Holy shit, it is them. Where to find rare poke magnet? Filled right pointing pointer Jock E. Replied on September 14, 20XX. At P underscore Trundale, bro, I don't know if I would be envious. At L underscore Henson is going to have a lot of weirdos in his DMs soon. Filled right pointing pointer flying underscore ta underscore 5455. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Holy Miltank, I've just come back and this Lee is a heck of a trainer. Looking at all of that Corviknight's footage, I can tell that while it seems of decent breeding, the specific height and wingspan tells me it's mostly TLC that got it going. I gotta see if he's willing to enter a breeding contract. Filled right pointing pointer Mauve's Lover 1012. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Arc, a Sylveon? Think he can help a sister out and share his strategy to find so many rare mons? He doesn't seem like the type to use lure and incense and all the expensive crap. Are we sure he's not just got connections? I've spent literal years searching for Larvesta to no luck, and how long has he been on the circuit now? Filled right pointing pointer Blue Ribbons Only. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Greener Pastures? That place is up there as far as breeders go. You have a referral or a known representative as a good T-Rainer, or don't bother even calling. I tried to get on the waiting list for a Growlithe there, and they wouldn't even talk to me until I won a half dozen first place contests without a reference. Love my Solaire more than life itself, but I could have bought a condo for what he went for. Filled right pointing pointer D actual. Replied on September 14, 20XX. How could Henson just get a Sylveon of all mons? There's no way in hell there isn't some under the table shit going on here. You don't just pick up the rarest Eevee evolution in your first months as a trainer. Seriously, first Ninetales, now this. Filled right pointing pointer Lopunny _ pancakes. Replied on September 14, 20XX. A Sylveon? Are we certain that Henson isn't planning on entering the contest circuit? I mean, every single pick I have seen on here has shown that his team are absolutely gorgeous specimens of their species. And look at his team members. Even ignoring Ninetales, I practically cried when I saw she got hurt somehow. But even still, she pulls off the wounded beauty look like none I've ever seen. His newly evolved Corviknight is just the picture of a gallant dark warrior, stoic with gleaming armor and mighty presence. And now a Sylveon, perhaps one of the most legendary of the Eevee line when it comes to performances. I am almost convinced here that as soon as he finishes up the gym circuit, however that might go, it will all have turned out to just be a warm-up for him taking the contest circuit by storm. Showing page 240 of 248, filled right pointing pointer almost sane. Replied on September 14, 20XX. A Sylveon is a wonderful addition to Henson's team as it compensates for various weaknesses, but the degenerates will of course ignore this fact. I'm sick of all the weird behavior online whenever someone catches any Pokemon that's cute. It's unfair to Bot H the trainer and Pokémon to keep making these inappropriate comments, and can genuinely be damaging in some cases. Grow up. Filled right pointing pointer spec time. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Adding to this, me and Matang spent a dozen minutes or so on this topic. I thought the rumors were just false, but the website for Greener Pastures Breeding and Boarding Services has had a recent page update relating to their Pokemon tally. There's no official notice yet, but it's exceedingly likely that this is the Sylveon that Lee has just acquired. On that note, how often do people frequent that breeder? I don't live nearby, so I don't have a good ally on local affairs, nor can I go and check. And Bot H of us don't want to be attributing some random trainer's acquisition to these ongoing rumors of Mr. Henson. Filled right pointing pointer trainer for fun. Replied on September 14, 20XX. At Underman. Got any evidence to support that claim? I swear, you losers come out whenever anything good happens to anyone. Ringer this, league plant that, wah wah wah. Just because you failed your dreams of being a big shot league champion doesn't mean you need to go all conspiracy theorist over an Eevee. Filled right pointing pointer Makoto _H, verified trainer, replied on September 14, 20XX. I hope Mr. Henson will have the capacity to bring a fairy to their best. If the rumors of his telepathy with Miss Ninetales are true, then he might have an advantage if she can translate Sylveon's thoughts. However, the mind of a fairy is fickle. After all, there is a reason why fairy specialists are so rare, and that's because taking care of a fairy is much more than just their physical health. Filled right pointing pointer corroded steel. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Oh Corviknight, my beloved. Henson's knocked my Corvi out of the top 10. Big bois. Also, thank Arceus that he has something I hard counter. He is still going to melt me in mine, but now I know I can beat one Mon if I face him. But a Sylveon adoption? Holy crap, I wish him well. But it's also Lee Henson, and if someone could pull that off, it's that dude. Filled right pointing pointer Leafeon _L0 Veer. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Wait, Henson managed to grab a Sylveon? From Mama Magarden? I know it's a Ribbon Eon and not a Leafeon, but she's famous for any evolution fans out there. Any Pokemon that's come from her farm has serious potential. Filled right pointing pointer Murkrow in waiting. Replied on September 14, 20XX. Has anyone seen those recent pictures of Henson's Ninetales? The fur shaving patterns are pretty indicative that she suffered some sort of penetrating chest injury, maybe something that collapsed a lung. Someone noted that she's not been very active when seen. Some sort of career-altering permanent cardiopulmonary injury, maybe? She's shown so much sheer power, it's hard to imagine what kind of Pokemon could hand her that level of injury that wasn't an elite's, and Henson has no battle of that sort on his public record. Ellipsis. Error loading page. Please try again later. Our servers are under very high load. Closing the website, Nigel shakes his head. Forget finding drama. Lee throws himself into it headfirst. The professor huffs out a single laugh, one tinged with a bit of despair for the coming headaches. The academic board better give my lab another grant for this. Act 2. Chapter 24. 28, 29. The tape measure in Lee's hand maxes out, refusing to budge any further at 30 feet. Meanwhile, the ribbon wrapped around the fingers of his other hand still feels as if it has much more slack to give. 30 feet, at least. Lee smiles and lets his eyes follow the ribbon back to its owner, who is sitting on the other side of Zinnia's backyard and holding the other end of the tape measure in her teeth. Across the way, Sylviane wears a bemused expression, just as she has with all of Lee's other tests. The expression is shared by Zinnia and Brendan, who are sitting on the weathered wrought iron patio furniture by the back door of the house. Her ribbons just keep extending, seemingly generating NAW material from nothing. No lights and no sounds to indicate excessive Tay usage, so this must be an instinctual skill that most, if not all, Sylviane possess. Is it a property of fairy Tay, perhaps? Could Nine or Octillery learn this trick? Lee is already imagining Nine extending her namesake tails across a whole battlefield, manhandling a foe without ever needing to stand. If we could combine that with Iron Tail. Crash. Screech. Lee and Sylviane aren't the only ones busy in the backyard. Near one corner, Ninetails and Grovile clash against Corviknight in a steady rhythm, tail and blade versus wing. Grovile is throwing himself into the swordsman manuscripts provided to him. It took some time and research to find what would fit best with his long, katana-like leaf blade, but, with Ninetails' help, they picked out a fitting style. One where, as luck would have it, the writer used a sword of unusual length with a single hand, similar to how Grovile uses his blade. Some bits had to be translated, and they've yet to read the whole thing, but the opening lessons on wrist exercises and the inherent pratfalls of such an unusual style were already bearing fruit. Grovile's stance is sure and steady. Nine, meanwhile, used her Iron Tail TM earlier this morning before they arrived back at the Draconid village. The knowledge imparted by the TM turned Ninetail's cumbersome and rather useless Iron Tail into something much more practical. With Lee helping her modulate her Steel Tay output, she's been able to utilize the attack in two different ways so far. The first by wrapping all of her tails tightly together and using Iron Tail as a great club. This was borderline instinctive, but Lee definitely heard the little voice in the back of Ninetail's head scoffing at the idea of using such a lowbrow technique. And secondly, hardening the tip of a single tail with Steel Tay and using it as a spear. The latter has proved much more difficult than the former thanks to the fine control required, which is why Ninetails is practicing it now. In the middle of the two, Corvi stands tall with a handful of scratches and dents in his armor. Taking a deep breath, the great Corvid spreads his wings slightly. Seemingly from nowhere, motes of light blue light manifest and gravitate towards him, seeping through his feathers and into the skin beneath. In just a handful of seconds, the scratches on his armor fill themselves in and the dents push themselves out. Corvi exhales sharply, his wings growing slack for a split second before he pulls them back into his sides. Ninetails wasn't the only one who decided she was ready for a new TM. Corvi learned Roost earlier this morning, and, in typical tough guy fashion, decided that letting his teammates wail on him is the best way to practice a self-healing technique. On either side of Corviknight, Ninetails and Grovile tense. Ninetails holds her steely, silver-tipped tail like a scorpion might, the spear-like weapon quivering in anticipation. Her chest rises and falls more harshly than Grovile's, the recuperating lungs beneath still aggravating her. On the other side, Grovile holds his humming blade perfectly still, mirroring the stance depicted in his manuscripts perfectly. Then, at an unseen signal, both explode into movement, lashing out like vipers the instant Corviknight is in range. Bang! Screech. Nine's strike puts a conical dent in the obsidian armor protecting Corvi's wing, and Grovile's leaf blade throws sparks as it drags Dao and the Oppo's ITE wing. Once both Nine and Grovile bleed off the momentum of their leaps, they jump back and reset, waiting for Corvi to heal the damage. Baby Shinx isn't totally left out either. The kitten sits in the shade by the side of the house, panting and taking a break from her own workout, one Lee is proud to say that he came up with himself. Sitting before Shinx is a small, industrial fuse box fitted with replaceable fuses. From the box comes a pair of electrode clamps, which are secured to each of Shinx's ears. The first 3 fuses in the box are Papa D, destroyed by Shinx's electrical output, but the last 2 are rated for an impressive amount of current, remaining stubbornly intact despite Shinx's best efforts. Shinx rises to her paws again, and with a growl, she clamps her eyes shut and lights up her whole body with a crackling coat of electricity, dumping everything she has into the second-to-last fuse. Cracking open an eye, she looks at the unbroken fuse and redoubles her efforts, arching her back with a yowl of fury. Pop. The fuse burns out and pops. Shinx cuts off her electricity and leaps for joy, her face lit up in victory. In her happiness, she totally forgets about the electrode clamps to her ears. One slips off, but the other one yanks her ear painfully, drawing a yelp from her. Sylveon is at Shinx's side in a flash with the aid of an expert quick attack, forcing Lee to drop his tape measure before it recoils and whips him in the knuckles. At the same time, Mawile bursts from her ball on Brendan's belt, leaping to aid Shinx, only to stop Hen. She realizes she's been beaten to the punch. Mawile's face swiftly transforms into an ugly glare. Mawile, Brendan groans. Not again. I told you, just play it cool for now and we'll figure everything out later, he says, taking Mawile's ball from his holster and recalling her in one move. Sylveon doesn't pay the dematerializing Mawile any mind, 2bu Sai using her ribbon S to take the clamp off Shinx's ear. Single quote ellipsis. At least it's not Ninetales that Sylveon is beefing with, Lee sighs, bending over and picking up his tape measure. Small blessings. I don't know how Mawile is going to handle the Suddy N competition for her niche though. Sylveon has been doing this for 30 years, and Mawile isn't any older than Tien. Lee jogs up to the back porch of Zinnia's home, scooping his notebook up off of the patio table. He turns to Sylveon's section and pats Dao in his pockets, searching for his pen. Damn it, don't tell me I lost another one. Zinnia rolls her eyes and clears her throat. Your feet, Doolittle, she says, pointing at the ground. Lee looks Dao, and sure enough, it appears as if he dropped his pen in his haste. Oops. As Lee retrieves his pen, Zinnia shakes her head and looks over toward Sylveon, who stares back pensively. You know, it took some time to sink in, but you really did bring a fairy back into a den of dragons. You got some brass ones to pull a stunt like that. Stunt? Lee asks, leafing through his notebook's latest page and beginning to write his findings down. I know I'm probably violating some kind of unspoken protocol for outsiders, but I didn't take Sylveon for that explicit purpose. Her prior trainer simply wasn't equipped to care for her. I'm sure some will understand the kindness, but definitely do not go around advertising that you have a Sylveon, Zinnia warns, leaning forward slightly. It might scare off punks, but it's practically wearing a wailing siren to anybody who's anybody around here. Lee shakes his head. Wonderful, he grumbles, jotting down his last note and closing his notebook. Any news on those talks that the elders were having? None yet. Zinnia shrugs apologetically. Like I said, it's probably going to take a few days. I have faith in Granny's ability to convince the other two, but it's going to take time. If we're lucky, it should only be another day or two. Works for me, I suppose. Lee pulls out one of the chairs around the patio table and sits himself down. Once we're in the stronghold, am I going to be able to leave? I've been skipping out on my therapist 2much, and I've got an expert who is going to help with a side study of mine I need to meet. Expert is an understatement. Once Nigel confirmed that he was able to acquire her services, the professor informed Lee who exactly would be on their way. Annabelle, one of the frontier brains. The Battle Frontier is an odd place mired in the murky waters of semi-independence, and Lee had to send Ninetales into the deep end of that political maze simply because of how it made his head spin. On paper, the Battle Frontier is a massive, luxurious resort for the rich and talented that doubles as a free economic zone for Hoenn, but in reality? The Battle Frontier is a rogue state. They mint their own currency, they have their own laws and charters, they control their own seas and airspace, they collect their own taxes, and they have all the firepower of a full region despite being a fraction of the size. The last point is the most damning one. Scott, the owner and CEO of the Battle Frontier, has a large number of elite-level trainers and a champion-level trainer on payroll. Which is why no one can really do a NY thing about Scott's shenanigans. Each of the Frontier brains are the elite of elites, no questions asked, but. Pyramid King Brandon, widely acknowledged as champion material, overshadows them all. Owning a Regirock, Registeel, and a Regice, the man holds the record for the most legendary Pokémon captured by a single trainer, and rumors are circulating that he captured a fourth legendary Pokémon sometime recently. Of the other Frontier brains, Annabelle is the closest one to matching Brandon's prowess. And she's coming here next week, Lee thinks. Damn, you have to have someone escort you to and from the stronghold, Zinnia says apologetically. It's only accessible by air, and without a dragon with you, someone might mistake you and your bird for an intruder. Lee simply shrugs, having expected that. Fair enough. Is there anything you guys need from Philarbor? I'll be flying over to meet with Mabel after lunch. Zinnia shakes her head, but Brendan chimes in. Yeah, Can you get me a fresh bundle of oran berries and a citrus if you can find one? He asks. I used up my last citrus trying to get my team's food to taste right, and I'm nearly out of oran. Maybe cut back on training that watercutter move and Marshtomp wouldn't need so many oran for his sore throat, Zinnia dryly interjects, looking at a number of deep gouges in her backyard. Brendan has the good G-race to appear Maripish. Reopening his notebook, Lee jots Brendan's request Dao-en, then turns to his Pokémon. Great work everyone. Let's call it for now and get some lunch in you. Ninetales and Corvi perk up, gladly disengaging at the prospect of food, and while Grovyle hides it better, he still powers Dao-en his Leaf Blade a little bit faster than usual. Shanks practically teleports into Lee's arms at the call, leaving a flabbergasted Sylveon behind. How does Iron Tail feel, love? Lee sends to Ninetales, adjusting the purring kitten in his hold. He can feel the ache in the tip of a tail that he doesn't own. Getting the hang of it? Ninetales lets out a tired huff. I suppose I am. I believe there is quite a ways to go before I can realize any of your daydreams, however. Oh, Nine must have caught some of Lee's stray thoughts. He definitely imagined Nine wrapping herself in her own tails and using Iron Tail, turning her luscious fur into thorny armor. What can I say? Iron Tail is a versatile technique, Lee replies, giving Shanks one last stroke across her head before setting her Dao-en. In short order, he makes his way to his backpack, which is leaning against the side of the house, and pulls from it 6 saran-wrapped food bols, one of them twice the size of the others. Having nay extra limbs to fight with is going to be invaluable Dao-en the line. If you say so, Nine says back, too focused on her upcoming lunch to give Lee's words more thought. Lunch is unfortunately a little bit tense, as all of Zinnia's team gaze distrustfully toward Sylveon, who doesn't seem to notice as Lee spends the entire time encouraging her to eat. Brendan's Pokémon, being the team players that they are, stand between the visibly disgruntled Mawile and Sylveon, letting both fairies eat in peace. Once everyone's food has had time to settle, Lee recalls his Pokémon Sans. Corvi saddles the Great Raven up, then flies off for Falarbor. It takes Corviknight a mere 10 minutes to fly all the way to Falarbor at a leisurely cruising speed, and Lee is once more mystified by how easy traveling is on the back of a Pokémon. Corviknight touches Dao-en just outside of the Falarbor Pokémon Center and kneels, letting Lee dismount. Thanks, Corvi. Lee reaches up and strokes the raven across his metallic beak. I hope I'm not bugging you too much, having you fly me everywhere. A disapproving croak rumbles from Corvi's throat paired with a sidelong stare, telling Lee to stop that line of thinking immediately. Alright. Lee smiles and takes out Corvi's ball. I get it. Corviknight nods once, then is sucked back into his ball for a rest. Lee exchanges Corvi's ball for Nine's, then taps the button, popping open the sphere and releasing his ace. Once she blinks the spots from her eyes, she gives Lee a reassuring smile and a soothing mental hug, chasing away his prickling nervousness. Stepping inside of the center, Lee and Ninetales ignore the people turning to look at them and instead head down one of the side hallways leading out of the lobby. They turn a corner, find meeting room number 3, and pause as Lee raps his knuckles on the doorframe. Come in. A familiar voice calls from within. Lee takes a deep breath, then opens the squeaky door. Inside, Lee and Ninetales find a smiling Mabel, sitting in her chair with a pad of paper on her crossed legs. Lee, Ninetales, it's wonderful to see you two again, she exclaims, bright smile widening. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I know we've got a lot to catch up on. It's good to see you too, Abel. Lee smiles right back, meaning every word. As he sits on the couch across from his therapist, he glances around the room, and finds it to be the exact same as all of the other meeting rooms they've used in past centers. Seriously, do Teehee Pokemon C enters standardize this room in particular? The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Ninetales hops up after him, draping herself across his lap and focusing her eyes on Mabel. However, Lee can feel her mind beginning to wander. Speaking to Xatu, probable why, Lee realizes. So, Mabel claps her hands together once, making the charm bracelet on her wrist jingle. How have you been doing, Lee? It's been quite a while since our last talk, and I understand that you've been up to quite a lot recently. Lee leans back on the couch, trying to gather his thoughts. I'm doing really well, all things considered. I understand that Nigel or someone else informed you about everything that happened in Laverage? I did get one such email, yes. Mabel nods. But I'd like to hear things from your perspective if that's okay. Breathing out a harsh sigh, Lee slowly combs his fingers through the fur of Ninetail's back, prompting her to lean into him. Yeah, sure, Team Magma and Aqua, the gangs that recently got reclassified into terrorists, I know what they're up to, and what their ultimate goals are. Stupidly, I decided. Unwisely, Mabel suddenly and firmly interrupts. You are not a stupid man, Lee, even if you made a bad decision. Call it unwise, if you must, for wisdom is something that comes with experience. Unwisely, I decided to get caught up in trying to stop them, and despite having so many resources, I put my friends and team in unnecessary danger. Lee continues. He stares Dao-en at the scuffed toe of his boot for a moment, then returns his eyes to Mabel's. We figured out that Magma was doing something up on the volcano and directly confronted them. I didn't expect their leader, Maxi. Ninetails openly growls at the name. To show up, or to be willing to kill us. Lee pauses, finding his mouth dry as he remembers everything. He overpowered all of us, he used his Cladle's psychic powers to pilot his camera up like a meat suit, keeping camera up going long past the point of falling apart. That Arceus damn Claydol was even pinching Camerup's wounds shut and keeping his shattered Borne in place. I didn't expect that someone would ever be willing to do something so. Lee can't find a word extreme enough and stumbles over his speech. If not for Ninetails in his lap, he would have risen to his feet in fury. Mabel's face transforms into a deep frown, but she listens dutifully. Taking a deep breath, Lee calms himself and gathers his thoughts. He nearly killed us, Lee murmurs, wrapping Ninetails in a loose hug, letting him feel her heartbeat. He nearly killed Ninetails. If we didn't figure out his little trick at the last second, we all would have died. Mabel nods slowly. I'm so sorry that you were forced to endure such a thing, Lee, she says quietly. This is a fact of life that pains me more than any other, but sometimes people are simply cruel and twisted. If I can have a wish, just one, then it would be for such people to become well again. Hey, Lee shakes his head. It would surprise the hell out of me if he was ever sound in the first place. I don't know what can twist somebody that much. Are you having any flashbacks or nightmares? Mabel asks gently, quietly writing something on the pad in her lap. It sounds like you already understand how to avoid such an unfortunate situation in the future. Lee shakes his head. No flashbacks or anything. I'm doing my best not to dwell and to just keep going forward. In a fucked up, roundabout kind of way, maybe Maxi did me a favor. Mabel, who was opening her mouth to reply, instead stops, a hint of bewilderment on her face. Can you elaborate for me, Lee? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Well, Lee licks his lips. Damn it. What is it about talking to Mabel that always makes his mouth dry? I've just been aimlessly bumbling along as a trainer, and scared to death of doing anything that would attract attention to us, my team, that is. I didn't like Pokemon battling when I first became a trainer, and if I'm being honest, I still have mixed feelings on the subject. If I could have someone else fight all my battles for me, I would. But the fiasco in Laverage taught me something. The dusky-skinned therapist remains quiet, letting Lee talk. Lee shakes his head with a rueful smile. I have to be responsible, he says, poking himself in the chest with a finger. I'm responsible for my own safety, I'm responsible for the safety of my Pokemon, and sitting around wishing I doesn't do a NY thing. He punctuates every point with a tap of his finger. I've got the means and the resources to make sure that my Pokemon and I aren't victims ever again, and I just refuse to use them. Well, not anymore. While I was sitting there in the Pokemon Center waiting room in the wake of all the aftermath, I decided that I was done, that I'm not going to mope and complain. No, Lee exclaims, making Ninetails jump slightly. The zoologist smiles, and damn it feels good. We're just going to be better. I am going to be better. I still want that peaceful, idyllic life with my Pokemon, but now I know it's not just going to drop into my lap. We're going to be strong, work towards the life we want, and it'll be all the sweeter when we get there. I won't let anything get in the way. As the last word leaves Lee's mouth, he stops and replays what he just said in his head, his face turning red as he realizes just how unbearably corny the speech Mabel elicited was. Arceus, if you're merciful, you'll smite me where I sit before I die of embarrassment. That was hardly embarrassing. Ninetails interjects, looking at Lee with disbelief. Lee, I felt you speak straight from your heart. It's not something that you can. Ninetails is interrupted by slow, steady applause. On the other side of the room, Mabel is positively beaming. Her hands come together in one last clap before she folds them in her lap. I was worried, she begins, smile still in place, Worried that you would have regressed or had problems after we missed so many sessions together, and I am overjoyed to be proven wrong. I knew that there was a confident, capable man beneath your exterior. This is such a momentous leap forward, good and me. I should have known from the beginning, because it was like watching a different man walk in here. A different man? Lee questions, pushing away his embarrassment. How so? How so? Mabel seems incredulous. The Lee Henson I met so long ago was a shy, unsure man who was letting his demons weigh him down. He looked to the floor, spoke quietly, twiddled his fingers and then some. You walked in today with your head held high and without so much as a moment of hesitation. I heard you walk up to the door and knock on it immediately. Last time, you waited for almost a minute before coming in. Shit, did I really? Lee blinks and recalls the last distant therapy session. I did. It hurts me down here, Mabel says, putting a hand over her heart, that you had to go through yet another horrible ordeal, but you bounced back with such strength that it's blown me away. I'm convinced that there's nothing in the world that can keep Mr. Lee Henson down. Lee looks away, embarrassed once more. I don't know if I would go that far. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Mabel reigns in her giddy happiness, returning to placid professionalism. Anytime, Lee, anytime. So, you feel as if you've come to terms with everything that's happened in Laveridge, correct? A nod is Lee's answer. Yes. I can't really do a NY thing about the past, so I'll just count my blessings and be more prepared next time. The therapist gestures forward with her pen. Well then, how about you take the lead for a while? What would you like to talk about? Here's hoping she agrees, Lee thinks, considering his words carefully. This might be a little outside of your scope, Mabel, so feel free to decline, but do you think you can help me with? He hesitates to call the telepathic connection between himself and Ninetails a problem. I don't want to call it a problem, but it's in regard to the telepathic bond between Ninetails and myself, and if possible I'd like to have a three-way meeting between you, me, and a natural telepath I would be working with. Ninetails perks up once more, apparently pulling out of her conversation with Xatu to listen. Her red eyes shift between Lee and Mabel. I'll be happy to lend my expertise if I can. Mabel nods, her pen scratching at her notepad. What's this not problem you seem to be having? Is it in regards to Miss Ninetails' trainer fixation? So she has been speaking with Xatu about it this entire time, Lee realizes. He's been avoiding Ninetails' inner thoughts since they stepped into the room out of a sense of privacy. Yeah, Lee confirms. We spoke with a Pokemon master who specialized in the Ninetails line, and she advised that we cease using telepathy with each other. Our Ninetails is just going to get worse. Mabel raises an eyebrow. My darling Xatu is a telepath, and I can certainly see how the talent would prolong trainer fixation, but to make it worse. Oh, it hits Lee that he has never explained just how deep the telepathy between him and Ninetails goes. As one, he and his fox lock eyes before turning in sync to Mabel. About that, Lee wonders just how to explain this. Ninetails' telepathy has evolved beyond simply sending and receiving words. It's tied us together deep, very deep. So deep that we can no longer disconnect or tell where one side ends and another begins. By the loosest definition of the word, Ninetails and I are a gestalt. The woman sitting across from Lee has learned of nuclear bomb BS, listened to a man lament his vivid death, heard stories of loss and grief, and none of that fazed her. As soon as she hears the word gestalt, though, her eyes widen. Each side can feel the other's emotions, hear their thoughts, feel their bodies, share their senses, Lee continues on. As we sit here, without me focusing, I have a vague, fuzzy awareness of Ninetails outside of my own senses, just as she does for me. If I do this, he says, reaching over and pinching the tip of one of Ninetails' tails, I can feel it. It's like phantom limb syndrome, or mirror touch synesthesia. It suddenly strikes Lee how it no longer takes focus for he and Ninetails to share their senses, and how doing so causes no discomfort anymore. Just a few months ago, sharing Vulpix's vision made his head hurt and his stomach turn. Now, it's as easy as breathing. Lee recovers from his own revelation and resume speaking. When Lococo, the Ninetails expert I was referring to, warned us about the possibility of becoming a gestalt, I got the feeling she was referring to something much more sinister than what we have currently. I don't want anything to happen to Ninetails and I, but neither can we just stop. I don't think we're physically able, which is why I'm asking for your help, Mabel. For the first time ever, Mabel appears stunned. In record time, however, she recovers and schools her face back into a professional smile. Oh my, it's not every day I'm not prepared for something, she exclaims, Bo NCing. Back from her shock. I would be delighted to help. This does push the boundaries of my qualifications a bit, but a brand new learning experience isn't something old Mabel is about to shy away from. Let me know when and where, and I'll be there to help as best as I can. Both Lee and Ninetails smile as one. Thanks, Mabel, Lee says, inclining his head. It means a lot to us. The woman waves away the thanks. Oh, think nothing of it. I told you, Mabel Lane does not stop until her patients are as well as can be. Is there anything troubling you about the situation? Only the possibility that Ninetails and I might have to. Lee hesitates to say the word. Disconnect. Even entertaining the notion feels wrong on a visceral level. For a split second, Lee's entire body grows cold, and he definitely feels Ninetails shiver slightly. And we'll take a look at that bridge as soon as we get there, Mabel says. Let's rewind things a little. Have you been feeling down recently about Earth in your old life? A slow shake of his head as Lee's answer. No, I still think about it sometimes, but already it seems like it was a lifetime ago. I still miss my family, my zoo, and everyone in between, but it's more of a background thing now. I have trouble believing it's only been 6 months. He frowns. Sometimes I worry that I'm forgetting everything too fast, though. It's left me feeling somewhat guilty. Mabel hums in thought. Time sure does fly, doesn't it? You shouldn't totally forget your time and experiences on Earth. Your memories are an important part of who you are, but neither should you let the past pull you down. A sudden thought seems to strike Mabel, and she smiles. Lee, about that wonderful idea you had during our first meeting. The sun is beginning to set when Corviknight swoops in for a landing just outside the front door of the Littleroot Pokemon Laboratory. Tucking his stiff wings in, Corvi kneels and allows Lee to hop of his back. Still think I'm not a bother? Lee jokes, rubbing a hand across the Dow-ny feathers of Corvi's chest. The massive bird gives his trainer the stink eye and defiantly shakes his head. Lifting his wings slightly, Corvi casts Roost on himself, drawing in sky blue lights that seep past his armor and ease the aches of the cross-region flight. Lee huffs playfully. I knew Roost was a good PK, he says, doffing his scarf and flight goggles, which are stuffed in his jacket pockets. Lee then rubs a hand across his face with a grimace. Even with the scarf I still have windburn. I guess an all-day flight does that. Holy, he's even bigger in person. Turning around, Lee is treated to the sight of Nigel Birch gaping at Corviknight, who puffs up proudly. 2-body Corvi isn't a chicken Pokemon, or I'd have a real dumb joke to make. Lee grins and steps towards Nigel. It's been a hot minute since I've seen you in person, Nigel. How are you doing? You adopt a Sylveon and give the PR guys a ton of work to do, and you have the gall to ask me how I'm doing? Nigel rolls his eyes, but his small smile tells Lee the man isn't serious. At least we're getting a funding increase from the academic board for it. Having 3 Pokemon with a research value index over a 0.8 between 2 lab trainers is really getting their attention. Lee furrows his brows. Why does the academic board insist on their weird value systems? 3? I know Nine and Sylveon are 2 of them, but who's the third? Brendan's giant Electrike. That makes sense. Any idea what you're going to use the funding increase on? We are definitely expanding the ranch grounds, Nigel says, pointing to where the ranch behind the laboratory meets the tree line. You and Brendan are attracting new trainers to the scene, and our boarding capacity is starting to get low. If we don't expand, I'm going to have to adjust the boarding prices for trainers without sponsors, and I'll let you guess how well that will go. Over. Lee cringes. Oh, yeah. That sounds like drama the lab doesn't need. Nigel nods with a sigh, resting his hands in the pockets of his lab coat. Hopefully we can do very thing in time. The rangers need to survey the land we intend to expand into and confirm there's no protected Pokémon there. The town auditor needs to review the land deed and resize the parcel. The contractors need to come out here and actually build the extended facilities. I'm hoping it'll be over sooner rather than later. Nigel then raises a hand and points in another direction, back towards the corner of the ranch grounds. The stone I mentioned is in the northeast corner of the ranch. You don't need to worry about any of the Pokemon touching it. I'll have Metacham, let them know what it is, he finishes awkwardly. His cheer dying down, Lee smiles and gives Nigel a grateful nod. Thanks for letting me do this here, Nigel. It means a lot to me. The professor simply pats Lee on the arm. When you're done, meet me at my house, okay? You can stay the night with us. My wife has been dying to meet you anyway. As Nigel makes his way to the jeep parked beside the laboratory, Lee takes a deep breath and reaches down, tapping the button of every still occupied Pokeball on his belt. Pop, 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 pop. Ninetails, Grovyle, Shinx, Octillery, and Sylveon join Corviknight outside of their capsules, each one emerging in their own flash of light. Ninetales, who already knows what's happening, steps forward and presses herself into Lee's side, lending him her warmth and support, drawing stares from the others. "Come on, guys and gals," Lee murmurs, "we've got just one more thing to do today." Taking point, Lee leads his Pokémon forward, leaping the fence and making for the corner of the lab ranch that Nigel pointed at. As they walk, the ranch Pokémon still out and about during the evening hours quietly move out of their path. There is no fear or apprehension from the Pokémon who see Lee and his team. Today, there's only melancholy. The northeast edge of the fence leads into a wood-d area, where bird and insect Pokémon watch the group march past from above, sometimes flitting away when Corviknight's head gets too close to their branch. As they walk, Lee hears Sylveon murmur a question to Grovyle, too quiet for a human ear to hear, but personally audible to Ninetales. Grovyle answers Sylveon's question with a low, mournful warble, making the fairy go quiet. Finally, they arrive, and Lee brings the group to a halt. Before them is a featureless boulder, utterly plain and unassuming. "Grovyle?" Lee asks over his shoulder. "Can you get us a nice, flat face to work with on this thing?" The grass type steps forward, extending and palming his leaf blade. His yellow eyes inspect the stone closely, then with a flash of movement. Shink. His leaf blade cleaves through the face of the boulder at a diagonal angle, slicing off a thin chunk that shatters when it hits the ground, and leaving behind a perfectly flat face. Lee rubs a hand across Grovyle's head as the lizard retracts his blade, making Grovyle look away bashfully. "9? Yes, beloved. I already know the words." The vixen steps forward, bringing a tail to bear as she hardens the tip with iron tail. Bringing the tail forward, she drives it into the face of the stone and begins to carve. Letter by letter, word by word, a mournful message takes shape. When the final word is done, Ninetales steps back, allowing everyone to see what she wrote. "In memory of all who are no more, loved and never forgotten, Borne Audiobook, I live for you. Here in this charmed place." Lee's very being hurts, and the world seems to fade from his vision. Almost immediately, Ninetales returns to Lee's right, pressing herself to him and burying her head in his side. Grovyle leans into his trainer's left, visibly fighting with himself, before wrapping an arm around one of Lee's. Shinx jumps into Lee's arms, cuddling into his chest without so much as a sound. Corviknight wraps a great black wing around them all. The two outliers, Octillery and Sylveon, stand in front of the group and stare at the words. Octillery's expression shifts constantly, as if he's not sure what he's supposed to be feeling. From calculating, to indifferent, to frustrated, before returning to calculating. Then, as if Arceus descended to reveal a great secret to him, Octillery turns and stares at Lee, comprehension dawning in the cephalopod's eyes, before that too is gone. Finally, he settles upon an expression of practiced sympathy, just barely masking the intense curiosity within his eyes. He shuffles close, wrapping a comforting tentacle around one of Lee's legs. Sylveon, meanwhile, reads the words over and over again, as if doing so will reveal some hidden knowledge. After the 10th rereading, nothing changes, and one of her ribbons snakes its way into the sleeve of Lee's jacket, wrapping securely around his wrist. The fairy suddenly stiffens as if electrocuted. Great shakes rack her body, and she lets go. Staring at the ground as if the dirt at her paws wronged her, she shuffles backwards until she is standing between Lee's legs, and leans into his knee, ever so slightly. The warmth of his Pokémon returns Lee's senses, just a little, letting him read the inscription once more. In memory of all who are no more. His family, his friends, his animals, his entire world. It's gone, and will never come back. It's all been reduced to nuclear ash. Sometimes, he still expects to wake up, choking upon dust and bereft of purpose. Loved and never forgotten. Oh, how it agonizes him to admit it, that he'll never get to make new memories with the ones he loved, but. Is it all bad? Those memories aren't gone. They'll be with him forever. Borne Audiobook, I live for you. No, it's not all bad. Some way, somehow, he cheated death and now lives while everyone else has perished. If he does nothing with this chance, it's practically spitting upon everyone who didn't get the chance. Here in this charmed place. Lee blinks, suddenly realizing that his Pokémon are all huddled against him, warding off the chill of the evening with their bodies. He looks down, left, right, and even up. In every direction, he sees naught but faces looking at him with love and support. Love and support from his new family. A smile crosses Lee's face, and with the hand not holding Shinx, he dabs at his eyes. Charmed place, indeed. 9 must be making me flowery. I guess it's, no. Nogussing. I know it's time to let it all go. All at once, the ache in Lee's chest is gone, and the man is left feeling lighter than air. It's good to be home, he breathes. Together, they all stay until the horizon swallows the sun's last ray. Act 2. Interlude 5. After the solemn silence at the memorial, Lee takes everyone back to the Birch household for the night. After dinner, Corviknight and Octillery retreated into their balls to rest, leaving Ninetails, Grovyle, Shinx, and Sylveon to follow Lee and Nigel to the den, where the two men now talk. The atmosphere within the Birch home is one that Sylveon is familiar with. Warmth, laughter, and merriment were hallmarks of the ranch where she spent most of her life, even if enjoyment of such things has eluded her for what seems like forever. No, Lee leans forward with a grin. Oh yes. Nigel mirrors Lee's grin, one of the few vending machines around that still takes coins, and he tries to put a washer on a string in it. You know what happened after that? A Porygon Papa D out, mad as a Beedrill and with a tri-attack already charged. It's a good thing he was wearing dark pants, because I'm sure he wet himself. Both men laugh, though Nigel stifles his mirth to take a drink from the glass held in his hand. Sylveon can hear it. There is a difference in her new trainer's voice. She twitches an ear from her place leaning against Lee's chair. It suddenly sounds as if there is true levity within his words, that he is happy, where he was weighed down before. Her ribbons twitch, and she longs to wrap them around Lee's hand to see if her guess is correct. Instead, she looks at Ninetails, who is lying across Lee's boot. Despite having been with the team for a few days, it is clear Ninetails is the right hand of Lee. The fox is a firestorm on 4 legs and the other piece of Lee, just as Lee is the other piece of her. The fairy felt it the first time she and Lee made contact, the dull thrum of emotions not his own. Sylveon's thoughts immediately went to mental illness. Did this man suffer from BPD, or some form of schizophrenia? As far as she was concerned, it would be par for the course for a man. No. Then she realized the emotions actually weren't his. They belonged to Ninetails. Then she felt the constant undercurrent of love flowing between them, and she was gripped with a horrific jealousy. How dare they? How dare they flaunt her greatest desire in her face like that? For many years, she lived at the ranch with no illusions about what she was doing. She would pick a viable suitor, allow him to mate with her, then birth kits. She cared not if her one-night stand bought haired to stay around. She was solely interested in mates who would give her the best kits. Oh, her darling kits. Each one had grown up too fast. It was as though every litter would look at the world beyond the fence with wanderlust faster than the previous. Sylveon cherished every single one of her children, and set her standards for trainers looking to adopt as high as could be reasonable. Then he came, and showed her that other forms of love exist. Her thoughts had become murderous. Sylveon cannot even think his name. Should she try, her stomach will fall to her paws, her heart will turn her rib cage inside out, and she'll be so sick she cannot even see straight. She loves $$ more than anything. She hates $$ more than anything. How dare he show her a world she knew not, only to rip it away? He should suffer. The woman who took him should suffer. They should all be crushed. And broken in her grip. How in the world could she be so foolish? How could she think that his petty platitudes, tender touch, that smile she would die to see just one more time were real? Ever since that day, the only sensation she's felt throughout her body is cold. It's as if her blood was replaced with ice water, and it drives her mad. No amount of blankets or sunlight or nights spent before the fireplace makes it go away. So often she's been tempted to leap into the ranch fireplace if only to feel some new sensation. She loves $$ more than anything. She hates $$ more than anything. Yet, if he came back, Sylveon would love him again in a heartbeat. Her chest is so tight she can barely breathe. Why did he leave her? Why did he do this to her? The fairy shakes the homicidal impulses away. No, she shouldn't be focusing on him right now. Other things are afoot. Taking a deep breath, Sylveon turns her blue eyes up to Lee. His smile seems unburdened. His eyes seem to smile? Sylveon gives up. Try as she might, the human face is an enigma. Instead, she looks down to the ribbon that she wrapped around his hand several hours prior. Her ribbon is still quaking. The things she felt in that scant moment are burned into her for better or worse. The instant they made contact, she felt everything. Despair, loneliness, grief. Despair, loneliness, grief, despair, loneliness, grief, despair, loneliness, grief. It was like the moment she learned that he abandoned her. The intensity was unspeakable, and she was rooted in place as the emotions of her new trainer ripped into her like razor claws, piercing her Dao end to the bone. So Much was gone. Everything was gone. It was as if the world had come to an end. At that moment, Sylviane knew that she had found someone that understands what she felt that day as she was forced to endure the emotional surge. It was as if her nerves were dunked in acid. Then something unbelievable happened. It all began to recede, and something else took its place. Happiness. Belonging. Acceptance. Love. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The last one nearly took Sylviane's breath away. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the rest of her new team huddle close, holding the wounded man. Who took her away from the ranch? Without even meaning to, she joined them. Despite the chill of the evening, just being against his leg filled her with warmth. The fairy gulps, once more looking up at Lee, taking in his smile and listening to his voice as he strokes Shinx, who does in his lap. That pain, that horrific pain, the same kind that still torments Sylviane, does Lee carry it no longer? Can one actually recover from such an ordeal? But, the loss of something he loved is what caused everything, isn't it? How did he do it? It doesn't seem possible. Letting out a quiet breath, Sylviane lays her head upon her paws. In her chest, something flickers, pushing away the perpetual cold that has plagued her, if only a little. Is that hope? What could I possibly have to hope for? Sylviane wonders, swallowing bile that suddenly rises into her throat. How dare you do his to me, Lee Henson? Shinx isn't quite sure when things began to make sense. It was recently, but not too recently, and Papa's gentle fingers combing through the fur of her back make it difficult to focus. It doesn't matter. What matters now is things are beginning to reveal themselves to her, beginning to connect together in a way she understands. All of the flashes and snippets of days past are beginning to line up in order, each one clear and vivid. Before they were like dreams, with no one seeming to relate to one another, but now she knows the difference between the dreams and her own memory, even if those dreams are too captured in her head. Armed with things like words and numbers, all her past experiences come into sharp focus. There were the earliest ones, where she was her smallest and weakest. She was in a warm place, utterly secure, and everything before that was a stupor. She did not know where she was, as that was a place without sight or words, but she knew Mama was nearby, looking out for her. That knowledge was all Shinx needed. Time moved forward. Mama would take Shinx far and wide. Some days, she would go 10 steps or more, and as time went on, she would take less. The decrease was gradual. Then Mama began to breathe wrong. Mama's breath and heartbeat lulled Shinx in and out of a dreamless sleep as the place she resided began to grow small, so the disruption was immediately apparent. Unease filled her. She squirmed, pushing against the walls around her. The noises Mama made in reply were soothing, but it did little to ease her. Mama would continue to breathe wrong, and it would get worse without getting better. Then Mama began to stumble a lot. The place where Shinx was would then be bumped and tossed around often, and Mama only got worse from there. Then one day, after Mama and Shinx settled somewhere, after only 10 tens and 9 tens worth of steps, they came to a rest, and the steady heartbeat that had lulled her to sleep so many times fluttered. And stopped. For exactly 7 and 10 tens of Mama's regular heartbeats, Shinx was alone, and she knew it. Shinx's home then began to spasm, and her instinct screamed. Whatever is happening, it's not yet time. This is not right, not right. The entire world shifted. Light, cold, noise. The air was ice and drove needles into her lungs. The light was blinding, and it was all she could do to keep her eyes shut. The breeze howled in her ears, and agony shot through her skull. She tried to open her mouth and cry, but all that came out was a whisper. Shinx has no idea how long she lay there, but the light of the sun eventually stopped battering her eyelids. Then she heard great thuds upon the ground, followed by a gasp. Oh my stars! What on Arceus green earth happy Ned here? Said a voice. It was Leo who had found her. Warm hands picked her up, and she was taken away. I don't know, Leo, the voice of a woman said. Shinx remembers her. She said her name was Evelyn. If this Shinx lives through Teehee next week, it'll be a miracle. Whatever you do, place ease don't get attached. Some Ething tells me she will be joining our mother soon. No, Shinx doesn't want the thing that happened to Mama to happen to her. She won't go. Over the next few days, Shinx would force herself to stand upon unsteady legs and finally see the world around her, all without Mama. The first thing she ever saw was Leo staring down at her in amazement. Her chest hurt, and although she didn't know the word at the time, she was heartbroken. I went back to give that Luxio APR Oper burial, Eve, Leo solemnly said into his glass rectangle one day. She was awful young and ickly, and I think her pregnance why did her in. She must have used the last bit of life she had left to make it to the edge of my property. She wanted somebody to find our cub. The words were confusing, but the tone was not. It only made Shinx's chest hurt more. She wanted Mama. Sometimes, she would stand by the door of the ranch house and cry ugly tears, hoping Mama would appear, but she never did. All that ever happened was Leo picking her up and shushing her. Then she tried using Leo's glass rectangle. It can let you talk to people who are far away, right? Maybe Mama can be summoned that way? On the rectangle, there were symbols that one would need to touch to make the rectangle do its thing. She tried every combination she'd ever seen Leo press, each one 2 and 10 presses long, but she only ever heard confused humans on the other side. Sorry, Eve. Leo whisked the rectangle away from Shinx when he found out one afternoon. I have no idea how she guessed your number. I guess I'll put a lock on my phone. From there on, Leo's rectangle needed 4 more presses at the start, but they were always the same, and Shinx learned them just as she learned the other presses. Leo then started guarding his rectangle with more jealousy. Leo was good to her, but he had so many other babies that Shinx fell by the wayside. He fed her, cared for her, and looked out for her, but so many other Pokemon needed his attention, too. 2 and 3 10 times they would go from the ranch house to the market, and after watching some of her surrogate littermates disappear in the arms of a human, she understood what was happening. Those Pokemon were getting new parents. Oh, she liked Leo, but she wanted more. Shinx never missed a chance to be front and center. She memorized exactly where to stand on the house porch to be the first in Leo's truck, and where to be in the market pen to be best seen. She was small and weak, though, and thus overlooked. The hurt in her chest grew day by day. Then Papa came, and her life changed forever. The people of the market parted around him as he stepped forward to speak to Leo, with a Vulpix upon his shoulder that Shinx would later know as her new mama. When she met Papa's eyes, Shinx knew what it was like to be wanted. When she was held in Papa's arms, Shinx knew what it was like to be loved. When she was adopted by Papa, Shinx knew what it was like to belong. He fed her, cared for her, made time for her, dedicated himself to her, and Shinx cannot ever love him enough. The hurt within her chest finally went away. She looked him in the eye and burned his face into her memory. Then came Mama, her new mama. Where Papa is soft, Mama is stern. She rules the team with no question, like a queen in a coat of gold that Shinx dares not disobey. Yet, Mama is not without her tender side. Her eyes are sharp and her words sharper, but cuddling in the safety and security of her tails is a privilege Shinx shares only with Papa. Would her old Mama be angry? Upset? She must have used the last bit of life she had left to make it to the edge of my property. She wanted somebody to find our cub. No, Shinx doesn't think so. He's gone. She did all that a mama can. Shinx blinks her bleary, tear-filled eyes, going back to just a few hours ago. Papa said the stone that Mama carved was a memorial. She hasn't any idea what that word means, but it sounds like memory. Is it something similar? Shinx couldn't read many of the big words on the rock, but 2 stuck out to her. No more. Is a memorial a thing to remember something that is gone? She skips backwards once more, to a fateful, one-sided conversation. You aren't my first baby, you know? You're the third. You old have been the fourth if things had worked out for the best. Zephu and Subur I were like you, these little cubs I helped raise. I loved them like nothing else, but they aren't around anymore, making you my last. Papa's eyes are filled with melancholy. No, that's too tame of an emotion. Shinx has no word for what she sees, but she dislikes it with all her being. You look just like them, and for a while, I wondered if I made the right choice by taking you, baby girl. Was I trying to fill the hole they have left behind? I don't know, but I do now I was worrying myself sick wondering if I would do a good job raising you, owned ring if you'd get big and strong. Papa's big blues look down at her, and he smiles. I love you, baby girl. The little electric type awakens from her half-slumber with a start. Looking up, she sees Papa smiling down at her. Tired, are we? Papa teases. It is starting to get kinda late, so if you don't mind, Nigel. Papa looks over to the scruffy man in the other chair. I think I'm going to get ready to turn in. My Pokemon seem to agree. On the floor, Mama lets out a sleepy huff. Sure thing, Lee, the scruffy man says with a smile. Let me show you to the guest room. Papa rises, taking Shinx into his arms as he does so, and she doesn't fight the sleep that wishes to overtake her. Papa is the best, strongest papa there is. Shinx will be the best, strongest baby she can be. Papa will never need another memorial for his babies, or anyone else. She will make sure of it. Act 2, Chapter 25. The following morning, after a pleasant evening spent in the Birch home, Lee gathers up his team, mounts up on Corvi, and begins the multi-hour flight back to the Draconid village. Lee takes a breath through the scarf protecting his face from the biting wind, looking down at the landscape below. To the east, Verdanturf passes by as Corvi lazily yaws to the left, following a waterway into the western mountain range. It all seems greener, somehow, he thinks to himself and smiles. Hoenn. What a beautiful place to call home. Home. Just thinking the word before yesterday made his chest tight and put thoughts of happier times in his head. Home used to be the place where his animals lived and where his zoo stood, and the reminder that it was all gone never lost its harshness. Until today, that is. It's all been put to rest now. It's been 6 months since I died, 6 months since the whole world came to an end. Lee watches a formation of Swablu pass below. Half a year. It feels like a lifetime ago. I guess, if you really think about it, it is a lifetime ago. Do you regret how things have turned out? So lost in his thoughts is he that it takes Lee a moment to realize Ninetales reached out to him. He blinks and thinks over his answer. Regret? No. I could never regret where I am today. I can't regret meeting you, or the rest of the team, are Brendan and Xenia. I think I'll always miss Earth deep down, but sitting in El Amanting do Escent bring anything back K. Besides, how can I remain unhappy when I have you? Ninetales is silent, but he can practically feel her smile. Lee definitely feels the warm tide of pride that wells up within her and spills over into him, banishing the high-altitude cold and coating his skin in the sensation of silky fur. You've grown, she says quietly, each word practically glowing. Osser once said that if you're not growing, why or dying? I think I've had enough of the latter for one lifetime, Lee jokes. The fox shudders within her capsule. Please, beloved, perhaps not joke in such a manner? It's grim. Lee pats the ball on his belt, and in doing so, is just in time to feel his phone vibrate in his pocket. Geez, of course I get messaged as I'm thous ends of feet in the air. Taking his phone from his pocket with a tight grip so as to not lose it to the whipping winds, Lee squints past the sunny glare on the screen to see who could be reaching out to him. Xenia. Final elder debate happy ning rn. Nay ed you he re so fly fast. Lee's eyes widen. I'll be damn Ned. It's about time. Apprehension gnaws at the zoologist, but he ignores it. Putting his phone away, he reaches up and taps the transmit button on his radio headset. Corvi, can you hear me? The great raven turns his head slightly, peering back at Lee with a crimson eye. Xenia is wanting us to return ASAP. Let's put the pedal to the floor. As an afterthought, he adds, not so fast that I fly off, please. Corvi smirks and pulls his wings back, forming a delta shape with his body. He straightens out, and then, Lee isn't given time to gasp before Corvi rockets forward, easily tripling his speed and sending Lee's stomach to his toes. The man has to lean his head down and hold his arm in front of his face as a windbreak just to breathe. Hazarding a look forward, Lee sees the beginnings of a sonic cone tickling the tip of Corvi's beak. Maybe I should have been more specific and S8, not one notch below supersonic. The man and Raven reach the Draconid village in record time, and circle around Xenia's house for a landing. Coming in low and slow, they're just in time to see Brendan's Breloom perk up from his backyard sunbathing and leisurely head inside the house, probably to inform everyone else of their arrival. Corviknight spreads his wings and finally touches Dao En, allowing Lee to free his legs from the saddle straps and stumble to the ground. The man hisses and shakes away the pins and needles that run all the way from his toes to his thighs. After the pain subsides, he takes his phone from his pocket and checks the clock. I'll be damned if that wasn't terrifying, but no one can ever call you slow, Corvi. The Raven smiles smugly, or at least he tries. The way he tries to hide his panting diminishes his smirk, however. The half-hearted smirk transforms into gratitude when Lee reaches into his bag and withdraws an Oran berry, one that Corviknight takes in his beak and swallows whole. Enjoy the rest, pal, Lee tells him. He smiles, turning to Xenia's house. I think I'm going to need you again soon. Corviknight answers with an agreeing croak, readjusting his wings and sitting with a relaxed sigh. Not bothering to put away his flying gear, Lee lowers his scarf and radio headset before letting himself into Xenia's home. As soon as the screen door slams shut, Xenia's voice can be heard further within. Is that you, Doolittle? Come in here, she calls. Lee's boots and heavy footfalls make the old floorboards of the house creak as he follows the voice. Rounding the corner to the small kitchen, he finds both Brendan and Zinnia, along with the trio of guests. The first is the most recognizable, that being Elder Juniper. The elderly woman is sat at the kitchen table sipping at a steaming mug along with the two unknowns and Zinnia, leaving Brendan to lean against the wall. To Juniper's right is a tall draconid man with a severe face. His tanned head is bald, and a salt and pepper beard covers his square jaw. Much of his body, barring his muscular arms, is covered by tribal hide clothes decorated with marks of red. His narrow, suspicious eyes are locked upon Lee. Sitting across from the tall man and on Juniper's left is another man, who seems to be the polar opposite of the stern-faced draconid. His short, side-parted hair is graying at the edges, but the only other signs of age on his smiling face are laugh lines. Like his counterpart, he too wears traditional hide. This is the third one, then. The square-jawed draconid asks with a rumbly, smoky voice fit for a dragon. He crosses his thick arms. Ma our Drucknum, I'm not impressed. Come now, Taxus. The other man clicks his tongue and shakes his head. You are aware of what they say. What are the words in Galarian? To judge with eyes alone is folly? Juniper sets her mug down. I believe it's, do not judge a book by its cover, Elder Danae. The now named Danae snaps his fingers with a smile. Yes, precisely. Worthwhile wisdom regardless of tongue. The man whom Lee assumes as Elder Taxus rolls his eyes. They also say that seeing is believing. I see, but I do not believe. Elders, please, Zinnia cuts in with poorly hidden frustration, you've been arguing for hours. I swear I'm not spitting on tradition for nothing. Lee and Brendan are the real deal, and I need them. Taxus snorts, not dignifying Zinnia with a reply. Indeed, Thelbin, indeed. Juniper nods, turning from Zinnia and leveling. Lee with a smile. Narakvahor Henson, we were not expecting you for some time. Your haste is appreciated. Lee smiles back and inclines his head, wondering what the strange title means. Think nothing of it. We did our best not to dawdle considering how important today is. Juniper nods, raking her eyes across Lee, Brendan, and Zinnia. For many hours of many days, Elders Danae and Taxus and I have debated. I believe the conclusion is upon us, but something from you is required. From me? Lee blinks, wondering what in the world he could possibly have to offer. Yes, Taxus asserts, his already narrow eyes thinning into squints. Disturbing things we have heard, that the unworthy have achieved Zenvoker, achieved mega-evolution. You carry with you a telepath, yes? He asks, staring at Lee. Lee nods back grimly, already seeing where this is going. Do you want to see it for yourself? Should you allow it? Elder Danae chimes in. He takes a pokeball from beneath his hide poncho and holds it out in his palm. Testimony so personal is not a request usual, but hat is the word? Deadlocked, we are. 'Tis one thing to hear danger, but another to know. Frustration flashes across Zinnia's face as Danae finishes speaking, and Lee doesn't miss it. Is she upset that they aren't taking her word for it? He wonders. Or is it something else? Lee puts the thought aside for now. Despite Danae's unusual wording, Lee gets the gist of what the elder is saying. He wants to see memories of the fight with Maxie to validate everything that Zinnia has said. Love? Of course. Lee nods his consent, and Danae smiles before hitting the button on his pokeball. In a flash, the small kitchen is a bit more cramped. I seem to be running into a lot of rare Pokemon recently, Lee thinks, his eyebrows rising at the sight before him. Floating at Danae's side is a Sigilyph, a psychic-type Pokemon. The unusual Pokemon resembles the top of a totem pole. From its side sprout a pair of multicolored wings that do not flap despite how the Pokemon hovers, and just below those wings is a stubby, acorn-like body bearing two round, blue eyes. From either side of the body sprouts a three-pronged protrusion without an obvious use, and hanging below it is another protrusion the same color as the wings, almost like tail feathers. On the top of the body sits an antenna-like shape, which bears a third, unblinking eye. Taking that as her cue, Ninetales emerges from her ball in her own flash and is forced to lean into Lee's side, lest she be pushed into the wall. Danae murmurs something in spoken Draconid to his Sigilyph, and the Pokemon makes a bell-like chime in reply, its eyes glowing. Ninetales' own eyes glow, and Lee can practically see the memory transferring from her, to Sigilyph, then to Danae. She also takes snippets of Lee's own memory, filling in the blanks after she was struck down. Maxie's cold-hearted declaration of murder. Camerup Zagoni Z transformation, and Teehee horrible monster that follows. The very volcano quack ing und r Camerup's rage. the desperate fight for survival. Claydol losing control, and see Amarup turning on Axie with the last of his strength. It all plays out in an instant, and in that instant, Danae's face transforms into unbridled anguish. The man leaps to his feet and clutches his heart with a curse, sending his chair into the wall and making everybody jump. Danae. Taxis stands, planting his hands on the table. What did you see? Danae's face is ashen, and he does not answer right away. Hand still clutching his heart, he uses his other shaking hand to pull his chair back to the table, where he sits heavily. His Sigily pH hovers close, and despite how alien the Pokemon is, its worry is plain. No. The stricken elder finally speaks, quiet and breathless. No. How could one pervert the beauty of the Zilak? The bond? To stomp so carelessly upon. He shudders, as if racked with cold, and can speak no further. Taxis watches with disbelief as Juniper's face remains forcefully neutral. After a minute to compose himself, Danae swallows thickly and speaks once more. It is as Thelbin Zinnia says. He forced ascension upon his Pokemon. He shivers as he says, forced. Corruption without equal, it is. These visions shall haunt me for weeks to come. Brendan tries to lighten the atmosphere with a weak chuckle. Yeah, it was, Then he thinks better of speaking and goes quiet once more, staring at the floor. He steals a look at Lee, who gives the boy a reassuring smile. Danae shakes his head and swallows the lump in his throat, color slowly returning to his face. A travesty, this is. I withdraw all reservations with Thelbin Zinnia's requests. To face such an abomination and live as a far greater test than anything we can offer. Requests, plural? And is this talk of a test? Ninetales takes notice of the wording and relays it to Lee. It was my understanding that going to the Meteor Falls Stronghold D was the only request she had. Maybe there's some special resources in the Stronghold D that she had to ask for as well? Lee answers with the mental equivalent of a shrug. Even so, he cannot deny his own curiosity. His face morphing into disbelief at Danae's words, Taxis sits once more. Steepling his hands, he looks between Juniper's expecting eyes and Danae's slumped form. Gritting his teeth, he finally speaks. Entrance into Metronfall Crate I can allow, but I will require further meditation for Thelbin Zinnia's other demands. Juniper nods, Zinnia frowns, and Danae's face morphs into a snarl. Did you not hear me, Taxis? Danae suddenly starts, a dragon-like growl emanating from his throat. I have seen it. Thelbin and Narakthahor all speak truth. Taxis' eyes harden, and any sympathy held for Danae dies. Fool. In what world does adding more poison to a poisoned well solve any issues? To allow outsiders within the sacred Metronfall Crate is already generous, and you are well aware of what happened last time they were afforded such honor. Enough. Juniper silences the argument before it can spiral out of control. She looks between both of her fellow elders, who have their jaws set and lips pulled into thin lines. We can debate further if we must, but for now, let us see our guests to their new home for the coming weeks. Neither Taxis nor Danae say anything, but both rise to their feet and make their way toward the back door. Danae lags behind for just a moment in order to return his Sigily pH to its ball. Juniper rises to her feet with a sigh. She meets Zinnia's eyes briefly, then shuffles past towards the door. Once her grandmother is out of sight, Zinnia sighs and slumps in her chair. All of this political nonsense is killing me. It feels like they're trying to fight me every step of the way. That rough? Lee asks with an awkward smile. Zinnia rises to her feet and gives him a flat look. You don't know the half of it. They showed up here at 7 a.m. just to bicker at my kitchen table and drink all my tea, she says, walking around the table and taking the empty mug Elder Juniper was sipping from. After giving it a brief rinse in the sink, she stuffs it away in a cupboard and turns towards Lee and Brendan. And he didn't even have the decency to stick around as moral support, she exclaims, pointing an accusing finger at Brendan. The boy gives Zinnia an offended look. I didn't want to get in the way. It's not like I was going to be any help with some kind of tribal political debate, anyway. Faye. Zinnia plants her hands on her hips and looks down at Brendan from over her nose. You just wanted to go play kissy face with your girlfriend, didn't you? Brendan's face lights up a bright pink as he scowls. Kissy face? What are you, 5? I was training with my team while she watched. And girlfriend? No way. I've met Osties, like, twice. I feel like I'm missing some context here, Ninetales complains, and Lee can't help but mirror the sentiment. At Lee's confused face, Zinnia smirks. While you have been a busy Beedrill buzzing all over Hoenn, little Mr. Hero here, she once again points to the blushing Brendan, has been schmoozing with the tribal girls. He's got one in particular, Miss Austy's talon, hooked. By the way, kid. She looks at Brendan again. You're in luck. Austy's and her sister Isis are the Draconid Oracle's assistants, so you'll get to see them a few times a week in the falls. Brendan groans and covers his face with his hands. She was the one who came to me while we were training over at the outskirts of town. What was I suppose Ed to do? Just be a jerk and tell her to get lost? Hiding his amused smile behind his fist, Lee throws the poor boy a bone. Leave him be, Zinnia. You can pester him later. We've got stuff to do alright now. Zinnia sobers abruptly, reminding Lee about the discussion and imminent revelations on the horizon. Yeah, we do. Let's get going. Once Brendan and Zinnia grab their respective traveling bags, they follow Lee and Ninetails outside, where the trio of elders all stand along with their own flying mounts. With Taxus as a dragapult who leisurely floats midair, while Danae stands beside a Garchomp with an X-shaped scar on his chest. Behind them, Juniper is settling Dao En upon the shoulders of her droopy-eyed Dragonite. Mount up, young ones. Juniper calls. We haven't all day. Zinnia gives both Lee and Brendan a nudge towards Corviknight, who is standing and giving the trio of dragons nearby a wary glare. You two take the bird. I'll ride with Granny. Granny will lead the formation, so stay on her. 6 o'clock and fly close. We don't want any of the crater nesters to take a potshot at you. Real reassuring. Lee mutters as Zinnia makes tracks towards her grandmother. He looks to his side and gives Brendan a nudge. You haven't had a proper flight yet, have you? Brendan shakes his head. No, I didn't get enough time to schedule a flying test in Laverage before we left, he says, a slight nervous warble to his words. I guess the volcano escape doesn't count as proper. It's fun when you're not running for your life, trust me, Lee says with a smile, leading them toward Corviknight. After Ninetails retreats back into her ball, Corviknight crouches and allows Lee, followed by Brendan, to clamber on his back. 2 people on a one-rider saddle is a tight fit, forcing Brendan to hug Lee's back to stay secure, but once Lee gives a thumbs up to Juniper and Zinnia, Dragonite spreads his short wings and takes off, Dragapult and Garchomp following shortly after. Corviknight spreads his wings and follows suit, drawing a startled yelp from Brendan. The flight takes the group to the southwest, towards a large plateau that nearly touches the clouds. While they fly, Corviknight kindly tries his best to keep the ride smooth for Brendan, who groans with motion sickness. The closer they get to the plateau, the more inquisitive Pokémon swoop by their formation, only to back off at the sight of the 3 elder dragons escorting the mammoth-sized Corviknight. A bat-like dragon called Noivern passes by, then a wild Altaria, and then 2 Vibrava who dart by like dragonflies. Finally cresting the edge of the plateau, Lee hazards a look Dao En, and has to catch his jaw so he doesn't drop it. So that's what Zinnia meant by crater nesters. The face of the plateau is pockmarked by craters and divots between patches of greenery, and in those craters, many dragon-type Pokémon, lying in nests of carved stone and shaved wood. The vast majority of the dragons are nesting pairs of fully grown salamence, who stare up at them with narrow eyes. Holy crap. Brendan gulps and looks Dao En at all of the dragons glaring up at them. Look at all of them. This place is dragon Pokémon heaven. Might be heaven at first glance, but something tells me it can quickly turn into hell on earth, Lee mutters back. He begins to count the numbers below, and the number rises to nearly 50 before a cloud OBS cures his vision. 1. Salamence is enough to trash a high GH level team solo, and here have to be dozens of them below. During his test for his flying license, Lee encountered questions about no-go zones. There were the obvious ones, like military bases, congested airports, places with travel restrictions enacted by rangers, and this plateau in particular. The test didn't say exactly why this plateau was off limits, but after seeing enough dragons to burn a city to the ground living here, Lee understands why. Juniper's Dragonite angles Dao En and leads the formation through a cloud towards a great crater in the middle of the plateau, one that seems to dig deep into the bowels of the earth, prompting everyone to follow her. As they descend, none of the salamence bother to rise and harass them. The closer and closer they get, the more they realize just how enormous the central crater is. It's less of a crater and more of a hole leading to a great cavern beneath the ground. As soon as they pass the lip of the crater, Lee's breath hitches. Something in the air has changed. An ephemeral force, like static yet distinctly not electrical in nature, rolls across his skin and makes goosebumps break out across his body. His whole body feels lighter for some reason, and alertness crashes into him as if he were dipped in ice water. Below him, Corviknight pauses mid-flap before completing the motion with 2 much vigor, jostling both of his passengers. Behind him, Brendan shivers. Did you feel that? Not Corviknight knocking us around, I mean the thing in the air? He finishes unsurely, unable to find the right word. Yeah, Lee confirms, furrowing his brows and trying to keep the uncomfortable buzz in his stomach in check. Just try to stay relaxed. We'll ask Zinnia when we get the chance, he says, swiveling his head and taking in the surroundings. Indeed, the crater goes far deeper than expected and was merely the entrance to an underground cavern of mind-boggling size. The walls around them stretch for what looks like a half-mile in any direction, shining with luminescent crystals of all different sizes. Even the spots where no crystals grow glitter from the rich minerals embedded within. In some of those bare spots are caves and doorways, some natural, and others with obvious claw marks around their thresholds, leading to who knows where deeper within the cavern. From this angle, they're treated to the sight of a Draconid tribesman and his Gabite partner carving out the beginnings of a new doorway. Upon the ground at the very bottom of the cavern grows hardy greenery. Shrubs, small trees, lichens, and other plants suited to a life of little sunlight stubbornly add color to the cavern. A small handful of grass types pause their activities to stare up at the formation flying in, and among their number are several Maractus, a Carnivine, and a pair of Shroomish. More than a few lounging dragons, such as a group of Bagon and a Shelgon, also rest under the short trees. None of that, however, holds a candle to the lake. In the center of the cavern, directly below the crater entrance, is a lake of crystal clear water. Where Pokémon are scattered about among the cavern, the lake is devoid of life, leaving the waters undisturbed and mirror smooth. Down at the bottom of the lakebed is a huge, building-sized bow elder with a craggy, metallic silver exterior and a number of craters upon its face. From several of those craters, a breathtaking rainbow light shines. The fantastic rays make the lake glow and shine out of the water to bow NCE off of the crystalline walls, bringing an almost magical glow to the entire space. No wonder it's called the Meteorfall crater. Lee can't help but stare. It almost feels like I've stepped into a not her world. Oh, the irony there. He grips the handholds of Corvy's saddle tightly, half afraid of floating away. Suddenly, Lee realizes he hasn't heard from Ninetales yet despite all the strangeness abound, so he reaches out to her. Love, you feeling any of this? It takes the fox a moment to collect her thoughts within her ball, and below the surface, Lee can feel the same strange, uncomfortable feelings within her that exist within him. I'm fine, beloved, she asserts. I don't quite know what I should be thinking, or feeling. His cave touches a place within me I feel as if I should recognize, yet I don't. I'm excited, yet I don't know why. If she were outside her ball, Lee is sure her eyes would be narrowed. Sidelining the privacy aspect of the cavern for a moment, is this phenomenon perhaps why Zinnia wished to come here? Lee reflexively wraps his mind around hers, girding his thoughts and pushing away his own discomfort. Maybe. We'll see. Ninetales pushes back, eliminating any space between them and taking the edge off of the alien sensations for both of them. Corviknight touches Dao-En with unusual roughness, jostling Lee from his thoughts and forcing him to shake his head to clear it. He's quick to dismount Corviknight and jump to the ground, bending his knees to absorb the impact. Brendan follows shortly after, swiveling his head the entire time. Royal Road's content has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Ahead of them, Zinnia and the trio of Draconid elders take their time climbing Dao-En off of their dragons, and once they've done so, Juniper beckons everyone to come together around her. Lee takes a deep breath and walks over. Arceus, give me strength. As he utters those words, it almost feels as if the tingle upon his skin eases before returning. Once Lee and Brendan, with Corvy protectively bringing up the rear, form up with Zinnia, the elders, and their dragons, Juniper raises a hand to her mouth and clears her throat. Narakvahor Birch, Narakvahor Henson, allow this elder to be the first to welcome you to this sacred place. Countless years it has been since an outsider has seen the Metronfall crate, the Meteorfall crater. Tell me, are you well? You both appear ill. I feel weird and jittery. Brendan speaks up first, rubbing his arm. Like I'm about to be struck by lightning. Is that normal? It is to be expected, Taxus gruffly states. He briefly meets eyes with his Dragapult before returning his attention to Brendan. Concern yourself not. It shall fade. The answer satisfies Lee none, and for a split second, he considers blurting his discontent out, but he bites his lip and stops himself at the last second. Juniper nods along with Taxus' words. It is as Elder Taxus states. Energies most ancient permeate the very air here, but your discomfort shall pass. Felbin's reasons for bringing you here are many, and the energies are amongst them. We shall discuss at length later. Understood, Elder Juniper, Lee says, inclining his head. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, he has to withhold the urge to ask more questions, as they nearly sneak past his unusually loose lips. Fucking hell. What is this cave doing to me? The elder nods once more. Turning to her dragonite, she murmurs something in spoken Draconid, and the great beast lumbers off to a nearby bed of moss upon a flat rock before flopping down for a nap. Elders Danae and Taxis will inform the Metronfall caretakers of your arrival, while we will see to your lodgings. Come. Taxis, Danae, and their Pokémon separate off from the group, and after Lee recalls Corviknight for a rest, the elder leads Lee, Zinnia, and Brendan towards a large, mossy hill that overlooks the lake, following a path worn to the ground. Zinnia slows her pace, slipping between Lee and Brendan. Quietly, she asks, "How are you guys doing? Be real with me. I know this place is making you feel out of sorts." "I don't like it." Brendan is the first to speak. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I'm not totally in control of myself." He rubs his arms together, and Lee can see the goosebumps covering them. "It's eerie. I'm in much the same boat," Lee murmurs. "I've had to hold my tongue a couple of times already. I've almost blurted out a bunch of questions, and I'm sure I would have been rude about it." Zinnia nods sharply. "It's the dragon energy in the air. It's being magnified by the meteorite in the bottom of the lake," she says, casting a glance towards said lake. "It's loosening your inhibitions and trying to bring all the things deep inside you to the surface. Many Draconid can't bear to be here because they're afraid they'll be forced to confront something ugly about themselves." She suddenly throws her arms around Lee and Brendan's shoulders, pulling them both into a short hug. "You guys should be fine. Just stay focused, okay?" The instant that Zinnia touches Lee, a part of him enjoys the contact. A split second later, Lee feels Ninetales trying her absolute hardest to stomp on a flash of jealous rage, and he winces. Pokémon with the right drive and mindset grow like crazy down here. Zinnia whispers, releasing Brendan and Lee. No one is quite sure if it's the dragon-like mental state, the ambient energy, or some combo thereof, but the fact stands that it works. "That's one of the reasons I wanted us to spend a few weeks down here. I'll explain everything once we're alone." Brendan grins in reply. "Well, if there's good terraining to be had, then it can't be all bad." As they come closer to the hill, Lee does a double take as he sees a wooden door in the side of the hill. Scanning the hill more intently, he finds slits in the moss covering the hill that glint as if there is glass beneath. "Don't tell me they built Hobby Tea House S down here? That's hone streetly pretty cool." Stepping up to the door, Juniper takes a brass skeleton key from her pocket, unlocks the door with a heavy-sounding clunk, and passes the key to Zinnia. "I will be nearby, dear granddaughter." Juniper's visage finally softens as Zinnia pockets the large key. "Inform me when a conclusion has been reached." "I will, Grandma." Zinnia smiles. "Thank you for everything. I know I'm asking a lot." The elderly woman pats Zinnia on the shoulder, then shuffles past her, and past Lee and Brendan, making her way back towards her dragonite. Zinnia sucks in a deep breath and lets it all back out in an explosive exhale. "Come on, guys," she beckons, pushing the door open. "That hole, no more. Secrets conversation has arrived, and we have to talk before we do anything else." Without a word, Lee and Brendan follow, and Lee feels his heart begin to speed up. This is it, the moment I've been dreading. As they step past the threshold, the feeling of static on his skin thankfully leaves Lee, and with it, his scattered thoughts and nagging desires refocus into a continuous train of thought. The strange feeling is not completely gone, but it's far less pronounced. The house deadens the dragon outside. "Thank goodness SS. I don't think I would have been able to sleep otherwise." "How are you, in?" "Much better," the fox sends back, her relief palpable. "The damn penning must be purposeful, as stretching my mind beyond walls is a chore." Stepping deeper into the hillside house, Lee briefly glances around himself, finding the interior dim and smoky. The only sources of light in the room are several candles in a low-set chandelier of wood and Borne. Before he's given much of a chance to inspect the rest of the house, Zinnia ushers them towards what looks like a living area, and upon sitting on one of the handmade, wooden chairs, she takes all 4 of her Pokeballs from her belt and tosses them into the air. SNASNSN snap. Each ball opens mid-air and deposits her Pokemon on the ground. A grim-faced Shelgon, the ever-surly Tyrant, Serene Altaria, and finally Gumi, who is quivering. Shelgon moves first, and the rest of the team falls in line behind him, taking positions around Zinnia. I'm going to be blunt, guys. Zinnia rests her hands on her knees and gives her pair of human friends a pained face. I don't really know where to start with this, and it's going to impact our friendship. I have to tell you straight up, though, that once you hear what I have to say, it's going to change your lives for the worse. If you don't want any part in it, then you need to speak up now so Granny can escort you back out. So that's why Elder Juniper is sticking around outside. Lee frowns. What kind of secret could Zinnia have that would change our lives? He tries to remember anything about the tiny bit of the Omega Ruby postgame that he played, but what he does remember is blurry and indistinct. Brendan seems incredulous with Zinnia's words. What? Back out? You said you needed help from us, so you're getting it. He pauses and gives Lee a nervous smile. Not that I speak for the both of us, I'm just saying that. It's fine, Brendan. Lee raises a hand and waves the boy off. I'm not about to bail either. Zinnia's face contorts, as if she's not sure whether or not she wants to be frustrated or relieved. Are you guys sure? 100%? I know for a fact you're not going to like what I have to say. Lee lets a wry smile rise to his face. You already went to all the trouble of strong-arming your elders into letting us into your sacred crater, and you said before that you need help with whatever this thing bothering you is. I think both Brendan and I made up our minds before we even got here. The dragon tamer smiles wanly. Thanks, guys. You really are the best. You might want to sit down and let your Pokemon out, because this is going to be a long one. As Lee and Brendan settle themselves on a small sofa across from Zinnia, they both take their Pokeballs and release their teams. Not Shanks. Lee passes over her ball with a slight grimace. She's still a little too young. Corvi is forced to sit and bow his head slightly, and Ninetales telekinetically pulls the low table in the living area aside so she is able to sit in front of Lee, but after only a minute of shuffling around, Lee's team is settled. Octillery sits in front of Corviknight, while a blank-faced Sylveon and narrow-eyed Grovyle flank Ninetales. Brendan's younger, rowdier bunch takes a little longer, but eventually, Mawile stops glaring at Sylveon and sits, either not noticing or not minding how Marshtomp shuffles closer. Breloom looks bored as can be, while Electrike lays his head on Brendan's knee. Are we ready? No last-minute backouts? Zinnia asks. When nobody replies, she leans back in her seat and sets a hand on Shelgon. I guess I should start way back, Zinnia begins, looking up at the candles illuminating the room. As I told you guys, the position of Lorekeeper was created to ensure that the legacy of the Draconid tribe always survives the test of time. It's the job of the Lorekeeper to defend the tribe and to survive it should tragedy strike and wipe everyone else out. No one is quite sure when the position was established, but according to ancient Draconid texts, the first Lorekeeper was the first Draconid to. She hesitates. The first Lorekeeper was the one who synchronized with the legendary dragon that all Draconids still revere, Rayquaza. Rayquaza? Brendan frowns, his brows coming together in thought. I think one of my dad's old books has something on Rayquaza. It didn't really mention much other than a couple of sightings and that it's probably dragon-type. Zinnia laughs. Probable YA dragon-type? That's funny. Depending on who you ask, Rayquaza is the dragon-type. The Draconids have many names for him, like Dragon of Dragons, Keeper of Balance, Guardian Above, but Almighty who claims the sky is the most common. Much like how a dragon atop a mountain claims everything beneath him as equally as he does the mountaintop, our Rayquaza claims everything below the sky. To a dragon, that's a simply preposterous amount of territory to defend, yet Rayquaza has done so for eons and has never been defeated. All who live beneath him exist because of his mercy, and he allows none to make a mess of what belongs to him. That's why Rayquaza is considered the dragon. Lee eyeballs his bag in the corner of the room, wishing he had his notebook. He's going to have to interrogate Zinnia later. Fascinating stuff, Draconid lore. When you say the first Lorekeeper synchronized with Rayquaza, do you mean? I do. Zinnia nods with a small smile. Eons ago before recorded history, the legendary Pokemon Groudon and Kyogre awakened and sought each other out to kill the other, putting an end to their rivalry once and for all. Their power was unbelievable. The oceans rose and fell, entire continents shifted and moved across the world, it was chaos, and the people in Pokémon of the world were caught in the crossfire. It's unknown how many lives were lost. Gulping, Brendan goes pale, and a stone-faced Marshtomp puts a hand on his arm. Lee tries to imagine what life must have been like with the land and seas themselves going berserk, and it conjures an image not too far away from the event that led to his own demise. Maxie, You son of a bitch, you have no idea what you're playing with. The first lorekeeper, desperate to save the world, sought out Rayquaza. Zinnia continues her story, heedless of Lee's thoughts. No one is really sure if the lorekeeper battled Rayquaza or did something else, but regardless, Rayquaza took notice of the state of the world. Rayquaza then synchronized with the first lorekeeper and mega evolved, rising to a level of power never before seen in the world. Neither Groudon nor Kyogre stood a chance, and Rayquaza forced the fight to end, sending them both back to slumber. Wow. Brendan eats up the story with starry eyes, leaning forward and stroking Electrike's head, making the large pup's tail wag. The human actually battled together with a legendary Pokémon? Like, a capital L legendary? Yep. Zinnia grins. And that brings me to the next part of why I need you guys, Magma and Aqua. That takes the smile right off of Brendan's face. Lee, you said that Magma was planning to revive Groudon, right? He asks, turning to the zookeeper. And that means that Aqua is going to try and revive Kyogre. Yes, Lee grimly confirms. Obviously, that's going to put the entire world in danger, and since it's right here in Hoenn, that officially makes it lorekeeper business, Zinnia sighs. As she takes a moment to gather her thoughts, Gumi slithers up Shelgon's shell and hops into her lap with a quiet plap, looking up at her with wide, black eyes. Her smile returning slightly, Zinnia pets the little dragon and resumes. Originally, I wasn't going to interfere with Magma or Aqua. Heck, I was going to help them, and try to ensure that both Groudon and Kyogre were summoned close to each other. My plan was to let them revive their legendaries, drawing in Rayquaza to deal with them both in one fell swoop and to end the other crisis that's on its way. The admission that Zinnia was going to let catastrophe strike is forgotten for a moment at the mention of yet another disaster. Lee pins Zinnia in place with a hard stare. Other crisis? What other crisis? Zinnia rubs her forehead with her hand. Beware. Beware the hateful intruder. Beware the end of our home. It comes uncomprehending of our plight, and with a shell of earth born to another sun, it will see our home gone and her inhabitants reduced to ash. Only the Almighty who claims the sky and a champion with the power of ascension might avert disaster. Save us, Almighty. Save us, champion. Both Lee and Brendan meet eyes, and each sees the other as just as confused. Lee then strokes Ninetales between her ears. Any idea what that is? Obviously some sort of Draconid lore, but what, I can't fathom. Ninetales frowns. That's a prophecy that's been spoken over and over by Draconid seers throughout the ages. Zinnia begins quietly, placing her hand atop Goomy to quell his trembling. For a long time, no one was really sure what to make of it. It's vague like every cliché prophecy you've ever seen. It sometimes skipped a few generations without being mentioned, but this time was different. It hit our tribe's oracle so hard that she suffered a stroke, and this time, a date was included. She looks up and stares them in the eyes. The longest day shall also be the last. Longest day? Lee mutters, suppressing the shiver that wants to run down his spine. The summer solstice? That's about 8 months away. What exactly is that supposed to happen? Brendan asks, leaning forward anxiously. A meteor. Zinnia points a finger to the ceiling. The tribe scholars pored over the prophecy, and concluded that it must be a meteor, one being controlled by something and large enough to destroy all of Hoenn at least. The prophecy also clearly states that Rayquaza and his champion of this era are the ones destined to deal with all of this. If they don't, the unspoken words hang like a guillotine. Lee can't help it. It feels as if a void has opened up below him. Magma and Aqua were already known elements, and despite the danger they pose, they're a danger presented by humans. Humans that can be stopped. This, though, less than a single day after he has made peace with all that has passed and declared Hoenn his home? He lets his eyes roam his Pokémon. Ninetales, he doesn't even need to look at. He can feel her dread and see the half-formed plans in her head, plans to whisk him and the others away, trying to find refuge on the other side of the planet. Corvy's eyes are narrow and his steely feathers are ruffled in agitation. He meets Lee's eyes for a second, and it's plain to see that he is of a similar mind to Ninetales. Lee only needs to say the word, and Corvy will carry him to the end of the earth. Octillery and Sylveon are both flummoxed, as if they can't believe just what they have heard. One of Sylveon's ribbon snakes its way around Lee's arm to wrap around his wrist, and when Lee's own belief smashes into her like a hammer blow, she shudders, practically going limp. Meanwhile, Octillery stares at Zinnia with open astonishment. Last and not least, Grovyle, bites Dao-En upon his twig and tries his best to contain himself, but his eyes. They shine with defiance, boldly rejecting the idea that something like a meteor is an insurmountable danger. No, he will not allow such a future to be born. He hisses a low, almost jeering hiss to his teammates, who all turn and stare at him. So you all give up so easily? Lee doesn't need Ninetail's help to understand just what he said. Grovile? Lee thinks with a smile, you really are something else. Ninetails herself firms up, turning to Grovile with a narrow-eyed glare, but she does not retort or let herself fall back into her panic. Beside her, Sylveon, with her ribbon still wrapped around Lee's wrist, perks up enough to lift her head. Quah-ha, Corviknight grumbles at Grovile, smoothing his feathers. GWAK. You can stop PR attending to be cool anytime, he seems to say. Quote. Octillery says nothing, obviously turning inward to think to himself with how he stares at the floor, tentacles crossed. Haven't you told anybody about this? Like the Pokemon leak? Lee asks, petting the heart on Ninetail's ear. The silky fur beneath his thumb soothes his nerves as it always does. Zinnia snorts, giving Lee an incredulous face. That was literally the first thing I tried. I told the League, the civil government, the Moss Deep Space Center, every rich loony with the money to do his own thing, and everyone else. The Moss Deep Space Center took it seriously at first and looked around for anything that might hit Hoenn around the expected date, but they came up empty-handed. She blows out a sigh. My best guess? If there is something actually controlling the meteor, then it's purposely avoiding being caught. Well, that's one RFUL, Ninetails snarks with only Lee to hear it. A. Doom SDAY meteor intelligent enough to avoid telescopes, how fun. And that's precisely why I need you guys, Zinnia continues on, looking between Lee and the wide-eyed Brendan. If this comes down to the wire, then I need talented, good-eared trainers with me in case Rayquaza doesn't find me worthy of being his partner. Stop. Time out. Brendan waves his arms, cutting Zinnia off before she can speak further. You think we could be worthy of all of this? Are you crazy? Offense flashes across Zinnia's face. No, I'm not crazy. You and Lee are two of the best trainers I've ever met, and you both have the pure heart needed for Mega Evolution. She trails off, screwing her face up into a scowl. I don't think I have what it takes, she grounds out, shame staining each word. Her words are met with instant disagreement from her Pokemon. Shelgon growls and smacks his shell against her knee none too gently, while Altaria trills her disbelief with her musical voice. Tyrunt openly bares his teeth towards Zinnia, and Gumi practically melts into a depressed puddle. Zinnia scoffs, but can't quite hide the smile that tugs at her face. Thank you, guys, but I'm serious. I nearly decided to let Magma and Aqua kill Arceus knows how many people in Pokémon just to make my job easier. It doesn't matter how you cut it, that's not pure-hearted. But you decided not to, didn't you? Brendan suddenly speaks up, his face set into a stern expression. You made the choice to abandon that plan even if it makes things harder for yourself. You did the right thing and I think that makes you pure-hearted. Yeah, Zinnia lets out a mirthless laugh, her face morphing into a grimace. I ditched that plan because Lee reminded me of my dead best friend, and I thought I could be more like her and be a better lorekeeper if I learned how he did his thing. Then I went and got pissed off back in Slateport because he wasn't a carbon copy of the person I lost. Does that seem like something good? Something that a legendary Pokemon would respect? Where in the world is this all coming from? Lee looks to one of the covered windows in shock. Is the dragon TE in the air doing this? If Aster saw any of the shit I got up to, she'd be sick, Zinnia growls, pounding her fist on the arm of her chair. Sick. To this day, I still don't know why she made me the lorekeeper. I even kept all of this from my two best friends who would walk into the gates of hell like brain-dead idiots if I asked. Without warning, Brendan shoots to his feet, making Electrike yelp. Shut up. Don't talk about yourself like that. He yells at the top of his lungs, drawing startled looks all around. You changed your mind and did the right thing. So what if you followed us because Lee reminded you of your friend? It's okay to be hurt, to be upset. You didn't have to get Lee that Battletent ticket as an apology for yelling at him, yet you did. You didn't have to train with us, or trade stories, or show us through the Valley of Steel, or anything. Yet you did. All that matters is that you did the right thing in the end, so don't talk about yourself like you're a bad person or bad friend, because you're not. Brendan screams. It's the most vitriol that Lee has ever seen from the boy. Brendan pants to catch his breath and sits heavily amid shocked eyes. Once his breathing begins to settle, he seems to realize what he did and looks away. Blinking away her stupefied expression, Zinnia reaches up and rubs her head with a sardonic smile. Kinda proving my point, but Thanks, Brendan, she says, her smile growing. She looks over to Lee. You've been awfully quiet. Anything to add? Nothing that Brendan hasn't already said. Lee mirrors her content smile with one of his own. Intent and actions are two different things, and you know what they say about actions speaking louder than words, he says, gesturing to the house around them. Zinnia snorts, then lets out a short laugh, her face utterly delighted. You guys are the real deal. For even coming this far, I don't think I'll ever be able to. Thank you enough. She schools her expression, even if her lips still twitch upward somewhat. So to conclude what I was saying, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, so if, she sends a pointed look towards Brendan, who blushes and looks away again, I'm not worthy enough, then one of you guys definitely will be. When the time comes, one of us will have to be a big damn hero and help Rayquaza ascend, stopping Hoenn from becoming a smear on the map. Down here in the crater, our Pokemon can train up and get the booze tea we need to not only put a stop to Magma and Aqua, but to fulfill the Draconid prophecy. Sound like a plan? Easy. Brendan agrees with a smile. Beside him, Marshtomp lets out a croak and jumps to his feet, pumping a fist in the air. If you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Lee begins, feeling his wallet in his jacket pocket. In that wallet is where all the important business cards he's collected are, along with their even more important phone numbers. Then I think the Pokemon League will take the meteor threat much more seriously if I'm the one to tell them. Zinnia gives Lee a sidelong glance. What makes you say that? Lee licks his lips. Here we go, finally going to let it drop. He thinks over what he wishes to say as Ninetales leans into his legs, offering him her reassuring warmth. It all ties into my share of secrets, the ones I've been wanting to tell you all for a long time, he begins, tilting his head back and looking at the candles above. One of them flickers, nearly going out. You know, it's rather ironic, he mutters. Yesterday, during my day trip to Littleroot, I stopped by the Pokemon Lab to make a memorial, Lee says, returning his eyes to the group before him. I wanted to put my past life and all the people that aren't around anymore to rest. On the flight back to the Draconid village, I looked down and thought about how great a home Hoenn is. Then Zinnia drops news of the meteor on us. Lee shakes his head. I'm not about to lose my new home or die for a second time. Where it takes everyone else a moment to process his words, Sylveon, courtesy of the ribbon she has wrapped around his wrist, snaps her head up to look at him, aghast. Octillery is the next one to recover, and he focuses intently upon Lee's face. Die for a second time? Zinnia narrows her eyes. What do you mean by that? Are you being poetic or something? No, I'm not. Lee focuses on Zinnia, making her tense up. Zinnia, I know that you more than anyone else have been wondering how I know all the things I know. About your tribe when we first met, about Mega Evolution, about legendary and mythical Pokemon. I've got an explanation for it, but first, I need everyone, human and Pokémon here, to promise never to repeat anything you're about to hear. You have to take it to your grave. That's really severe, Lee, Brendan gulps. Are you sure? Lee gives him a flat look. I'm dead serious. Well, you already know that me and my team can keep a secret, so what's one more? Zinnia jokes, getting nods from her Pokemon. If you think it's that serious, then we won't say a thing, either. Brendan jabs his chest with a thumb. Lee tries to smile, but it's difficult with the subject he's about to speak of. There's not a whole lot of explaining to do with what I have to say, but before you say it's unbelievable or anything, know that Ninetales, Grovyle, and Corviknight have all heard everything, and Ninetales can validate it all with telepathy if you need it. He takes a deep breath. The simplest answer is the best, I guess. I'm not from this world. Not from this. Zinnia double takes. Hold on, we're going to need more of an explanation than that. I was getting to it. Lee frowns. I wasn't born in this world. My old home is a place without any Pokemon. Brendan nods slowly. Yeah, you said that a few months ago. The United States place you used to live in, it's like Ore, right? No, it's not, no wild Pokémon, like Ore. Lee shakes his head. It's no Pokemon at all. They didn't exist. Just like it did for Professor Birch all those months ago, his words instantly confuse everyone. Brendan and Zinnia share a puzzled look while several of the Pokemon chatter in low voices. The thought of there being no Pokémon at all is seemingly unthinkable. I lied about the states being an isolationist region, the zoologist soldiers on, trying his best to get the story over with. It doesn't exist in this world, and I know I'm in a new world because my old one ended. One could hear a pin drop despite the carpet covering the floor. Ended? Brendan questions, looking intensely uncomfortable. Lee nods. locking eyes with Ninetales for a moment and wondering how to explain. I told you I didn't have a home to return to after I told you too I was seeing a therapist, and that wasn't a lie. Without Pokemon battling as a proxy for conflicts, wars in my world could get bloodier than anything any region here has ever experienced. He takes in Brendan and Zinnia's faces. A lot of nations had stockpiles of missiles designed to fly all the way across the world and burn entire cities to the ground. The missiles used nuclear material as their explosive, meaning a huge blast and toxic radioactivity afterward. If the explosion itself didn't kill you, then the radiation poisoning would, along with everything around the epicenter for years to come, Lee says, trying to gently pry Sylveon's ribbon off his hand. At his feet, the fairy is shaking, and steadfastly refusing to let go. The harder he yanks, the harder she grips. He eventually reaches for her Pokeball, only to find that another one of her ribbon has wrapped around the capsule and mummified it, making it useless. Sighing, Lee resumes. The technology for detecting these missiles is far faster and more capable than any kind of counter-missile, and from that came a concept called mutually assured destruction, shortened to MAD. If one nation detected an incoming missile, they would loose their entire stockpile on the world and turn it into a zero-sum game. For a long time, that fear stayed everyone's hand. Quote ellipsis. You're telling us because that's what happened, Zinnia realizes, her voice little higher than a whisper. Her jaw drops. Arceus, Lee. One day while I was at work in my zoo, for a reason that is a mystery to me, someone fired the first shot. Everyone's phones all blew up with alerts, and the TV in the break room where I stood suddenly cut out and displayed a nationwide emergency message. We only got a few minutes of warning that one of the bomb BS was going to hit the city nearby, and considering it was the middle of the day, all of the zoo guests panicked and tried to escape at once. The chaos clogged in the parking lot, more or less sealing everyone's fate. Lee reaches up and rubs his scars with a frown. The trio of lines tingle with a phantom heat. One of the bomb BS landed close, very close, close enough that the light from the blinds was enough to flash burn my face. Lee lowers his hand. Everything after that is a blur, but he pauses and pulls at Sylveon's ribbon once more. Sylvie, please, you need to let go. You aren't going to like what I have to say. The fairy looks up at him with a defiant glare despite how her eyes prickle with tears, and Lee matches it with a stare that is considerably more gentle. I'm serious, Sylveon, Lee says as soothingly as he can. Please let go. She bares her teeth, but slowly complies, the ribbon around Lee's wrist unraveling. Thank you. He smiles, then returns to what he was saying. Everything after the blast was a blur, but I remember, in no uncertain terms, that I burned to death. Sylveon suddenly retches, and then vomits on the floor. She just barely catches herself from falling into her own sick, and can't stop the ugly sobs that suddenly rip through her body and echo off the walls. Lee's eyes shoot Dao-En towards her, and to his frustration, he sees a third ribbon snaking up his pant leg and resting against his shin. Damn it, Lee hisses through his teeth before he leans Dao-En and plants a hand across the fairy's withers, rubbing circles in her back. She also doesn't resist as he wipes her mouth clean with his jacket sleeve. In her psychometric distress, Sylveon's grip loosens on her ball, allowing Lee to snatch it once he's rubbed the worst of her hiccuping sobs away. Sylvie, you're taking a rest. Lee does his best to keep his voice gentle, but his words are unmistakably in order. He points the Pokeball in his hand at the trembling Sylveon. We'll have a one-on-one about all of this later. Return. Before she can protest, Sylveon is sucked back into her ball. Geez, Lee grunts, shrinking the Pokeball into its travel form and stuffing it in his pocket. Looking at the mess on the floor, he makes to rise so he can get a towel or something, but before he can, the stain glows purple and lifts out of the carpet of its own accord. Then it floats over to a trash can in the corner of the room before dropping Dao-En inside. Thanks, love. Lee smiles towards Ninetales, then returns his attention to Zinnia, Brendan, and their Pokemon. The entire room is nothing but horrified faces. Even the most unflappable members of the entire party like Breloom and Shelgon stare at Lee with drop-a-d jaws. Then, Lee pushes forward before the awkward atmosphere trips him up to much. Then I inexplicably woke up on the edge of Littleroot with Ninetales, then Vulpix's Pokeball in my pocket. I can only chalk it up to divine intervention. For what reason? I have no idea. So when I met you for the first time, that was right after. Brendan trails off and looks away, unable to finish. Right after everything happened? Yeah. Lee looks away from the menagerie of petrified faces. As for how I know all the things I know, while Pokemon weren't real in my old home, they were popular in children's fiction. Comics, TV shows, video games, that kind of thing, and I never quite outgrew Pokemon, he says with a wistful smile. He then quickly sobers. If I ever seemed distant at the start of our journey, I want to say sorry for that. It took time to stop seeing you guys as fictional characters and look at you as real people, and that was shitty of me no matter how you try to frame it. Zinnia tries to say something, but no sound leaves her mouth. He shakes his head. I know a lot of things that normal people don't because I watched it from a fourth-person perspective, or played through it in a game. I don't know every little thing, so that's why my knowledge seems so scattered, Lee concludes, leaning back into the sofa. While a bit tired and somewhat frustrated after Sylveon's shenanigans, he finds that he is not as exhausted as he expected. That's why I said I should repeat your warning to the League for you. I can get it up to Steven Stone directly, and he'll take it. Seriously, I've given him enough breadcrumbs to know that I and the info I give is good. Zinnia rests her head in her hand. Holy shit, she murmurs. And here I thought what I had to say was going to be the biggest bomb B today. News, I mean, not bomb B, shit. She hastily corrects herself, her face mortified. Arceus, Lee, that was something. But you're okay now, right? Brendan asks out of the blue, turning to look at Lee with melancholy that doesn't belong on such a young face. You're not upset with how you can't go home? Lee finishes for him, smiling thinly. I told you, Brendan, I have nothing to go home to. Besides, Hoenn is my home now. I can't, or rather won't leave you all behind. I've put all the ghosts clinging to me to rest, along with Lee the average zookeeper. I'm Lee the Pokemon trainer, now. He lets his smile grow into a grin. I wouldn't mind having another zoo in the future, though. Without warning, Ninetales partially rears up and drapes herself across Lee's lap, startling him, but he quickly smiles and wraps her in a hug. The fox smiles in return, nuzzling her head beneath his chin. Wordless adoration flows from her, and Lee matches it, turning the gap between their minds into a churning whirlpool of affection. Lee? The man cracks open an eye and tilts his head to see past the fox ears in his face. What's up, Brendan? You said you played Pokémon games and saw the TV shows, right? Brendan asks with a grin. Was I ever in any of them? Lee lets out an exasperated sigh. Let's not go down that Bunnelby hole. Just outside the door of the hillside hut, a gnarled hand poi said to knock slowly lowers, and the owner thinks over the things they've heard through the wood end barrier. A tale of horror, death, rebirth, and newfound belonging. Thoughts and feelings scatter every which way within the eavesdrop are. Some dots connect, while others make no sense. The near interloper turns and walks away, speaking not a single word to anyone else for the rest of the day. Act 2, Chapter 26. Later that evening, after Zinnia has shown Lee and Brendan around their new home for the next few weeks, and after everyone has agreed they would all simply relax and settle in for the day, Brendan finds himself lying in his bed with most of his Pokemon in their balls. There are 4 individual bedrooms in the hillside hut, and each one is homey, though small. Regardless, it gives each of the trainers and their teams a place for some privacy, and a place for them to reflect on their thoughts quietly, which is exactly what Brendan is doing. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, Brendan stares up at the ceiling, mind whirling with the revelations of the past hour. With him is Marshtomp, who is sitting on the mattress just a foot away, his back leaning against the wall. Like Brendan, the water type is silent and lost in thought. Another world, no Pokémon, death, rebirth. It's a tale that anyone would label as insane drivel, but it came from Lee's mouth without a stutter or a misstep, at once so easy to believe, and yet utterly inconceivable. For a moment, Brendan tries to imagine himself in Lee's place, and it's simply impossible. The boy's skin breaks out into goosebumps, and he rubs his arms to ward away an invisible chill. To lose everything, Brendan tries to imagine himself in his older friend's shoes once more, bereft of his friends, his family, his Pokemon, and everything else he had ever known. He even visualizes the world around him that is a vague parody of all that he knows. The cold that blooms within his stomach is slow and cloying, creeping outward until it seizes his limbs in a paralytic grip. The boy's strength seems to fail him, and the light from the window grows dull. His eyes sting with unshed tears. Brendan knows many strong men. His father, Norman Maple, Steven Stone, even if their meeting in Laveridge was brief, and others. But for enduring such misery for Arceus knows how long, Lee has handily taken the number 1 spot on Brendan's list. Ma? Brendan is startled out of his introspection when Marshtomp takes notice of his trembling. The mudfish Pokemon levels his trainer with a worried gaze and lays a broad hand over Brendan's arm, stilling his tremors. Hey, Brendan smiles. Don't worry about me, pal. Just doing some thinking, is all. You look like you're doing the same. Marshtomp nods absently. Ma, Gura Gamp? He croaks, looking at Brendan with an unplaceable expression. The young trainer's gaze softens. Yeah, I don't know what I would do without you, Arbrelum, or Mawile and Electrike, he says, laying his head back and looking at the ceiling once more. The feeling of cold returns. I don't think I would handle it so well. Each one of Brendan's Pokeballs shake, and in a near synchronized flash, all of them pop open, releasing all of his Pokemon about the bed. Brendan blinks the flash from his eyes and makes to sit up. Hey, what are you guys? He can't quite finish as each one of his Pokemon piles on top of him in a disorganized hug. Mawile on his chest, Electrike across his legs, and Breloom with a clawed hand laid across his shoulder. Gradually, Brendan's surprise morphs into a grin, and he tugs Marshtomp into the hug with a free hand. Guys, begins the Birch Air, if anything ever happens and we can't be together anymore, let's promise we'll be happy for all the stuff we did together, and not be sad over the stuff we never got to do, okay? Each Pokemon cuddles closer, and Mawile can't help but burst into OVR exaggerated tears. He's a faller. Lee Henson is a faller. It neatly and plausibly explains everything. The uncommon knowledge, the gaps in his skills, the subtle accent, everything. Zinnia stops pacing in her bedroom of the hut for a moment and looks down, confirming that she hasn't worn a pattern into the wood end floor yet. Off to the side and standing guard in front of the door, Shelgon follows her with his yellow eyes, dutifully watching. Fallers are such an excruciatingly rare and dire phenomenon that few people are even privy to the knowledge of their existence. Oh, the concept of travelers from another world is not a new one and is even a popular plot in fiction, but actual, genuine fallers are another thing entirely. Throughout the entire history of the Draconid tribe, no one has actually interacted with one. No one could even confirm they were real. Until now. I remember, in no UNC-ertain terms, that I burned to death. When Lee said those words, Ninetales flinched, Grovyle bit Dowen on his twig, and Corviknight looked away. The most telling, though, was Sylveon. Her sudden bout of violent illness put to rest any thoughts of doubt. A good Draconid knows her enemies well, and Zinnia is well aware of the touch-based empathy possessed by the Pink Dragonslayer. The lorekeeper isn't sure what's worse, Lee expertly hiding his true feelings on his demise, or truly being that casual about it. Either way, it must have been like a mental flashbang to Sylveon. If horror has a taste, then it must be akin to bile, Zinnia decides. She swallows the sick that wants to rise in her throat and begins to pace once more, trying to turn her thoughts to other matters. Pokemon existed as fiction within Lee's world, and from the sound of it, it was fiction that he was fond of. Has everything been a one-to-one experience? How much has changed from what he knows? Brendan asked if he was a character in the stories, and now Zinnia can't help but wonder if she was a character in any of those video games or TV shows. I had to have been, right? She muses, rubbing the edge of her cloak between a forefinger and thumb. Lee was startled when we first met, like he knew who I was. He knew about the Draconids, at least. Oh, Doolittle is definitely getting illed later. I know I'm in an AW world because my old one ended. Zinnia pauses once more, then walks to her bed and gently sits down, staring down at her lap. From his place by the door, Shelgon walks to Zinnia and settles himself on the floor next to her, lightly leaning against her knees. It's almost like he's a lorekeeper himself. Zinnia murmurs, reaching out and rubbing a hand across Shelgon's cool, metallic shell. The very, very last of his kind. If something were to happen to Doolittle, then that's it. The final ember of a whole world is just gone. Shelgon says nothing, merely leaning into her knees a touch more. She could scarcely fathom it. To lose it all and be dropped into a world of childhood fairy tales, only for your redo to be threatened by the likes of Magma and Aqua. Being entirely honest with herself, the lorekeeper doesn't think she would be quite as composed. No, she would be heading for the hills, desperate to stay out of the way and trying to salvage what bits of her new life she could. Yet instead of running away, Lee has decided to stand with her and put everything on the line for the Draconid mission. Zinnia's hand wanders to the edge of Shelgon's shell, her fingers lightly running over the edge. It's invisible to the naked eye, but she can feel it with her fingers. The shell, ever so slightly, has begun to peel. Hoenn is my homie now. I can't, or rather, won't leave you all behind. I've put all the ghosts clinging to me to rest, along with Lee the average zookeeper. I'm Lee the Pokemon trainer now. We're going to get strong, Shelgon, Zinnia murmurs, her eyes hardening in glaring holes in the wall. We're going to be unstoppable, because people like Lee, Brendan, and the rest of the tribe need us to be. We'll drag that meteor back into space ourselves if we have to. Shelgon trembles, then points his head skyward and roars. Eyes of red, piercing as can be. Mantle of gold, majestic as can be. A fanged mouth speaking, damning as can be. In a void of neither light nor dark. The great maw of teeth opens once more, inhuman lips forming words meant for he alone. It says unto him. Lee awakens with a start as he hears noises through the wall, but groggily dismisses them and lays back down into his breathing, silken pillow. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that Brendan and Zinnia are talking to their teams, he says with a yawn. Weird dream. I must be more tired than I thought. Lee thinks with a subdued stretch. For the last hour, Lee and Ninetails have been relaxing as they allow everyone time to digest the recent revelation. During that time, they have made themselves comfortable in their new bedroom for the foreseeable future. The bedcovers in the Draconid hut certainly leave something to be desired, as Lee found his thin pillow to be thoroughly uncomfortable. Instead, he laid his head into Ninetails' side once she settled, finding the fox to be a much more luxurious pillow. She even fanned her tails across his chest, leaving him extra cozy. In 2 minutes flat, he was out like a light. Quote ellipsis. I can't help but wonder if I should have left out the whole dying part. Lee wonders aloud, replaying the conversation an hour prior in his head. Now that I think about it, that came out a little more melodramatic than I wanted. You shouldn't worry so much, Ninetails chides, her muzzle tickling Lee's ear as she idly grooms his hair. You wish to tell them the whole truth, and you did so. The way you told your story was very matter of fact, in my opinion. If you say so, Lee murmurs. Regardless, he cannot deny how unburdened he feels by telling Brendan and Zinnia of his real origins. I just hope that Brendan is taking all of this well. He's a strong kid, but he's still just a kid. Meteors, terrorists, aliens. Lee goes to shake his head, but stops at the last second on account of the teeth and tongue combing through his hair. Love, I can taste the hair funk on your tongue and it's really making me self-conscious about taking a short shower this morning. In response, Ninetails wordlessly tips her muzzle back, clamps it closed, and flash heats her mouth 1,000 degrees Celsius for less than a second, vaporizing the loose hair and debris on her tongue. A puff of smoke escapes her lips as she reopens her mouth, and she resumes grooming Lee wholly unbothered. Never mind. Lee resumes looking at the bare wood end ceiling above, his eyes tracing a knothole that vaguely looks like a dustox. The knothole is right where an electric light would be, if the hut was equipped with any sort of electrical wiring. Fighting the urge to close his eyes and nap once more, Lee jots down a mental list of everything he needs to do. I've got that meeting with Anabi in a few days, and I'll send ord to Stephen about the Draconid Doom SDAY meteor then, as well. Lee's brows furrow, annoyance with the crater's lack of cell signal prickling him. Between all of that, we'll be training good and hard. Grovile's sword techniques and he drain blade move need to be mastered, Octillery's psychic cushion needs more practice, Shinx just needs experience in general, and I have to pass out everyone else's TMs. More immediately, though, his hand falls to his hip, hovering over Sylveon's Pokeball. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. I need to check on Sylveon. Already reading his thoughts, Ninetails uncurls from around Lee and allows him to sit up. Grabbing Sylveon's ball, Lee takes a deep breath and pops the capsule open. In a flash of light, Sylveon materializes on the bed, her ears already drooped and her eyes locked on the mattress. Sylvie? Lee begins gently, slowly reaching a hand out and stopping halfway. He does his best to steady his own emotions. Are you feeling any better? The ribbon wraps around Lee's wrist with the speed and ferocity of a viper bite, and after initially stiffening, whatever was ailing Sylveon seems to abate and the tension in her shoulders eases. Lee allows her to simply hold him and collect her thoughts, remaining quiet. Eventually, the fairy raises her head and stares directly into his eyes, and Lee struggles to maintain eye contact. In those blue orbs is a profound sadness, mixed with disbelief. Sylveon opens her mouth to say something, but stops and looks away once more. 9? Can you let me listen in through your ears? I don't want there to be any mistakes for this, Lee thinks, briefly looking away from Sylveon to Ninetails. The fox wordlessly offers her senses, and after a brief flash of vertigo, Lee begins hearing the room from 2 different perspectives. From one of them, He can hear the beating of his own heart, along with Nine's and Sylveon's. Sylvie, whatever it is you have to say, you can tell me. Lee gently rubs the ribbon around his wrist with his other hand. I want to help you in any way I can. How? Sylveon begins with a deep, shuddering breath. Her voice, heard from two different sets of ears, is simultaneously a chore to understand yet perfectly clear. How? How what? Lee asks, scooting a bit closer. Inwardly, he tries to muster up as much encouragement as he can in his chest, hoping Sylveon feels it. Sylveon doesn't reciprocate, but doesn't move away, either. She blinks tears from her eyes and looks up at him. How does one get better? How does one live after their purpose is gone? The zoologist pauses. That's quite the question, he says, looking at the wall and trying to think of an answer. Is she equating the ranch hand abandoning her to my restart on life? Seems lopsided to me. Ninetails frowns, but as Lococo said, fairies are odd sea reachers. Lee nods slowly. Back in Laverage, right after you evolved, you said something I quite liked. How you exist to love and be loved. I think the same might apply to Sylveon as a species. That was their whole shtick in the Pokemon fiction, and it seems to be holding true here. Ninetails is silent, but Lee keenly feels her prickling discomfort as she tries, and fails, to imagine herself in Sylveon's place. It doesn't seem to matter how many times she tries, she can never quite visualize it. Outwardly, Lee resumes speaking. Well, people and Pokémon don't have to have just one purpose, he says, smiling toward Sylveon. I was a zookeeper, and now I'm a trainer. Sometimes life is unfair and you just have to start over, but that doesn't mean you can't be happy. Something about that just doesn't seem to compute to Sylveon, who shakes her head vigorously. No, that's not right, I cannot. SSHE growls, her claws extending and tearing into the bedcovers. Shish, it's okay. No need to be upset, Lee whispers, rubbing the ribbon again. He shuts his eyes and for a split second, thinks about mentally leaning backwards into Ninetails to keep his nerves nice and soothed for Sylveon, only to pause. How much of Ninetails can Sylveon feel through him? Can Sylveon feel the invisible bond between them? Once more, Lee is reminded just how unusual the relationship between Ninetails and himself is. There exists no real-world equivalent for what they have, in that strange place that is neither romantic nor platonic. It's all too easy to see how someone looking in from the outside could come to a wrong and envious conclusion. With a sigh, Lee sends a wordless apology to Ninetails. Never mind, I might need to do his one solo. Her fan of tails twitch in irritation, but Ninetails nonetheless relents. Very well, beloved. Remember I am here if you need me. Lee sends back the mental equivalent of a nod, and with great reluctance pinches the telepathic line between him and Ninetails as closed as he can. Her senses vanish from his mind. Then her thoughts. Then her emotions. When they can close it no further, Lee is left with naught but a sense of profound loneliness. The only thing that he can feel is that the connection is there. With a deep sigh, the man powers through his discomfort and centers himself, returning his attention to Sylveon. Let me finish, okay? I've got more to say. Sylveon, through great and obvious effort, takes a deep breath and attempts to calm herself. She sits, and her tense body begins to uncoil. Lee sidles closer. I know things look bad now, and it takes different people different amounts of time to get better after tragedy strikes, but believe me when I say it does get better. You know what helps with that? Sylveon shakes her head. The look she gives him is one of pleading, begging him to please make things better. Scooching just a little closer, Lee is now within arm's reach of the fairy. Things will be so much easier for you if you take it all one day at a time. It's even better when it's alongside people who understand, who sympathize. Lee twiddled his fingers, gathering his thoughts once more. All of us on this little team of ours have been through different things, but I think we all understand what it's like to lose something precious, Lee murmurs, voice subdued. I like to think that we've all learned that no matter how bad it gets, no matter how much you lose, you can always find new things to love. Sylveon's breath hitches in her throat. Maybe what's gone can't be replaced, but that doesn't mean you have to be miserable, Lee says, freezing Sylveon in place with his stare. Other forms of love are just as real as the traditional, romantic sort. Evelyn loved you enough to harden her heart and let you go, to free you from the ranch and the weight of those memories, and although you've only been part of this team for a week and some change, I love you the same as I do my other Pokemon. It kills me to see you so sad. Lee opens his arms, beckoning Sylveon to him. Will you let me prove it? For a long, tense moment, it seems as if Sylveon will reject him. 5 seconds stretches to 10, and 10 to 20, but she shakily rises to her paws and steps forward. Each step is hard fought, and hesitation colors her expression the entire way, but Sylveon steps close, her 3 remaining ribbon S slowly coiling around him. Lee's arms wrap around the fairy and pull her into a tight hug. Using all the practice he's obtained with Ninetales, Lee shuts his eyes and musters up all of the love and concern that he can. I want you to be well. I want you to be happy. I want you to be fulfilled. There's a sharp intake of breath, and then Sylveon begins to shake before collapsing into Lee's lap. There are neither great sobs nor weeping, but the man feels his shirt grow wet with tears. Resting his chin on her head, Lee rubs gentle circles on Sylveon's back, saying nothing and letting her vent everything she has. A sudden pang of sympathy not his own makes him look over to Ninetales, and Lee realizes he let his strangling grip on the telepathic bond grow weak. 9. Love, don't take this the wrong way, but. Lee trails off, wondering how to word it. You air expecting jealousy? Ninetales dryly finishes for him. The vixen licks her lips, her eyes locked on her crying, elder teammate. There is a party deep down that is jealous, but I've been trying to do as you do and thinking of myself in the place of others. Were I to lose the one most precious to me, were I to lose you? She can't finish her sentence, a shiver running down her spine and up each of her tails. No, I do not believe I would be well, either. I shall not begrudge Sylveon for partaking in your sympathy, she finishes, looking away. It is as you thought earlier. None have what we have, and upon our reflection, it is immature of me to be discontent while possessing such a treasure. Warmth blooms within Lee's chest, and he gives her a proud smile. You really are the best, 9. The vixen clicks her tongue and shakes her head as if to wave away the praise, but she cannot hide the swell of love in her chest, or the insides of her ears blushing red. Gradually, Sylveon's tears begin to stem, and like a water balloon with a hole poked in it, she deflates into an exhausted pink and white pile in Lee's lap. No matter how limp she becomes, however, the grip of her ribbon S remains tight. Lee pats his newest Pokémon on the back. Better? He asks. Sylveon nods lethargically, sniffling and rubbing her eyes with her paw. She then lets out a long-suffering sigh and allows a distinctly rueful croon to bubble out of her throat, staring up at him all the while. 9. Can I get a translation? I am still not that good at reading She's embarrassed to be doted upon by someone young no to be her child. Lee grins and squeezes Sylveon. Ah, don't let that bother you, he begins with a smile, age doesn't mean much. Sometimes all you need is to be held and told it's going to be alright. Doesn't matter who's doing the holding. The fairy scoffs, but makes no move to pull away. Oh, and before I forget. Sylveon looks up, on Seymour meeting Lee's eyes. If you're ever feeling down, are doubtful, or just want a hug for its own sake, say something, okay? Lee tells her. Promise me, I want you to be happy. Sylveon grimaces at the word, promise. She looks around at the room, then to Ninetales, and back to Lee. She sets her shoulders, and before her sudden gathering of nerve can leave her, she nods her head, muttering 2 syllables under her breath. Lee flinches at the feeling of static that coats Sylveon's ribbon S for a split second, and wonders what in the world just happened. Fairy nonsense, for certain. Are fairies funny about promises or something? Such a thing old not surprise me in the least, Ninetales thinks with a shake of her head. Wonderful. That's something to keep in mind for later. Then, Lee sends back. After thinking to himself, he smiles and comes up with a great way to end this talk on a positive note. Sylvie, how about we give you a good grooming? I know I gave you a once over the first night you joined the team, but I'm talking something good. Sylveon tilts her head, obviously considering the offer, and Lee doesn't miss the prickle of envy from Ninetales. Thinking quickly, Lee pivots the conversation around. In fact, how about I treat all the girls of the team to something special? You, 9, and Shinx, and then we can move outside for Corvi, Grovyle, and Octillery. Heck, we'll make it a regular thing as long as we're here, seeing as everyone is going to be working hard in the coming weeks. You deserve it. The metaphorical cloud hanging over Ninetales dissipates instantly, replaced by open delight, and Shinx's ball bursts open in a flash, depositing an excited, sparking kitten only inches away. Sylveon just tilts her head once more. When Lee said, something special, he meant it. He started 9, Sylvie, and Shinx off with full massages. He already knows what cats enjoy, so Shinx was easy to turn into a purring puddle, and Ninetales was even easier considering he knows her body better than his own. In fact, he had to prod the vixen's mind with his own so she didn't fall asleep. Sylveon proved to be an interesting challenge, as evolutions take traits from both canines and felines. Eventually, though, Lee mapped her out well enough to get her to relax. The Draconid hut, thankfully, has running water, and Sylvie, and Shinx each got a full, hot bath and thorough scrubbing. Sylveon had to share Nine's usual shampoo and conditioner, but even if both concoctions were made for dense, fire-retardant fur, they were plenty gentle enough to use on sensitive fairy skin. As their fur dried, Lee took the time to trim and file all the claws between them, then lead them back to the bedroom to finish everything off with a thorough brushing. Shinx's coarse coat zapped and crackled as it was brushed with a rather average pin brush, and an impressive amount of shed held together by static was tossed in the waste bin. Sylveon's short, delicate, and velvety fur called for a soft bristle brush that Evelyn insisted Lee take, a gift which he was now quite glad he'd accepted. Now, he's finishing the 3-hour-long task off with Ninetales. Her dense, silky fur requires a long-toothed slicker brush to get all the way down to her undercoat, and each pass needs to be slow and careful, but leaves her fur sparkling like gold. Being the largest of the girls, Ninetales is laid on the bed with her hind legs splayed out behind her, while Sylveon and Shinx occupy a corner of the mattress. Lee, meanwhile, stands over Ninetales, slowly working his way through her coat. When's my turn? Lee peers over his shoulder, not lifting his hands from Ninetales' back and leaving the brushing he promised half done. Standing in the bedroom doorway are Zinnia and Brendan, both of whom are watching the goings-on. Zinnia specifically zeroes in on Sylveon and Shinx. The kitten is out cold, snoozing away and cuddled into Sylveon's side. Her usually scruffy coat practically shines in the sunlight from the window. Sylveon actually looks happy, the smile on her face is small and fragile, and the colors of her coat are still a bit dull, but they're brighter than they were just a few hours ago. If it isn't a reflection of the tremendous amount of progress she's experienced today, then Lee isn't sure what is. Lee rolls his eyes and nods his head toward the Pokeballs on his belt. When you're willing to hang out in a tiny ball and pick fights with literally anything. On my behalf, he says, addressing Zinnia, then I'll pamper you whenever you want. Is that all? The dragon tamer laughs and theatrically cracks her knuckles. Ninetales huffs at the insinuation, but before she can think of something witty to say, Lee moves the brush to her middlemost tail and renews his work, making the fox too lethargic to bot her. So, I take it you guys have questions? Lee begins, slowing down to untangle a knot in his brush. He turns his eyes back to Ninetales. A few, Brendan admits, walking in. He takes the chair from the small desk in the corner and sits in it backwards, resting his chin on the back. Zinnia, meanwhile, follows after Brendan and seats herself on the edge of the desk itself. Shoot, Lee says, finishing Nine's middle tail and moving on to another one. So these games and TV shows and everything, Zinnia begins, lifting a hand and twirling her wrist in an unsure gesture. How? I guess how accurate were they? I know when we first met, you recognized me, so was I a character in any of these things? Hey, yeah, you never answered. Brendan chimes in, leaning forward excitedly. Was I in any of them? Hesitating, Lee silently reaches out to Ninetales. Love, your opinion? I foresee no harm in informing them. Ninetales drowsily sends back, slowly blinking her red eyes. So long as you remind them that fictional events have no or relation to them as people. The ever-wise Kitsune always seems to have a good answer. Lee chuckles under his breath. Yes, and no, he says, sparing a look to his pair of human friends. I saw a version of you, Zinnia, in a game I didn't finish, so beyond your name and appearance, I didn't truly know who you were when we met. For all I know, the game depiction was completely wrong. I know none of the games or anything had any detailed history regarding the Draconid tribe like there is here, so any kind of game depiction was probably wrong, anyway. Previously unnoticed tension in Zinnia evaporates, and she folds her hands in her lap. Huh, I guess I feel better? She shakes her head. Just thinking about this is weird. As for you, Brendan. Lee regards the eager boy, wondering how to put things. There wasn't really a canon depiction of you. There's a player character in a few of the games that vaguely looks like you, and I think some version of you was in a few of the comics, but there's never been a one true. Brendan, you're completely unique. Brendan honestly seems disappointed. So I wasn't anyone important? He asks, slumping. Not what I said. Lee levels Brendan with a firm stare. You're the one and only Brendan Birch. You are what you make yourself, no more, no less. The boy leans back with a blink. Reaching under his white hat, he scratches the back of his head with confusion, before a realization seems to strike him. Did you think I was going to have some kind of identity crisis because I was in an extra-dimensional video game? Lee freezes in brushing his fox for a split second, but Brendan catches it, and openly laughs, making Lee's face burn. Come on, Lee, Brendan guffaws, throwing his head back in his mirth. Of all the things to be worried about, that's what you were afraid of saying? Brendan, if everyone in the world was as mature as you, there would be a lot less problems, Lee grumbles. No, you want to know what I'm really afraid of? You remember Ash Ketchum? Zinnia perks up. Oak's lab trainer? What about him? Would you believe me if I said there's a non-zero chance that he is some kind of Arceus-blessed savior? Lee asks, deadpan. I'm sorry, what? Now you're starting to get why I worry.